Should be set. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Shadowrun Dragonfall. Words are hard. We're going to be continuing where we left off last time. Mostly just punching our way through, hopefully. But for the most part, we should be pretty well set to get a little bit deeper into the game. Never know. Let's see, okay. Just getting a handle on the controls again. Alright, I think we're good. So, I'm kind of curious what all they've added for references to this game, I gotta admit. Because this game, it is still, you know, related to the other games by title alone. You know, Shadowrun. I don't think they necessarily have any, like, actual... What's the word? Connective tissue to the other games? Oh, nope, wrong button. God damn it. I mean... Oh, okay, there's a lot of guys here. Yeah, we're taking cover. That ain't good. And there's a turret there, okay. I think we'll just idle there. I don't know what's up with the turret there, but could be dangerous. I think we're gonna have Iger just obliterate from range. Who the hell is that? Huh. Okay then, we got some more targets. That shouldn't be too hard to deal with. It's really just a matter of, you know, handling most of these problems. Alright, Iger. Get up there, so you can support your ally there. I don't think we can get out of cover yet, but it is an option. And we'll deal with this guy, if we can. Do as much damage as we can to him. Disgusting creatures these people are. Hopefully they fall easily enough. An adept? Probably an adept. It happens. Alright, Dietrich. Get out there. And cause a stir. Shouldn't take us too long to deal with these problems, you know. And take a nice shot at this guy. Just cuz. He seems like the type to, not appreciate that sort of thing. There we go. Obliterate. Okay. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, we should probably get him behind cover. Just a little. If I go over here, it should help out a little bit. Dietrich can heal you. That'll help out quite a bit. And then get to cover, because he is out in the open right now. Not exactly ideal. Reload your shot. And take a nice leisurely strike at this one. Okay. If we were to use a Knight Errant Flashbang, that would stop a decent amount of them from doing much. Like that. Reload your Semipal. And take a shot at this guy. Not bad. Alright, let's activate our drone. This will finally get us into the combat as well. He'll be a little helper. I really wish that I had more I could do as a rigger, but unfortunately there's just no dice there. Take that guy down. I need you to go deal with this one. I'll hopefully deal with him. Take a shot at this Humanus member, because why not? He deserves it. Obliterate this one. Do as much damage as he can. Yeah, that's right. Unfortunate. Can't really do much, can I? But my Strato can. Take some nice shots at him just to deal with him. Dietrich, I could use your assistance. Over here. Because she's going to be busy with Glory. So we can make full use of that. Aiga! I need to reload real quick. Then take a little bit of cover here. And that should help out significantly. Go ahead and slash this Humanus member. And then just go for a regular slash. Because she's got the slashes, so, I mean, might as well use them, right? It'll force them to back off. God damn. He is getting beat up on. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Take cover here. Iger, you know what to do. Obliterate. Yeah, there's not much more to the tactics that we can really deal with here, unfortunately. I'd love to pull off some more funky shit, but only so much I can do, you know. There we go. Now let's go punch into that data area up here. It'll give us plenty of useful information. Hopefully we can jack in and do that pretty easily. Iger, would you mind healing us real quick? Let's go over here. I need you to heal this Decker so that he's ready to go. And then we can go in. Hopefully we can handle this problem. It's a bit of a big problem, but at the very least we won't die of just dump shock. Of doom shock. Mostly so we can pop open this armory for our use. Amongst other reasons. I don't know what else we can tap into here. Because now that we got this going, we're pretty well situated. I gotta admit. With that turret fully available to us, it's not going to take us down. Security cameras. Not what we were after, but okay. Can we not? Oh, I guess we have to access the terminals, huh? That's always fun. Maybe hacking into this place is going to give us access to it? Pop the cameras. And go. I didn't miss anything up here, did I? No. That's pretty much it. Unfortunate, but, we don't have the decking to access those terminals. Maybe we can access it by the password? I don't really know. Toxic grenades. We'll take their supplies. It's ours now. We might as well take all of these things, you know. Get access to as much as we can. Not bad, not bad. A Mossberg. An Ares Predator. Looks like we can get a lot of resources that we can later sell off later on. Renraku Flashbangs. Cavalier Frag Grenade. HE Phosphorus. Jesus Christ. And we can't access these, can we? I don't know, Pride? No? Alright, what is it? Give me a second. Shadowrun, false flag, terminal, passwords. Oh, well. There we go. Go figure. Humanus. There we go. Operations account information downloaded. You can gain access to a list of Humanus safe houses worth some Nuyen in the right hands. Not bad. Not bad. Is this also Humanus? Absolutely. Newest batch of Humanus recruits scrolls on the screen. Alright, here's the latest group of recruits. Some of them are already showing signs of promise. Oh, his last name is Farber, eh? Or Faber? Make sure they get assigned to their bunks in alphabetical order this time. Sayed I kept losing track of who was in the last batch. As always, change the code for my office. The new code is Pride. Of course. Oh, so we accessed, Okay, there we go. Recruit access codes. Is this also Humanus? I'd be willing to bet. Huh. There we go. There are quite a few well-known names on here, including a billionaire philanthropist and a children's trivia show host. Eee. That ain't good. Well, let's pop open those, you know, lockers. Might as well go through them. 4176. I want to get as much as I can out of this place. Red 1. It's not Barber. 1409. 2619. What else do we got here? 3706. There we go. Nitro. Ugh. Okay. Four, 176. What do we got here? 2619, sorry. Uh, 3706? Oh, 2114. Sorry. And 1106. No? 1606, 1619, 1409. There we go. Alexander, you seemed less than enthusiastic in our education sessions. Please understand that we are not a shelter. We are a factory. A factory that refines the dross of society. People like you into strong, pure warriors. Oh, God. Future, see to it that you're on time and well rested. If you drop the ball again, we're going to have a little talk about your future in this organization. Eesh. Yeah, that's pretty grody. There we go. Ah, a cred stick. I'll take some free creds. It's not 4176, it's gonna be 2619. $706? No? I just gotta pop these open. 1106. There we go. Friedrich! I am pleased with how well you are doing. To show my growing trust in you, I'm giving you a new assignment in addition to your trainee duties. Beginning tomorrow, I would like to see you tidy the armory. The access code is Purity. Of course. Tomorrow evening, I'll expect you to see a full inventory of the weapons in our arsenal by nightfall. With it, you will you'll deliver me a requisition order for the weapon of your choosing. Your pick, my boy. I leave it up to you. Okay, then. Volker is a little disgusting. Go figure. Alright, that's not it. 2619. That's not it. 1409. Nope. Just cycling through them. Yeah, we'll get it eventually. 2114. There we go. It's empty. Okay then. God damn. Potato Alamedas. I have no idea what the hell that means, but okay. You burst through the door to the Humanist compound and into the crisp night air. You're not far from your extraction point. Time to go. Oh! There's some dudes here. Great. Just what we needed. I'd appreciate it if you pick up a position up here. That'd be great. Glory! You're gonna be catching the heat for now. It's unfortunate, but I need you. Alexander, I need you to take a point here. Yeah, our extraction is being attacked by Humanists out there. Great. Of course. Well, I'm glad that they're on our side, at least. Always nice to see friends. Go figure they're gonna try to take out our meta-human friends. Our meta-Yumi friends. Yeah, let's take some cover and then activate our boy. The boy, the Strato. It's gonna take long to get into combat with this. Nothing but pure fighting throughout the entirety of this mission. Or at least what's left of the mission. And let's deal with this Humanist mage before he has a chance to do anything. I'd rather not let the mage do anything. Yeah. This one's focused on our extraction friends, so there's that. Shouldn't take too long to deal with them. Oh, great. Just what we needed. Our healer down. And our sniper is down too. Great. Just what we needed. And they don't have any heals, so... Shite. Alright, use a medkit on yourself. We're going to need to rely on this for now. You... get over here and beat up this Humanist member. And that'll allow you to get over here pretty cleanly without having to worry. We'll mark up this member, well, we'll heal first. We're not gonna mark, we don't need to yet. We'll just deal with this guy now. If nothing else, yeah. There we go. The mage is the first target every time. For a very simple reason. Mages are able to pull some shit. And I'm not keen on that idea. Having a mage just throw a fireball? Dangerous as hell. Target the one in the dress first. Nice throw, buddy. You did your best. I'm glad that they're missing so badly. Move over here. This guy's not gonna have any cover. I can't really do much here, but, Dietrich, you're gonna need some help. I have no other supplies to work with, unfortunately. And that's kind of it. Let's help out our friends here by stunning them a bit. Giving them the flashbang treatment, you know? Really? You shot your own friend? Not cool. Yeah, there we go. Ambushed. Gonna have to try to get our boy out. Do you have a trauma kit? No, but you do have an air elemental summon that you can use. So we'll use that to help us with our muscle. The Wind Dancer. An electrocurrent. And a lightning bolt. Not bad. Let's try to hit that mage there. Hopefully we can land. Yeah, there we go. You're not gonna survive long. Dragon Slayer idol makes sense. Glory, go forth. Go forth in glorious combat. Hopefully this prevents them from doing much of anything. Given one of them's just gonna die immediately, and the other is gonna be, you know, stunned. Take a shot on this one. Not great here. We can only do so much here. Annoyingly. Alright, needs to survive. Oh, nice miss, buddy. And there goes the mage. As well as Iger. Sadly, we couldn't really do much to help her there. It's an unfortunate circumstance. You need to die. Now. Perish! There we go. Thank you, buddy. Let's move you here, so you can start taking out enemies in a, more effective manner. There we go. I'll reduce his ability to do anything. And take a shot at that one to make it so it never fights back. Or at least doesn't get a chance to. There we go. Nice, nice throw, Dietrich. Appreciate it. Claw that one, and then claw this one. Not exactly much in the way of, you know, defenses anymore. We've, cut them down to size. There we go. Shouldn't take us long to deal with this. There's only one dude left after all. He doesn't exactly have much in the way of actions anymore. Send forth the Strato so that hopefully we don't have to use the Wind Dancer. I don't want to risk it becoming a problem. There we go. Optional keep Max alive. There we go. We can spend our karma on boosting our Decan. Getting it stronger, you know. Being able to do that is always very handy. Just to extract all the information. Maxim looks up at the sound of your approach. He's surprised to see you, he doesn't show it. Crazy night, huh? He pulls a flask from his jacket pocket and takes a long swig, then looks you in the eye. Oh, this was worth the trouble. Any luck finding our money in there? I don't think they ever had it to begin with, but I can guarantee you they'll think pretty hard before crossing smugglers again. You know, I can live with that. There we go. Task complete. Thank Christ that's over with. You okay, Alexander? The young man looks shell-shocked. He holds the rifle clenched tight in his trembling hands. Yeah, Uncle Dietrich. Yeah, I'm okay. But, those guys, I knew them. One of them was my bunkmate. I killed him. Couldn't be helped. If you hadn't, he'd have killed you. Believe it. We're going to take you away from here, back to the Kreutz Bazaar. Get you the help that you need. Yeah. Okay, Uncle, okay. Dietrich glances over his shoulder, locks eyes with you. Thanks for this, boss. My nephew is safe. Now I owe you. One other thing, the Dragon Slayer is happy too. We just did a ballsy thing, protected my family and gave a monster a bloody nose in the process. This is for you, not your totem. I appreciate it, but you should know that he's happy all the same. He grins. You should also know that when the Dragon Slayer is pleased, he tends to be generous with his rewards. You have my attention? The grin widens. Yeah, thought I might. I can feel the power coursing through me, boss. I don't know what form it'll take, but it's there, and soon enough I'll be able to use it. I don't mean to break this up, but we need to get moving. Kid, you're with us. The rest of you, pile into that other van. You can continue having your moment when you get back to Schottenest. And there we go. Task completed. The U-Bahn ride home feels especially comforting today. The Berlin chapter of the Humanist Polo Club has suffered a terrible blow, and you're the one who dealt it. Volker Stahl's plan to incite a wave of bloody violence across Berlin has been derailed. It isn't often that a Shadowrunner gets to prevent an atrocity on the job. Facts. A solid blow to the nose of, the Humanus. PDA rings, and the face of your fixer, Paul Amsel, appears on screen. I have new information to discuss about the estate. Please come as soon as you can. Samuel? I've uncovered what Humanus is up to. You'll find the details on the datapad. Hello again, mein Freund. What can I do for you? Beckenbauer eyes the plans on the datapad, then nods grimly. This fits with Humanus' established pattern of behavior. Horrific and vile. According to this datapad, Humanist compounds all over Berlin have received similar shipments. They're planning to deploy the gas tomorrow morning. He exhales sharply, then nods again. I have a feeling that the Flux State will have a thing or two to say about that. Stahl has overstepped his bounds. His hubris will be his undoing. He's no longer among the living. That is excellent news. I'm not ashamed to say that I wish the man dead. He deserved whatever he did to him. And now I'm going to see to it that the rest of his twisted organization suffers in the same way that he did. You mark my words, within the next few hours, the Humanist Polo Club is going to take a hammering that'll make the Night of Rage look like a peace rally. A great deal. We all do. I'll wire your payment to the account number that Amsel provided. Pleasure doing business. And we can do a data drop too, because we did pick up the other information. Of course, their password was all Humanus, and that's it. There we go. The Humanus donor list. Machine accepts the data upload, and only a few moments later, only 500. Certified cred stick is spat out of the coin slot. The phone's old LCD readout displays the text. Freedom, equality, information, Shockwell, and Rider. There we go. We have a little bit more pay data from the actual thing itself. We'll have enough material, or not material, money to actually spend on a variety of things. Weapons, armor, drones, that sort of stuff. How you doing, Blitz? Blitz stubs out a cigarette at your approach. Hey, I was hoping I'd see ya. Do you have another run lined up for us yet? I'm strapped for cash. We're doing fine on the job front. Amsel's been working overtime. Oh, thank God, and thank you, Chief. Thank Paul, too, come to think of it. So, do you have a question for me, or was this a social call? Only problems aside, you doing okay? Not too bad, Chief. Not bad at all. It's downright cozy in here. This probably goes without saying, but it's also nice to have my skills appreciated by someone who isn't a drug-addled psychopath. Gang life is getting old. Why are you strapped for cash? With all the work we've been doing, you should be rolling in Nguyen. What can I say, Chief? He tries on a thoroughly unconvincing smile, but immediately seems to think better of it. The anxious look returns to his face. I have expensive tastes. You can have at least some money left. Expensive. Truth be told, I'm in debt. To who? He hesitates before responding. When he does, his voice carries an edge of annoyance. No offense, but this is getting a little too personal, Chief. My debts are none of your business. If some bookie sends his thugs here looking for you, it's going to become my business, so talk. Blitz shakes his head in exasperation. Alright, fine. Well, first off, you don't need to worry about anyone coming after me. My debts are to a bunch of old contacts. If I don't pay them, I'm gonna lose them, and in this line of work, it isn't smart to burn bridges. Second, before you ask, these debts are for services rendered. It's in a tight spot, I needed some help. I threw on a lot of IOUs to get it. Third and finally, I was involved a girl. I'll tell you about it if you ask me to, but we're revenging deep into personal feelings territory. If you don't want to hear me sob over my ex-girlfriend, you'll drop the subject now. So it's up to you, Chief. You really want to go down this road? Or shall we keep this relationship professional? Preoccupied can get you killed, so spit it out and we'll deal with it. Let's meet her gaze for a moment, then looks away and sighs. Alright, where to begin? I met Emil in Drogenkip, first person who was ever more important to me than myself. I was crazy about her, Chief. To this day, she's the only person I've ever met who could out-deck me. And the real kicker is, she wasn't even a decker by trade. There was nothing she wasn't good at. I'd like to dabble in rigging, but Emily, that girl could pick up anything that she set her mind to. Sounds like I love a girl. She made things right. No matter how stupid I was, no matter what I got myself into, she made it right. I don't think much of many people, Chief. Emotional attachments aren't really my thing. Love seems like a diluted word these days, so I won't waste it on Emily. Let's just say that she was important to me. And I lost her. I didn't know what was happening. It came out of nowhere. One day she was just gone. Along with most of my decking gear. My explanation was a handwritten note on old-fashioned paper. Leave me alone. And that was it. We've been together for years, and that was all that she left me. That and this beat-up old cyberdeck. Naturally, I freaked. We'd had our share of arguments, but never had a huge blowout or anything. Didn't think of anything to drive her to do a thing like that. Mostly, I felt hurt, so I searched for her. In the real world and in the Matrix. When that turned out nothing, I started tapping my contacts. That was when I started racking up debt. Did you find her? No. She's gone. Without a trace. Looked high, looked low, poked into everything I could think of, and my contacts did the same. He shakes his head. She's gone, Chief. At this point, I've accepted it. But I still have to repay those debts. Yeah, there must be someplace I haven't looked. I don't know. I really did look everywhere at a great personal cost. Owe it to yourself to try. Yeah, you might be right. Fuck. I thought I was done with this. You're right, without some kind of closure, I'm never going to be at peace with this. He shakes his head. Thanks for the talk, Chief. I'll let you know how it goes. You do that, Blitz. Good luck. Someone give him a pep talk, god damn it. Hello, Dante. Good boy. How are you feeling, Dietrich? You really came through for me, boss. If you ever need anything from me, anything at all, then you call on me. I'll come running. How's he doing? He's a good kid, that nephew of mine. Give him some time and he'll shake Stahl's programming. It'd take a while, but he'll adjust to life here in the Kreutz Bazaar. Meantime, I found a good home for him. Samuel's agreed to take him in. Samuel's employees have no love for humanists. Most of them don't even like humans. Best thing for the kid will be to learn through immersion. If he stays with Samuel's group, they'll have no choice but to interact with humans. Enough, they'll learn that they're no different from anyone else. First few days will be rough, no question. But he'll make it through. Come out the other side a better man for it. No doubt that you're right. Dietrich claps you on the shoulder. You're a good man, boss. On to other things. Remember what I was telling you back before we climbed into the van? You're saying that the Dragon Slayer was happy and that you began our reward. That's right. Thanks to our... Let's not mince our words. Heroic actions back into that swine pit. The Dragon Slayer has seen fit to grant me his favor. His grin widens. And now I know what that means, and what I can do with it. I'm listening. Well, he has seen fit to grant me a new ability. He gestures at the ground near his feet. Hey, leave this. As you watch, the spot that Dietrich is pointing at begins to glow. Lines of force spread out in a scintillating web. A feeling of raw power suffuses your body. I've just torn open a channel between myself and the Dragon Slayer. That power that you feel is his power, pouring through the aether and into that spot. If you're familiar with ley lines, it's the same basic concept. I consecrate a patch of ground, and as long as I stand in that spot, all my magic gets stronger. Crosses his arms over his chest. Not bad, huh? Could someone else benefit from one of these channels, too? He shrugs. Don't see why not. Like I said, it's basically a ley line. As long as you're on the Dragon Slayer's good side, I don't see why you couldn't use it. My idol, he isn't stingy with his gifts. Anyway, boss, I want to keep fiddling with us, learning to properly control it. I'm sure that you've got things to do as well. You take care of whatever else that needs doing, and by our next run, I'll be ready to use this. Take care, Dietrich. What a good boy. He's got some strong abilities now. As you approach, Iger turns to face you. Her rifle has been field stripped and is lying in pieces on a sheet of butcher paper. Arranged in a neat row along the edge of the paper are bottles of copper solvent, bore cleaner, and lighter fluid. Our fearless leader returns. What do you need? Any thoughts about that last run? After all the moral ambiguity that we've been wading through, hitting Humanus was incredibly satisfying. What they had planned makes my blood boil just thinking about it. The thought of Stahl lying down on the ground brings a smile to my face. I hope that he enjoys rotting in hell. Are you good now, Iger? Depends on what you mean when you say good. I won't question your competence again, not for the others at least. I'm not gonna lie. I still have concerns about you. What kind? Basic ones. I want to see history repeat itself. What history are you talking about? I'd rather not go into it. Let's just say that I've had bad luck with underexperienced teammates and leave it at that. Was there something else that you wanted to talk about, or can I go back to cleaning my rifle? I'd like to hear about your time in the KSK. He shakes her head. No, I'm not in the habit of sharing war stories. Not with people who've never served. That's not a better idea of who I'm running with. She looks you in the eye for a moment, evaluating. Finally, she shrugs. Alright, you win. I owe everything to my time in the KSK, from my street name on down. So, we want you to know, we'll see where this goes. Tell me how you got your street name. Back when I was in basic training, a fellow recruit made a vulgar joke at my expense. He said that I reminded him of the north face of the Eiger in the Bernese Alps. Huge and beautiful, but dangerous to climb. His tone left little doubt as to what sort of climbing he had in mind. Please tell me she laid him flat. Like, punched him in the face. I think that he was trying to proposition me, in his clumsy way, poking me in front of the other recruits to try to provoke a reaction. She shrugs. There we go, yep. He got one. I broke 3 of his ribs and the name stuck. Served him, right? Iger regards you with a critical eye. I don't actually mean that, but then you may just be trying to get on my good side. Anyone who'd use a line like that bad deserves to get smacked around a little. She nods. For once, we're in complete agreement, but there was more to it than that. As soon as that idiot made his little joke, it was a foregone conclusion that I was going to get saddled with the nickname Iger. My only choice in the matter was whether it happened under his terms or under mine. If I hadn't broken that twit's ribs, the name Iger would have meant a difficult sexual conquest to a whole barracks full of recruits. That's what I would have been to them. From that point on, my own accomplishments be damned. Thanks to what I did, my new name meant the troll who doesn't take shit from anyone instead. It's a name I'm proud to go by. I've hung on to it ever since. Iger pauses for a moment, then looks you in the eye. Word of advice to you. If anyone ever puts you in the position that he put me in, if he demeans you in front of your unit, whatever his intent, the appropriate response is to put that person down. Hard. Out on the field, nothing will kill you faster than losing the respect of your team. By that logic, I should have broken your ribs after Monica died. In your place, I would have. She looks you up and down, appraising you. Not that you'd succeeded if you tried, but in terms of saving face, it would have done wonders. In all seriousness, I'm sorry that I put you in that position. I shouldn't have, and I acknowledge that. Need anything else, or can I go back to prepping for our next run? Tell me about your team. He nods. Fair enough. Guess that you've earned it. There are 8 of us. 2 commando squads working together as a single unit. Schmidt and Lange were combat deckers, Wolf was our rigger and combat engineer, Fischer handled demolitions, Braun was a medic, and the rest of us, Metzger, Kruger, and myself, were weapons experts. Our mission was extraterritorial, technically illegal, but important enough to justify the risk. We'd been sent across the border into Poland. The Russian mafia had set up a cottage industry and human trafficking, all along the Order Nye's line, and it was our job to disrupt it. Go on. We were a good team, experienced, we went through a lot together, and we chalked up a lot of kills. Our own way, I'd like to think that we did some good. Who was in command? Metzger, best leader I've ever had the pleasure of serving under. Her face clouds. He was a hell of a man. Buddy went down with the rest of the team. Anyone but me. What happened? No, that's the one story that I won't be telling. They died, that's all you need to know. Was there something else that you want to talk about? Thank you, Iger. Sure thing, fearless leader. Good talk. I agree. Sounds like she's, got a hell of a lot of experience. Post-pay data for sale. The Humanis Safe House list. What about the Alice Fund? Right. New messages. Hijack shipments. We value new hardware coming to the Croix Bazaar. We need to talk. One of my weapons shipments was hijacked by a local gang. I can promise you 500 Nuyen, and if you can recover this shipment, I'll have some new gear on the shelf. Okay. Not the best, but it is a mission. How about you, Glory? Glory's expression remains distant, but her lips curl upward into a hint of a smile. Need something? Any thoughts about that last run? I have no strong feelings about it running one way or another. Humanis is, of course, a terrible organization, but then so is every other target that we've run against. To say that they deserved it would be redundant. He pauses for a moment to consider. That said, I'll admit that I do enjoy a certain sense of satisfaction thinking about Stull's head breaking apart. So there's that. Everything still okay with you? You never need to worry about me. I'm fine. I'd like to know more about that chrome you're sporting. That's not a story that I'm interested in telling you out of context. If you don't want to get into it, we're going to need to go back. Way back. She stares at you with her cold, dead eyes. I'm not sure that you want to do that. Let's talk about it. Why do you care? Much as I can about the runners who are working with me. She pauses for a moment, considering. Then she nods. Alright, fine. We can talk, but we're doing it on my terms. This is a long story. Long and ugly and cruel. Are you sure you want to hear about this? Please. Alright, I'm going to start at the beginning. Not for you, for me. Guess that might help for me to say this all out. Takes a deep breath, then slowly releases it. When she speaks, her voice comes out in a cool monotone. My family lived in Stuttgart. It was a nice enough place, I suppose. My parents worked as wage slaves for IFMU. My mom was a good person. Once upon a time, my father was a decent person as well. That's what Mom always told me, but I never knew him that way. Pauses for a long moment, then she begins speaking again. Some of the ice has fallen away from her voice. For the first time since you met her, Glory sounds alive. That I knew was an old, damaged Eurowar vet who turned to hardline religion to make sense of the world. In Stuttgart, that meant either the Ritter Christi, or their fascist cousins, the Kreuzritters. My father chose the latter path. I still remember hiding in my room when my father had his Kreuzritter brothers over for a prayer group. They would drink and get rowdy, then spend an hour or two rounding themselves up with talk about heretics and the devil's work. Then, they'd go find some poor elf or dwarf, stomp the living shit out of him, and drown him in the Neckar. Meanwhile, I'd be holed up at home with Mum, who would commemorate the event by drinking a bottle of wine and crying herself to sleep. No child should have to grow up around that. Thanks. This is difficult for me. Thank you for making it easier. Anyway, aside from the fact that my dad and his buddies were a bunch of murderous assholes, life was pretty normal. Went to school, made friends, hung out with my mom, kid stuff. I turned 14 and everything went to shit. Billy pauses, then swallows hard. Ever so slightly, her cheeks flush red. Suddenly she looks self-conscious, as if she snapped out of a trance. As quickly as it came, the flush of emotion disappears. Voice rocks over. I don't want to talk about this anymore. It is clearly helping you to work through it. Yes, it is. But I'm not going to be able to get through this in one sitting. You need to understand that. She turns away from you, her movements mechanical. No. Let's get back to the job at hand, shall we? Fair point. Well, we'll get that information. Kinda wish there was more nuance to getting the stories out, but, you know. I get that they want to get the characters across. Welcome back. I have news for you. In your absence, I've been looking into the Harfell Manor. Whatever Fierschwing is up to, it is both large-scale and well-funded. I've uncovered a money trail leading from holding companies all over the world, an offshore fund with a dummy address. From there, all that freshly laundered money flows directly into the Harfell estate. How would the dragon have investors? That doesn't make sense. It's doubtful that the Firewings pawns even know what the money is going. This is typical of draconic plots. Uncover a stream of money flowing behind the scenes. There's a fair chance that you'll find a dragon at the receiving end of it. To a dragon, conspiracy is second nature. Didn't scheme or plot, she acted. Yes, and look where that got her. When the Firewing launched her attack on humanity, it was an act of hubris. She lashed out because she didn't consider our species to be a threat. It would be equally hubristic for us to assume that she will make the same mistake twice. I'll continue digging into this while you and your team tackle your next run. With luck, I'll have more information to share upon your return. Good to know. One last thing. Malie was able to restore the readable surface of one of Greenwinter's DVDs. If you'd like to take a look, you'll find it sitting beside the player. I'll check it out. Very good. Malie is still working on the other DVDs from the bundle. Many of them are extensively damaged, and getting anything off of them is proving to be quite a chore. She told me that she'll be in touch if and when she makes any headway. Well, we got a home video to watch. Why not? The second DVD. Was it 6? I think it was 6. The screen goes black and the same digital chime that you heard on the Dragonfall DVD plays again. A crackle of static fills the air, followed by the same now familiar electronic whine. A few moments later, the display goes live. Vauclair looks haggard. His eyes are heavily bagged and bloodshot. His hair is mussed. He holds a cigarette in an unsteady hand. Hermie, it's me. I can't sleep. I don't know where you are, out having fun, no doubt. Maybe flirting with one of those unattainable beauties that you're always chasing? He tries on a smile, but it quickly disappears. He takes a drag on a cigarette. That's good. I need to live a pleasant, normal life. After all, one of us should. Little Claire rubs his eyes. I can still smell the smoke, Hermie. It's almost a year later, and I can still taste the stench of burning corpses. When I sleep, I can hear the sirens and the screams. There's no sound in this world as horrible as a burn victim's screams. The doctors would call this PTSD, I'm sure. They'd have me in therapy, maybe dose me up on SSRIs like they do to our veteran soldiers. He chuckles, then takes another drag. Quite a story for the tabloids. The great dragon slayer, Adrian Vauclair, mentally incapable of wrestling with his own demons. He shakes his head. No. No therapy for me. Certainly no medication. I have a reputation to live up to, however poorly deserved it is, and however little I want it. He pauses, stubs out a cigarette. The dragon is still alive, Hermie. Of that I'm certain. One day, I'll find her. And then, perhaps, I'll be able to sleep through the night. Oh, there's a lot more. Alright. As I said in my last recording, I've been having trouble finding hard facts on Fierschwing. I thought I'd open things up a bit. Let's see what the rumor mill has to say. The screen jumps and Winters reappears in a different location. He's now clutching a mug of soy cap in both hands and there are bags under his eyes. Well, that was enlightening. Assuming that any of it was true, that is. So, for the past 5 hours, I've been poking around some of the crazier fringe theories related to dragons and the SOX. As a reminder, the SOX is a radial wasteland between France and Germany, got zoned off back in 08 and after the Canon Gao reactor meltdown. Anyway, there are all sorts of rumors floating around about the place. I've heard about stories about a walled city in there that operates on a survival of the fittest, kill or be killed basis. Sort of like a nightmare version of Berlin, all with the anarchy, but none of the stability that the F-state provides. The radiation poisoning, cancer, and mana pollution are just the icing on the cake. So, when Adrian helped the Luftwaffe shoot Fierschwing down, she crashed into the SOX. That much is well known. But what isn't as well known are all the modern-day myths that have arisen about her since, and tonight I've heard an earful. Shut up a girl who claimed to be a ghost rat. That's a smuggler that operates in the SOX. She told me about a dragon cult called the Disciples of the Cleansing Fire. Apparently these cultists worship some sort of radioactive ghost dragon. It could be Fierschwing, or it could be nothing. But it's worth digging into all the same. Another thing that my little ghost rat told me, the popular rumor of the SOX is that Fierschwing's actual form was, I guess you could say, mutated by all that background radiation. Some of the glowpunks out there say that she's shed her body like an old coat. Others say that she's trapped, doomed to languish as an intangible, radioactive ghost. I don't know how much credence to give any of this. After all, I don't have any proof that my ghost rat is even a ghost rat. She might be, but then she could also be a real run-of-the-mill glowpunk. Or maybe she's just yanking my chain. She's never been into the SOX at all. Who knows? Well, it's food for thought. Anyway, I don't know whether the thought of some radioactive ghost dragon thing is any scarier than a genuine dragon is, but it's interesting all the same. Now, the big question is, will any of this get me closer to finding Adrian? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no, but you can never tell. Screen goes black. 2054, 11, 12. Alright, let's continue thinking outside the box. After the Dragonfall, the great dragon Kaltenstein came flying into the SOX to rescue the Firewing, but he was driven off, some say killed, by Lofweir and Nibblehair. So, what if there's another dragon involved in all this? Winters grabs a thick leather-bound tome from a shelf behind him, licks a finger and begins to leaf through it. Alright, so let's run down the list of major dragons that could be helping her. First, there's Golden Worm Lofweir, CEO of Seder Krupp, quite possibly the single most dangerous being on Earth. Lofweir is a local boy, so he'd been in a position to help Fierschwing. He certainly has the financial capability to help her. He could send a small army to the SOX if he wanted to. He's definitely got the means, but I can't see how he'd have the motive. He actively prevented the Firewing's rescue back in 2012, after all. Same thing is true for Nibblehair, so let's scratch the both of them off the list. Flips a page, frowning. We got Aiden, the Great Sarush. He's operating out of Turkey. By all accounts, he's not a fan of Lofweir, and they're actively competing for the territory in the Middle East. Suppose that could be considered motive. Reviving the Firewing might cause problems for the Golden Worm. Would he risk a war with Seder Krupp by straying onto Lofweir's territory? Again, I don't think that's likely. Turns another page. There's Celadir, sorry. Wales. Pretty heavily interested in Transys Neuronet. He's got the money, but he's too busy dealing with the BTO killer scandal that Transys is going through out in London to get his claws dirty in the SOX. Flip. Dunk goes on out in the UCAS. Pauses, shakes his head, then he slams the tome shut. No, this is a waste of time. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am. The Firewing is acting alone. Dragons don't cooperate unless they absolutely have to. Hello, holy spokes, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We burned through the Humanist compound, and our boy, Dietrich, has gotten a new ability. You're doing alright? Fair enough, good to hear. Welcome back to Shadowrun Dragonfall. A new CD has been unlocked for us to look at. Apparently Mr. Vauclair, the Dragon Slayer, is caught some Chinese food. Hey, fair enough. Apparently Vauclair is haunted by his demons, that being Firewing. But Green Winter's more information has come up. After all, why bother making nice with your equals when you've got an entire planet full of pawns at your disposal? They don't need to work together, they have us to exploit. Winters leans forward and presses something off screen. Display goes black. What kind of Chinese food, if you don't mind me asking? All this track does, though, is clearly corrupted. The screen fills with a meaningless stream of text. Okay. Ah, General So's chicken. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know how to make sense of any of this. Okay. File is partially garbled. You can recognize a few words here and there, but they're interspersed amidst a solid block of corrupted text. Leclerc and still my big bro. Still searching for. Swear to. Ian, I will find you. This last old. Hold on. Vega is trying to run Lego City on a video player. Whoops! You need to put in the second disc. So, okay. Bunch of useless things. Eunice, Firewing, sorry to... As I will find you. Old... not getting any closer. Old Ash, maybe. I feel like they hid some information here. I feel like they hid some information in here. Because there's clearly some... There's the regular text from Green Winters, Mr. Chewing Gum. And then there's a bunch of capitals that are all probably a separate thing. Screen fills with a meaningless assortment of ASCII characters. Old. Add. Ash. Old Ash, I think. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Ah, well. We got what we needed. We got some information, at least. Anything you got to say, Paul? Anything more, I guess? Greetings. Amsel appears that you through a battered old pair of wire-rimmed glasses. There's something gentle about the man with his silver hair and his tweed... Excuse me, in his tweed jacket. He looks more like an aging art history professor than he does like a criminal go-between. Is there something I can do for you? Got a question about the Quartz Bazaar. A little slice of heaven, isn't it? What can I tell you about our little Kias? I got it covered on my own. Very austere. Very. We need to claim our money, though. And put some of it into the trust fund here. Completed jobs. Back to root. Jobs directory. Claim payment for the Humanist data steal. There we go. Not bad. Deductions for crew salary. Ammunition and oh, okay. Ammunition and resupply costs. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So deductions for crew salary is minus 6,000 new yens. That's 4 divided by 6,000 divided by 4. That would be like 1,250, give or take. Ammunition and resupply costs. Fair enough. Automatic deduction for Alice funds. Yeah, that's about right. We got a couple. We might as well hit up that guy at the Cafe Sezva. As well as check to see if our drone friend is properly handled. Well, that is a decent amount of money put in. It's not bad. Malit Hoye. Hello there. Got the drone fixed yet? I do, just finished before you arrived. There's a complication, though. So, what is it? This drone's got a custom AIOS stack on it. Someone wrote code that sits in the bootloader and configures the drone to only accept commands from a specific user. Thing works like a computer virus, so there's no way I can rip it out unless I got another brain for this model of drone. Before you ask, yes, I looked into that. Problem is, this is a stolen corp drone. A discontinued model of a stolen corp drone. There are no parts for this thing on the market around here, so unless you know who locked this thing up so tightly, you're not going to get more use out of it than as a doorstop. Ask around for its owner, thanks. Probably Blitz. I'd be willing to bet. Hey Blitz. This your drone? Blitz eyes widen when he sees the drone that you're carrying. He looks anxious. Oh, hey, Chief. How's it going? Does it belong to you? Yeah, Chief, that's mine. I didn't want to say anything at the time since it was my idea to have you loot the vault in the first place. What's it doing in there? It's my personal drone. Good to have something to hide behind when you're on a solo decking run, you know. Lester took it from me when she seized control of the Schwartz hers, and I've been hoping to get it back ever since. Gotta say, Chief, it hurt me to see her all banged up to hell like she was. Looked like Lester had a few of her goons take turns with my baby with a baseball bat. It looks like you got her up and running again. How do you manage that? Does that one listen to anyone but you, though? Score! So, can I have it back? Hell yeah, you can. His good boy is back. He should be, more operational if we ever have to deal with him. What kind of text do you carry? All sounds whiz to me. What do you got? Fuchi Virtua X, not bad. Renraku Craftwork. Do we have any karma? We have plenty of karma. Okay, let's deck up then. Higher level decking is going to boost our abilities quite a bit. So I'd like to have a little more skill in it, you know. And there we go. In the market for something exotic, sounds whiz to me. Let's see what you got. Give me a Fuchi Virtua X, please. Medic would definitely be helpful. Anything else that we got here? Not much. A sundowner would be great, but yeah, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Erosion will help. Blaster will definitely help. And killer. Maybe some ESPs? Does she have any ESPs? Yes, they're just expensive. Yeah, we'll take an attacker. Should help. That's a massive boost to our abilities right there. Should help us out with the problems we got going on here. Look at where. Oh, here May. Lay Monica Schaefer's replacement. He looks you up and down the nods. Good. Like the part? Let me get right to business. My organization would like to retain your services for the indefinite future, but first, we're asking you to go on a trial run, an audition of sorts, to prove that you're the right man for the job. Assuming that you complete this trial to our satisfaction, I will then offer you a variety of simple tasks. All of these should be achievable in the course of your everyday business. You won't need to go out of your way or expose yourself to much unnecessary risk. For each task that you complete, you'll be rewarded handsomely, and there will be bonus if you finish them all. Have you piqued your interest? Will you accept our offer? What does this audition pay? I can offer you 1,500 new yen. But only if you complete the full audition, the run, and post-run interview to our satisfaction. If you fail to perform up to our expectations, you will receive no pay and no further offers. Fine. Very good. Assuming that your performance in the audition passes muster, I can foresee a long and fruitful business relationship between us. Is everything worth knowing in Germany, including the small pond that is Berlin? Alright, fine. Good. Very good. On to the task at hand. There's a man named Alashar. He's a senior manager at Hermes Eurocom and a respected figure in the community. My organization also suspects him of working with pro-corporate extremists. These people are actively working to undermine the Flux state and pave the way for a corporate-controlled Berlin. Oh, I know who he is. My organization has no more desire to see Berlin fall to the corporations than you do. However, we are hesitant to act on our suspicions without proof. This is where you come in. Want me to spy on him, then? Not directly, no. But we do need to place him under surveillance. You'll meet with a team that I've arranged for you, and with their assistance, you'll plant listening devices in his apartment. Take the U-Bahn to Frankfurter Tor and go alone. The rest of your team will meet you there. I already have a team. You do, yes, but they are unsuitable for this job. Remember, this is a test of your abilities, not Iger's, or Glory's, or Dietrich's. Fine. Very good. The moment that you board the train to Frankfurter Tor, your test will begin. I'll advise you to bring what you need in terms of medical supplies and ordnance. Once you embark on your trial run, there will be no turning back. After you've planted the devices and verified that they work, come back to me. There'll be a brief interview, a post-mortem on the run if you like, and assuming that I'm satisfied with what I hear, I'll pay you your first stipend. Then we will discuss our future options. Best of luck. We'll be watching. Creepy bugger. Good to know, though. Oh, again? You've been busy. Gossip travels fast, doesn't it? It's not gossip, it's work. Survival, really. You need to survive working like this. Well, you know, Altug always says, if you do not spy, how will you know who's boss? She raised her hand as though to excuse her poor memory. Or something like that. I just get, what do I know? It should be a lesson for when you're older, don't you think? Cammy puffs up indignantly, and you realize how young she must really be. She can't be out of her teens yet. What does that mean? You're really gathering until you need some street smarts. You're still wet behind the ears. You'd be surprised what I know, but you don't seem like the perceptive type, so that's to be expected. She practically hisses her response, her eyes suddenly narrowed and venomous. She looks down and exhales, then the clouds leave her bright face. Listen, I have better things to do right now than get ticked. We'll chat later, okay? Okay, Cammy. Let's take that U-Bahn. I don't like having to do it alone, but fine. We got a drone with us, so we've got something to support us. What do we have gear-wise? We have a lot of equipment. We have a drone repair kit, we have a med kit, and some drugs. I guess that'll have to do. Let's go for it. Fine. A lone operative, I guess. How rude of them to say that we can't send our boys, but... As the U-Bahn hums towards the Frankfurter Tor, you tug idly at the fabric of your maintenance uniform. You found a duffel bag on your seat when you boarded, along with a note from DeWare to put on before your arrival. The moment you step off this train, the note said, your travel run begins. You're to rendezvous with the rest of your team, reconnoiter the building, and plant the specified devices in Al-Shar's suite. Beyond that, your approach will be left to you. Do not disappoint us, you are being watched. Okay. Sure. We'll go for it. As you emerge from the... Indeed, it does sound familiar. As you emerge from the dingy confines of the U-Bahn tunnel and step into the light of day, you find yourself confronted by a wall of muscle in a knight-errant uniform. You're with maintenance. It isn't a question. He stands impassively waiting for a response. Have you seen any other maintenance guys around here? Yeah, they've been trickling in over the last 15 minutes or so. Alright, done a security check on your entire crew. Everything checked out, so you're good to head on into the building whenever you want. Thanks for your time. Have a good one. A young dwarf looks up at you, wide-eyed with apprehension. From the way that she's fidgeting, you can tell that she's terrified. She bites her lower lip, eyes darting from side to side. Finally, she takes a step toward you. Hello? Are you... Am I late? No, you're right on time. The rest of us got here early, and one of the others was pretty vocal about not wanting to wait. He took off, and the other guy followed him. They're already inside. Well, I guess I can't fault their enthusiasm. The dwarf wrings her hands. I'm sorry. I told them to wait, but they didn't listen. They just muscled on past me and waltzed through the front door. Alright, calm down. I see that you have a toolbox. You have something stashed in there for the run. Well, in a manner of speaking... He opens the box and shows you its contents. It's packed to the brim with an assortment of hand tools. Not like you. Not like the others. You should probably know that. Then what are you like? An old person with a boyfriend and a cat in a shitty apartment. I'm not a career criminal. Is what I'm saying. I'm just an electrician. Don't worry. I'll look after you. The fear drains from her face. She looks exhausted. Thank you. I really, really mean that. I'll try to take care of myself as best I can. I don't want to be a burden. I brought my taser and I have a little holdout pistol for self-defense, but I've never fired a living thing before, a little person. I'm really hoping that I won't have to. They said that our teammates are already inside. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I watched them storm through the front doors of the building that we're gonna hit about 10 minutes ago. A lot can happen in 10 minutes. I'll be on the first floor. Nobody's getting upstairs until I bypass the security locks in the elevator. That's why I decided to wait for you out here. I figured that they couldn't get too far ahead of us if I didn't go inside with them. Good thinking. Thanks. I just hope they don't screw things up in there. All I want is to get this thing over with and get back home. Right there with you. Let's head inside. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. I like Jaina already. She's pretty, she's got a good head on her shoulders. She may not be experienced. A mid-level corporate compound, complete with living spaces in the upper levels. She may not be experienced, but she's got a good head on her shoulders. I want to get a look around the place, see what we can find. A ladder leading up. Interesting. Quite to reach. We got an escape route there. That's good. It's not the best escape route, but it is an escape route. A waitress. Don't I have somewhere to be? Yes! I want to get a layout of the place first. Let's talk with this waitress. See what she's got going on. The alley's a dead end, though, yeah. Unfortunately. Well, the thing is, we can book it out of the alleyway and into the streets. Theoretically, if they're all like focused on the front entrance, then we can book it out that way. Waitress steps forward to greet you, a drink menu in her hand. Welcome to Caf Shack, home with a budget-friendly caffeine fix. May I help you? What do you have? Cheapest soy cafe in Berlin, guaranteed. She pauses for a moment and looks you up and down. You've been around long enough to know when you're being sized up. Finally, she continues. But of course, for hardworking folks like yourself, we do have other options. Options that corporate security doesn't tend to appreciate very much. Oh, activity enhancers. Get the picture? Big corporate people seem to not be very keen on doing that this time. Yeah, not this time. I've got just the thing for that big presentation, or that make-or-break annual report. It's called Jolt, and it's amazing. Imagine a great big cup of calf, only without the nasty crash of the jittery stomach. You can take as many as you need without winding up in the hospital, and each one will keep you up for hours. Sounds too good to be true. Well, it's pricey. And there are some minor side effects. If you take more than 5 in a single sitting, you'll probably get a nosebleed. I don't think that anyone has ever tried drinking more than 10 at once. He pauses, considering. Yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, not my thing. Sorry, lady. Interesting, but not our thing. I'm surprised that there's not more security if they just bouldered in there. As you step through the door, you find yourself confronted by a pair of men wearing the same kind of uniform that you are. Judging by their expressions, there's no love lost between the two. Hearing the door swing open, they turn to face you. Ashore, though, too, a human with arcane symbols tastefully embossed into his belt, glares at you. Here, finally. And you brought our little mouse of an electrician with you. Rather late than never, but not much better. You're tardy enough as it is. He jerks his thumb at the elf standing beside him. Leave it to you to keep her pack mule in line. The elf's lips curl into a snarl. Hanging from his back is a bulging pack. Looks incredibly heavy. His broad shoulders sag under the weight of whatever's inside. He's dumb as a post, but he can lift heavy things. Might not be bad in a fight either. At the very least, he can soak up a few bullets for the rest of us. Throwing daggers at the mage, he spits out a long string of foreign words in a single susurrant breath. The sound of it is lovely, but his expression leaves little doubt that the message behind the words is an ugly one. It's elven, isn't it? Oh. And I hope that you can speak Sparathiel. He shakes his head in disgust. Damned useless immigrants. Look, let's just get on with it. Straight to the point. Good. I have an important meeting in a few hours, so let's get to the penthouse and plant the cameras. I'll mask them against detection, then we can all go our separate ways. The elf mutters something under his breath and hitches the bulky pack up a little higher on his back. His muscles bulge under the strain of it. Are you sure that our friend here only speaks Sparathiel? My immense disappointment, yes. A Tir Tarangar dialect by the sound of it. I wish that you'd do us all a favor and go back. Can you understand me at all, brother? Elf's dialect is completely foreign. It's quite unlike the form of Sparathiel spoken by the elves of Tir Nanog. You only managed to catch a few words. You terrible insolence of threatening. See if at all? Just be calm, my friend. Words don't seem to have much impact. The scowl deepens. Now we're all together, let's discuss our approach. None of you actually want to be here. And the distinct impression that none of you actually want to be here, but we got a job to do, so you're all gonna have to suck it up and deal. Let's discuss our approach. Anyone know how we're supposed to get into Elshire's penthouse? I do. If you can get me to a building access panel that's on the same circuit as the penthouse, I should be able to put its security system into maintenance mode. The job will take some creative rewiring. Well, that and whatever's in the pack that the elf is carrying. Our employers gave me the schematics. And do you know where we'll find that access panel, mouse? Quit calling me that. She takes a moment to calm herself. And yes, I do. There's an access panel in one of the mid-range apartments on the same floor. My contact gave me a keycode that should get us in. You said should twice already. That makes me feel uneasy. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. It's the plan that I was given and we're stuck with it. Unless you have a better idea, we'll just have to follow our instructions and hope for the best. She turns to face you. Get me to a building access terminal on this floor and I can rewire the elevator. That's the first thing that we need to do. Once we're upstairs, we use the code I was given, I rewire Alishar's security system, and we hide the cameras in his apartment. Oh, that's the theory anyway. Alright then, let's go. Let's dress the suit. Get Jay into the utility room. Well-dressed orc stops his pacing to stare at you as you approach. Heavy warrior line etches his forehead, and his eyes are bloodshot. He looks like he hasn't slept in a month. I don't want to be rude, but I'm a little busy right now. If this is about building maintenance, take it someplace else. His cheeks flush red. He takes a step forward. Watch it. You don't get to talk down to me like... The orc bristles. Like a janitor? Yes, I do, because that's what you are. If you want to keep wearing that uniform, you better watch that attitude. Now isn't there a floor that you could be cleaning or something? Got a lot on my mind to worry about. Important things, and I don't want to be bothered. Relax, I'm sure that it's going to work itself out. With a visible effort, he calms himself. Look, sorry. I'm not trying to be unpleasant. It's just that I have a huge presentation to give to the board in 20 minutes. I stayed up all night practicing it. Now I'm so tired I can't even remember my own name. That's rough. He shakes his head miserably. I'm gonna botch this. And the worst part is, most of those bastards will assume that's because I'm an orc. I already make jokes behind my back. This is gonna get a lot worse. It's tough, man. Best of luck. Not great. Hopefully he recovers soon. A knight errant enforcer. That's not great. So we stick to the plan for now. To the utility room. Upstairs. Okay. Shouldn't take us too long. Hey there, lady! A boutique food kiosk. The sign up front advertises a variety of locally sold foodstuffs, all of them terribly overpriced. You find a variety of sandwiches wrapped in slick plastic. You could eat for a week. A week for the price of one of these things. God damn. That is brutal. A tailor. Oh, nice. Inspect. Is there something here? Jaina studies the junction box for a moment, then turns to face you. See that guard in the hallway? Well, he was standing next to a junction box just like this one. Looks like they're both in the same circuit, too. So, these people are running a Six Flags in here. No kidding. Complete with overpriced gift shops. Gotta wonder, do they have like I don't know, a room of holding or something that's just this giant water park instead of a broom closet? I could use this one. Oh, the one that the guard is standing by. She looks at the junction box again and nods. Yeah, I could feed a nice power spike into that one from here. You know, if you want me to. What would that do? Make a loud bang and arc enough voltage into the hallway to knock out a gang of trolls? Alright, fry him. Well, there we go. Hello there. The saleswoman's expression brightens the approach. Welcome to Dunkley's Fine Clothiers. Are you shopping for a suit? Fashionable business suit made of a ballistic cloth catches your eye. It'd be a simple matter to slide it on under your baggy maintenance overalls. Let me see that suit. Ah, good choice. Style and safety. You have a good eye. Takes your arm. Here, let me show you to a dressing room. Not great. But it is a cool suit, I gotta admit. We don't have any money though, so, you know. Data keycard. We're in. Let's see what we got here. Wordlessly, Jaina pops an access panel at the base of the terminal and begins sniffing wires. A few minutes later, she replaces the panel's cover and stands. Alright, that should do it. I bypassed the security lock on the elevator. We're good to head upstairs. That was quick. I know my way around electrical systems. My father used to own rental properties all over Munich, and I helped to maintain them. She smiles shyly. I've been rewiring buildings since I was a little girl. Touching. I don't know what this has to do with getting me to my meeting, but please, by all means, keep waltzing down memory lane. We'll wait. Alright, we're on a timetable here. Let's go. Yeah, of course. Sorry. No worries, Jaina. She is a precious bean. Poor Jaina. What's this about? A tech vendor. Oh, I see. Cheeks dimpling. Good afternoon, and welcome to Augmentech, the boutique that makes a better you of you. Her voice is overflowing with forced cheerfulness. I wonder how many times she has had to give this exact speech every day. Blech. Tell me, how I can help you today? Might be in the market for some cyberware. They've come to the right place. She gestures at the terminal in front of you. Please feel free to browse our catalog. We have a huge stock of performance-enhancing augmentations to make you into the person you've always dreamed you could be. Scanning over the tastefully designed catalog, you find that most of Augmentech's stock consists of overpriced cosmetic cyberware. Metabolic tweaks to help burn away cellulite, ruthenium polymer hair extensions, ultra-expensive leonization treatments aimed at wealthy septuagenarians. On the back of the catalog, you find some more practical chrome, but nothing that a Shadowrunner would want. From designer replacement limbs to nephretic screens for alcoholics, Augment Tech carries the very best and fashionable implants for the ultra-rich. The mental enhancement section is a little more promising, but you don't see anything that you can already find in the Kreutz Bazaar. We're about to turn away when an ad on the last page grabs your attention. The newest iteration of the Encephalon system, complete with an integrated math SPU. Encephalon Next, as it's called. It's bleeding-edge commercial-grade tech. Non-compete agreements prevent it from being sold at most stores, but you found one that carries it. Looking at the new Encephalon, huh? Good choice. Our regional supervisor has one, and it is amazing. Totally worth the price. What's the price? We're doing a special right now. Yours is... That's wonderful. Good okay. Oh, sell the device and have it sent to the clinic of your choice. I see. Yeah, we're a bit underfunded. But if we could sell some materials, we could grab that Encephalon and bring it over. Yeah. Unfortunate. Tragically, we can't really equip that sort of thing. It is what it is. Yeah. I was hoping that we could grab it, but no. Alright, I'm gonna need you to get me to this floor's access panel. I'll be in room 303 on this room. Our combination is 14291. Let me write that down as the game suggests. X document. Door code 14291. There we go. I've got it locked down. Noted. I've got it. Okay, once I'm there, I can put the penthouse key door in maintenance mode. That'll have its key code combination to 111. 1111111. Okay. Been making halfway decent time. Not good, but not terrible. But I can't afford any more delays. Cracks his knuckles. Hope that no one gets in our way for their own sake. You're not turning anyone unless I order you to. You got that? Mage's lips curls into a sneer. Yeah, I heard you. If I wanted under instructions to follow your lead, this would be a very different conversation. Yeah, well, you are. So shut up and deal with it. She shakes her head in disgust. God, I wish we didn't need you to finish this job. His lip curls into a sneer. Sadly for all of us, you do. Oh, and by the way, we're gonna have words when this run is over, mouse. A stream of caustic syllables pours out of the elf's mouth. His back is stooped under the weight of his pack, but his hands are clenched into fists. He rolls his eyes and points a bony finger at the elf. Look, it's trying to speak. I want to get this over with. I want to get away from these people and go home. Oh, they gave it to us. Okay. Great. Hopefully the elf, there's the penthouse door console, so we need to go up this way. Put the cameras in maintenance mode. That's 303. Disable penthouse security. That's 302, that's 301. What's this one? Door con. Oh, that's the. Okay, so we need to go to 303. Shouldn't be too hard to get into there, right? That's 14291. There we go. Welcome, homeowner. Wow, this apartment is trash. Oh no, it's actually a lot better than I thought. That's not half bad, honestly. Moving the painting aside, you find a large maintenance access panel. Jana steps forward, a slight frown on her face. Okay, I guess this is me. She pulls a multi-tool from her belt and uses it to loosen the bolts that hold the panel in place. Pulling up a schematic on her PDA, she examines the terminal's wiring. Hurry it up, woman, the clock is ticking. Don't rush me, this is complicated. Popping the lid on her toolbox, she grabs a pair of wire clippers, a soldering gun, and a roll of electrical tape. With a look of grim determination on her face, she begins to snip into the massive harness of cables that runs the unit. Alright. Taps the elf on the knee. I'm gonna need that thing now. He nods and reaches back to unsling his pack. Placing it on the floor, he opens it and pulls out a large blue canister. It takes all of his strength to wrestle up from the ground and into the space in the access panel that Jane has cleared. There you go, you dumb ox. Do something useful for a change. The elf does nothing, and burned by the heavy pack, he stands up straight. For the first time, you appreciate how much larger he is than the corporate mage. Last time. Your damn mouth shut. I'll say whatever all of you shut up! You're distracting me. Mage falls silent and Jaina goes back to work. It only takes a few minutes for her to screw, wire, and solder the canister in the harness. She inspects her work, nods, then turns to face you. She stands and brushes the hair out of her eyes. Alright, job's done. Just need to do a bit of cleanup and we can get out of here. Nice job, Jaina. Yeah, thanks. Wasn't all that difficult, just a matter of following your employer's instructions. Hey, that's great, but time's a-ticking. Let's keep moving. He glances at the jumble of wire and circuitry through the open access panel. Oh, the cleanup will be gone before anyone notices anything anyway. What was the canister you put into the terminal? Beats me. For all I know, that it could be full of pixie dust. I said that I had to wire it into the wall of this junction, so I did. Lawyers don't tell us much, do they? He sneers. You haven't been doing this long, have you? The Lodge doesn't tell you things they don't need to know, and you don't ask. Your job's to do what they tell you, take the money, and keep your mouth shut about it afterward. It's all very simple. Lodge? The mage's eyes widen incredulously. You don't even know who you're working for, do you? You're leading this team, and you don't have a clue. Jaina cuts in, her eyes wide. Both of you, shut up! Somebody's coming! A tall, spray-tan man in an expensive suit rounds the corner of a jog and comes bustling into the room. He stops short when he sees your team. His eyes flick from you to the panel that Jaina pried from the wall, and the smile falls from his face. What the hell? This is my apartment. I own it. What are you doing in here? For maintenance. Look at the uniforms. Yeah, I see that. But you can't be in here without my consent, and you sure as hell can't go tearing at my walls without giving me advance notice. James shoots an irritated glance. This is a waste of time, and I'm already running late. You don't care to take care of this idiot? I will. Elf barks something out at James. The sound is uncharacteristically ugly, all harsh consonants and sibilant hisses. Let's keep calm, everyone. This is a simple misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass? Your friend just called me an idiot in my own home. He wheels on James, his hands ball into fists. I want to know your employee number, and I want to know it now! Mage raises an eyebrow, smiling. Do you, now? I'm a member of the Homeowners Association for this level. You know what that means? I have a lot of pull with building management. He thrusts an outstretched finger at James. Your days wearing that uniform unnumbered, I promise you that. I received a work order last week. I didn't receive a thing from dispatch, or from anyone else for that matter. My wife and I are entertaining guests here in an hour and a half, and our living room is ruined. I need to know what you're doing to fix this, and that you clean this place back up, and that you'll put a new coat of wax on the floors. I need... The hell with this. His hands twist into claws, and he raises them high. An instant later, they are wreathed in an unnatural purple glow. The glow intensifies into a scintillating torrent of light. The energy lances and stabs out James' hooked fingers as if it were alive. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's about right. Stand down. Yeah, that's about right. Your words are met with an incomprehensible screech in your peripheral vision. You catch a flurry of motion. Your elvish companion is moving, making a beeline toward James. Jaina is hanging off him, trying to slow him down, but he barely seems to notice. With a kick, he sends her tumbling to the ground, then reaches for his weapon. Stop, damn it! We need him alive to complete the run! I hate the bastard too, but Jaina's right, we need him. Elk comes up short, staring at you. He sweeps his vision from you to Jaina to James, then he exhales heavily and spits out a jumbled, broken German. Killers, in instance of, will not stand for, I not slave. All lodgemen bastards, I kill all! Okay. Well, that's a thing. Look, buddy. Alright, let's deal with it. Look, we don't have much time. We need to. Defiance Super Shock. Take a shot. This guy's a prick, but we do technically need him. I don't like it. And here comes the security. Of course. Fucking hell, you stupid mage. I thought mages were supposed to be smart. But apparently not. Take out this guy. I guess it's too late to get this dealt with. Is there an optional? I kind of want Jaina to survive this. Honestly. Her taser's pretty good, I gotta admit. Mark the Knight Errant. That way he'll be destroyed before he gets a chance to do anything. Fucking prick. I don't like James. He's an obnoxious character, gotta admit. Let's have our Strato get a glimpse of the outside. Reload your gun. I have the feeling she's not about to go running out into the open, and I don't want her to. I'd like her to stay alive, honestly. I'd be willing to bet that there's Knight Errant outside as well. Well, that was a shit show. Huh. Yeah, here it comes. More Knight Errant. Oh, that's rude. More explosives, huh? Lovely. Jaina, would you mind doing a shock on this guy? Okay, get... Okay, she just ran out into the open to try to stun gun him. I'll do. I will do. That's not exactly a great chance. So we'll just move him out here and have him cast a power bolt at the Knight Errant. Yeah, he deserves that. To put it bluntly, this guy deserves that shot. I need you to heal yourself. Unfortunately, we need to keep him alive for this. I don't want to force Jaina to shoot anybody, you know. Defiance Super Shock. Not bad, Jaina. Not bad at all. That stun gun is coming in ridiculously handy. Then it'll keep her, you know, relatively okay by the end. Reload Defiance. Okay. I need to go repair the Strato. Soon, but not now. Let's see what we got here. Frickin' panic button users. Oh yeah, there's some Knight Errant up there. Not great. We're gonna have to fight our way around, Our drone is about to get obliterated, I think. Not quite yet. Strato, get back over here. I need to repair you. We don't have an option. I have to fix the Strato. These two fools aren't going to be able to do much damage on their own. I need to prepare shots so that if anybody passes by here... That's a really good ley line. I really want to pull that off. Yeah, I get the feeling they intentionally set us up with some bad teammates here. Alright, go forth, drone. Do your thing. Be the meme machine you were meant to be. Jaina, I need you to get over here. I need to get behind here. And Prick here needs to take a shot at Knight Errant. We need to get him onto a ley line. ASAP. Maybe. I mean, come on. These guys are not good runners. You gotta admit. They just ain't. Let's see how much damage you can do with this, buddy. Not much on his power bolt, but eh. It is something. Zap this guy. I do like the defense super shock. It's a really nice gun. As silly as it is. It's a little taser. Point at target, go zap. Ow. And you better back up. Then they double over and say that they might not pay us if they don't. Yeah, it's some bullshit right there. I swear, if they don't pay us, we're gonna shoot them in the cafe. There's just no two ways about it. They're dying if they don't pay us. Repair Jaina. Fire off your acid at this guy. Or miss horribly, that also works. Jaina, I need you to blast this Knight Errant mage. Okay. Not ideal, but honestly, this meeting guy deserves every bit of what he's getting. Reload your Defiant Super Shock and take a shot. There we go. Yeah, that's not gonna end well for him. Cover your own HP and then throw some acid at him, see if that does some damage. Not bad! He's probably not surviving this, even if we miss. Okay, the penthouse door console is 11111. Right? Yeah. There we go. I find it hilarious that it's all just ones. And the mage wipes spatters of blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. He attacked me. Our elf! The fucker tried to kill me! What do you think was gonna happen? His face flushes red. If you'd been a better group leader, we wouldn't have let that happen. You'd have... For the love of God, shut up. Just stop talking. We're both sick to death of you. You need me to... Finish the mission. Yeah, that's right. Finish the run. Yes. So let's go do that. Now. Without another word, the mage turns and stalks off in the direction of the penthouse. Ugh. What a grody elf. Or, sorry, not an elf. He's not an elf, he's a grody person. Place the first camera. It adheres to the ceiling with an audible click. James steps forward, his fingers bent. He whispers a long string of hushed syllables that seem to vibrate in your mind. For a moment, nothing seems to happen. Then you blink. The camera is gone. Done. Okay, moving on to the next one. Yeah, that's absolutely necessary. The second camera clicks into a heating vent. The lens irises to adjust to the light. James repeats his previous performance, and the camera fades from view. I swear to God if he's gonna try to pull something here. Oh hey, medical supplies. Yoink! Mine now. Replace the last camera, steps forward, then turns to stare in the eye. When you get through with this run, I'm gonna tell my handler all about you. You won't look for the lodge again. Not because you're an incompetent leader, but because I have to pull, and I don't like you very much. What do you have to say about that? This entire run is a test. I think that you're here to tempt me into losing my cool. That isn't gonna happen. An infuriating smirk returns to his face. Yeah, that's right. This is all about you. Just keep on believing that and see where it gets you. He whispers to the third camera, and soon enough it fades from view. That's it. We're done. Let's go. Done. Yeah, that's about right. Now we have to get the hell out of here. Best way to do that, I'd say, is to go out the side exit, but I think the game wants us to go out the front. Yeah, there it is. Knight Errant. Alright, let's activate our boy. All the shops are shut down, go figure. This guy's out in the open, so he's not going to be too hard to deal with. Let's get behind some cover. You as well, Jaina. Bop him so he can't do anything. I do like her taser. It is an ungodly weapon, and I would love to have it. Oh, great. A conjurer, just what we needed. Still not that great at hitting us. Okay, then. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, we need to deal with this conjurer now. Not exactly a great situation to be in. But I think we can wipe him out nonetheless. Missed? How the hell did it... Okay. A Defiant Super Shock. Get behind cover. Yeah, that's about right. 2 AP on the Inferno, huh? Let's mark off this Knight Errant. That Conjurer's not going to live long enough to be worthwhile. There we go. Jaina, I need to shock this Knight Errant. Prevent him from doing anything. Lock him down. James, heal yourself, you absolute buffoon. And then blast this Knight Errant with some acid. I'm glad that our drone is taking most of the damage. It's important. Jaina, you know what to do. Just wipe him out. This taser would be amazing. I don't know why we can't use it. In our own runs, you know? Mark him. Mark him for death. Move our boy over behind him. And delete. Let's get the hell out of here. Osgang. Yeah, I don't like this. This run's gone shifty immediately. Yeah, there's security. Find cover. Activate the Strato. Our boy. Our precious bean. Can't increase that thing's aim. But we can send a ball of, damage going their way. Oh, he actually hit. Not bad. Go forth, my bean. Delete. Jaina, get behind cover. Yeah, that's nice, buddy. Okay, we got a few enemies around here. We got a few targets. There we go. Dealt with. Our drone is expendable. That's the main reason why we're using it so much. I need you to go here, and then heal Jaina, because she needs it pretty badly. Our electrician here needs the assistance. Oof, okay, that looks painful. Let's get you to somewhere that you can be useful. Strato, take some attention away from them. And then we need to get up in here. We need to take the U-Bahn out of here. Get behind cover. Because ultimately, she just needs to stun things, and that's about it. Oh, great, more. Behind cover. Deal with this dude. Hey, Jaina, you mind zapping this guy? That'd be great, thank you. That super shock is a little ridiculous, I gotta admit. Jaina needs it more right now. He's already out of action, so... Hopefully he doesn't need to use a Bumona on that. There we go, more damage. And send a bolt their way. Ow. Is that a grenade launcher? I don't like that. I don't like the look of that. Alright, let's deal with this Knight Errant immediately. There we go. That is definitely a Grenadier. Send a mana ball this way. There we go. Plenty of damage to do. Let's mark this guy. He's a harder target to go for. Now it looks like it's a clear path. We could just take that path and go. Okay, the Grenadier has some actual shots. Cool. Good to know. Jaina, get over here. I need to tase this duder. Mostly because now he's a sitting duck and easy to kill. You... No, you can't mana bolt, can you? Heal yourself. And go for the Knight Errant Captain. That'll help deal with them. Our Strato is taking a lot of hits, which is always nice. It's nice to see that they got that. Take a shot at the Grenadier so he can't do anything. Basically just stun lock the boy. How did I... Okay. I don't know how the hell I missed that, but sure, we'll take it. There we go. Well, that's been handled. Plus, it'll make it look like it was an attack on the other guy. Incredibly visible. He's got something to say, doesn't he? Mission accomplished. Fucking finally. Call your handler and tell him that the job is done, and be quick about it. I need to be on the next train out of here. For once, he and I are in agreement. Can't put this place behind me quickly enough. All I want to do is go home, hug my cat, and forget that tonight ever happened. Punch Luca Duera's comm code into your PDA. Seconds later, you hear the telltale click of a successful connection. Duera's voice pours out of your PDA speakers. Job is done, I trust. Thing has been completed to your specifications. Very good. If you please, give me a status update on the members of your team. Bell from Tyr Tarngar turned on us, we had to put him down, but Jaina and James are both alive and well. He clucks his tongue softly. Interesting. The elf is dead was expected. He was a dangerous and unreasonable person. Disgruntled, you might say, after years of service in our employ. His betrayal of you was inevitable. Thankfully, with his death, we have gained valuable insight into your character. James's continued survival, on the other hand, was not expected. You're a very patient man. Duera smiles. This has been most informative. James's posture stiffens, but he says nothing. You can see dawning awareness behind his eyes, though. Slowly, the color begins to drain from his face. Now, let's see how adequately you complete the task that I sent before you. Enter the following code into your PDA, if you please. 5256719. Hold on. I don't know if I actually have to, you know, put it in myself or not. Tapping the code is instructing. Your PDA's screen cut to static. A moment later, a familiar image materializes on the screen. The penthouse room that you bugged. It appears to be a live feed from the cameras that you planted. Good, this room is secure. You've done a full sweep? Absolutely, sir. We've run multiple sweeps of the complete sensor package and we brought in a mage to search for signs of astral tampering. It all checks out. Love you too, James. All checks out clean. You're completely safe in here. That's a heavy sigh. Thank God. Call downstairs and let my wife and kid know that it's safe to come up. Will do, sir. Is there anything else I can do for you tonight? No, thank you. That'll be all. You have a good... Sun of the air in the room seems to ignite. There's a blinding flash and your PDA's screen cuts to static. Yeah, there we go. And that takes care of that. Please return to the Courts Bazaar. The remainder of your post-run interview will conclude upon your arrival. What the hell was that? He raised an eyebrow. What did it feel like? An explosion, of course. It wasn't a surveillance operation, it was an assassination. It was both, and both tasks were carried out to the letter. You should be pleased, the run was a resounding success. Not a satisfied customer when I got hired to do a job I deliver. Jaina covers her mouth with her hand, a horrified expression on her face. Oh god. I killed someone! Okay, Jaina, you just killed like 20 knight-errant soldiers there, buddy. 15 more like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, about 15. About 15 knight-errant. The sound of that explosion, I guess he killed a fair number of someone's. Alshar and his bodyguard at the very least, and probably a good half-dozen more. A morbid grin creases the mage's thin-lipped mouth. That makes you a mass murderer, Mouse. You're moving up in the world. A sob racks her chest. She begins to hyperventilate. Never get away from this. This is gonna follow me for the rest of my life. I kill people. I'm a fucking murderer. Say it louder, why don't you? I don't think they heard you in France. I have a response from you. Shall I make preparations? Damn right we're gonna talk about this. I'll be on the next train home. Very good. I'll be waiting. That's unfortunate. Your return trip to the Kreutz Bazaar is a quiet one. The train from the Frankfurter Tor is empty, save for you. There's nothing to distract you from your thoughts. You're finished with the first part of your audition. Luca Dwyer is waiting at Café Sesva to administer the second. I see. What a shitty person. Karma gained 2. I don't feel like I did a good thing. Alright, let's go talk with the dick. Frag grenade boost. Not bad. A knight-errant flashbang. Not particularly useful. I'd rather have the frag. Earth Attunement, Fire Attunement. Earth Attunement is generally tougher, so we'll take that. Trauma Specialist. And Augmented Cyberware Eye. Not bad. We'll take the Cyber Eye. That'll do. That should get us all we needed. Your task is now complete, Luca Dwyer. Brody person. Hey there, Alltech was just telling me you were around. I was wondering if you might be willing to trade a story to. What are you looking for? Well, you're new here. I know that you knew Monica, and I've got a vague idea about what went down the night she died, but I want to know what you think your most exciting adventure has ever been. Bill taps a finger thoughtfully against her chin. Hey, how the hell did you hear about that? She smirks playfully. Remember, I'm Alltug's ears and hands outside the cafe. We share a lot of intel, he and I. What's the story between you two, then? She glances away briefly before returning her gaze to you. I suppose I can tell you, if the Monica thing was a secret of yours, it's only fair I share one of my own. Never really went to school, pretty much been a street kid as long as I can remember. There was so much to learn from people outside of school that I never really bothered. Makes it difficult to get a job, so as all good street kids do, I chose a place to haunt with my friends and always hung out there. That was Alltug's Cafe, and he was super nice about me and mine. I'm more comfortable with him than I ever did mine Vader. Her eyes narrow only for the briefest moment of the word. I talked a lot when I was waiting around for my friends. This has been fairly comfortable with me too, otherwise he wouldn't have offered me a job. That's nice of him. There I was, but speaking of Alltug, I ought to be going. You know where I am if you got anything for me, Ja? She grins and waves a little before bouncing off. The Café Sesva. You shit-eating... Ugh. Welcome back. My congratulations on a job well done. I want him dead. You could have just said so. No, thoughtfully. Good to know. But the purpose of this test is to gauge your adaptability. We need to know that you'll be willing to do what we tell you to do, regardless of your personal feelings in the matter, and we need to know that you'll roll with the punches if circumstances change mid-run. Many of your colleagues in the Shadow community have overinflated egos, that their personal feelings interfere with their work. Our organization needs to know that you will see tasks that we assign you through, no matter what. The true purpose of the run, that you just went on, was to test your willingness to adapt to change. You're still being tested, by the way. If you work from our organization, you may be asked to do things that you find morally troubling. Sometimes, it might even appear that we are lying to you. We can take comfort in knowing that everything we request of you is ultimately for the greater good. What is this greater good? Define it for me. You can't see the big picture. I can't either. I am, again, just a mouthpiece. The ones who know my organization's ultimate ends are its ruling council, and they aren't in the practice of sharing information with their hirelings. But know that they are some of the most intelligent men on... Oh, okay. And they place a high priority on social order and stability. Okay, so he works on some sort of, creepy thing. Right, our ways. I'll call you when your services are needed. Yeah, whether you take it or leave it will be yours. If you take it, return here and I'll pay you a fair sum for your services. If you leave it, well, there are some organization who will be quite unhappy. Yeah. Yeah. That guy's rather shitty. He works for some sort of Illuminati, huh? I'm told you have been quite busy of late, O wanderer of the shadows. My street rats tell me that business is picking up. He flashes a wry smile and winks at you knowingly. Is that the man who has taken over Monica Bragazi? Who doesn't look like your rotundity, the Pope from the Vatican? Give him a soy calf, a big one, and put it on my account. I like the cut of his jib. A large soy calf? Ma, you are the generous one, Goldschmidt. Are you sure you can afford such a gesture? The fat man frowns. And a scone! I was going to say, and a scone as well. Nothing is too good for him. As you desire, O ample one, the Turk whispers. The man is a moron, but he eats his weight in baklava and pastry, so who am I to care? Oh, what is that you would like? Just killing time. I do like these two. They're an interesting pair, you know? They're funky as hell. No new info that I know of from Paul. Huh. Hey Chief, what's up? Have you ever heard of an organization called the Lodge? It's a fun one, yeah. You ever heard something about a capital L Lodge? Yeah, there was some chatter on BBS that I used to hang out on a few years ago. His brow froze in concentration. It's a magic thing, some sort of boogeyman for conspiracy theorists. Interesting. Know of anything else? Not really, no. Conspiracy theories aren't really my thing. I prefer to keep my eyes on what's ahead of me. Besides, most of that stuff is bull anyways. On the whole, people are too disorganized and selfish to make a global conspiracy work. Anyway, that's all I know. He shrugs. Besides, I don't think it's anything to worry about. With the whole dragon thing, we got enough on our plates anyway. Great! So, we've got some information on the Lodge. Lovely. Good boy. Paul Amsel. You got any information on the Lodge, buddy? Greetings. Is there something I can do for you? Okay. What about you, Dietrich? What's new? Have you heard of an organization called the Lodge? Lodge? He freezes up. Boss? Do you mean the Black Lodge? I don't know, maybe. Lodge is all that I heard. Let me describe him to you, and you can tell me if what I'm saying fits. Shadowy, powerful, secretive as hell, with deep pockets and a penchant for hiding the truth. They conduct all their business through dupes and go-betweens. Gives you a sideways glance. That sound about right? That's them in a nutshell, yeah? Well, if it's them, and whoever you're talking about I ain't saying it is, then I advise you to stay away from them. Stay far, far away, and whatever you do, don't take the money. If you do, they'll own you. Dietrich? I have something to tell you. If you're about to say what I think you are, don't. I don't want to know. Well, tell me what you've heard about this Black Lodge, then. I need to know. Well, the story is that the Black Lodge is the mother of all conspiracy. Supposedly, they've been around for hundreds of years, and they've been practicing magic since well before their awakening. Impossible, I know, but I believe it. Ever heard of the Masons? Oh, yeah, they are literally the Illuminati. Ever heard of the Masons, the Knights Templar, the Bavarian Illuminati? They're all puppets of the Black Lodge. None of them knew who they were working for, but the Lodge was there pulling the strings. They've always been. They're still here today, that's my theory. That gives me a lot to think about. Good thing, boss. Suddenly, I could use a drink. How do you switch from fronting a band to running the shadow? Honestly, working the stage was getting boring, boss. Spitting and screaming at the wall was fine and good when I was a kid, but it just didn't do it for me anymore. The Dragon Slayer wanted me to fight a real enemy, so I left the band behind and I turned to the shadows. He shrugs. I don't know, I guess I figured that'd be the best way to find one. Hey, you're not wrong about that. Yeah, I guess not. Feels kind of daunting, truth be told, but it's exciting all the same. I've been looking for a worthy adversary for a while now. It's kind of satisfying, having a white whale to chase. You do know the white whale killed Ahab, right? Yeah, of course I do. He grins. But it was a hell of a fight, wasn't it? How long have you been looking for a real enemy? Not too long, ever since I took down the last one. And that was. Of course, I might be able to sit around feeling pleased with myself if I followed the Creator, or the Moon Maiden, but the Dragon Slayer ain't that kind of idol. If I'm not drinking, I'm fighting, and if I'm not doing either of those things, I'm looking for a bigger, better fight to get in next time. Dietrich produces a flask from his jacket pocket and raises in salute. It's a remarkably simple code to live by. Who was this last one? Gang boss, great big orcish bastard called the Wildschwein, sorry. Led the local chapter of the Horde. I'd had my sights set on him and his for a while. They'd hurt a lot of people and I figured they'd pose a challenge. I wasn't wrong about that, but I took him out in the end. I like Dietrich's idol. When does this pattern end? Well, boss, the way I figure it, it'll end when I pick a fight that I can't win. He smiles sadly. Might be this one. Maybe the next. It'll be hard to top a great dragon. Man, that's the way the Dragon Slayer wants it, and who am I to refuse him? Abruptly turns away. That's enough talk for today, boss. Besides, you got other things to do, I'm sure. Thank you, Dietrich. Hey, Iger! Okay. Glory? Maybe? For the first time since you met her, Glory's expression seems to brighten. It's subtle, but it's there. You're sure of it. A pleasure, as always. Need anything from me? How are you doing? Golden as always. No problems here. Didn't know any better. I think you were warming up to me. She studies your face for a moment before responding. I suppose that you might say that. I don't talk to many people. It just doesn't seem to be worth the effort. I don't really feel much anymore. Not since he caresses the chrome of her forearm with a hand made of articulated steel. This. If that's true, why are you still talking to me? I suppose because you've shown an interest, and because you haven't let me push you away. Box eyes with you, her expression is blank. I don't want to mislead you. I still don't feel anything, not warmth or friendship or even trust. But I can appreciate the effort you're making. It's something new, and it's worthy of exploring. You ready to tell me about the chrome you're sporting? I'm getting there, but you have to give me some time. But that things went bad when you turned 14. You want to talk about that? She stares at you, her face expressionless. No, I'd rather not. Why not? Because I don't see a reason to. The memories are unpleasant, and dredging them up doesn't serve any real purpose. Last time we talked, I had an impact on you. That is reason enough to continue. She pauses a moment to consider her words, a troubled look on her face. I suppose that's true. Feeling discomfort is better than feeling nothing at all. Alright, here's the deal. I'm going to talk, you listen. When I'm done, I'm done. No complaints, no arguments, and we'll see what happens. Deal. Right. The 1,000-meter stare creeps back into Glory's eyes. A moment later, she's locked away in her own head again, reliving memories that she'd long since filed away. So a few days after my 14th birthday, I began to express. Magically. Go on. There's another long pause, and Glory becomes more animated. Anyways, I turned 14. I awakened. I don't remember how my parents found out about it anymore. I think that my dad caught me playing with a tiny city spirit that I coaxed out of a pile of garbage. Something like that. But everything that happened afterward, those days were kind of a blur. What I do remember is my father's response to the revelation that his little girl was a witch. A hex. He beat the living shit out of me with his fist, and then his belt, and then a claw hammer that he grabbed out of his toolbox. All the while my mother was screaming and flailing at him. She took a couple of licks with the hammer too. Miracle that you survived. Just lucky, I guess. Finally, after what felt like an hour, Dad stopped tuning me up with the hammer. My broken ribs, a busted arm. I couldn't see out my left eye. My entire right side was covered with one giant bruise. I was bleeding all over the place, making a real mess of the carpet. The old bastard spat on me, his bleeding, crying daughter. He spat on me and told me I was de Teufel her, the devil's whore. Then he kicked me out of the house. As I was crawling away, my father told me that if he or any of his Kreuzritter brothers ever saw me again, they'd treat me as the Berlin chapter treats their enemies of God. If you're not familiar with how the Kreuzritters here in Berlin deal with heretics, it's decidedly less pretty than what my dad and his buddies did to their victims. I got the hint, and the next morning I hitched a ride out of Stuttgart. Smart kid. Not that smart. Slowly, sadly, Glory shakes her head. But we'll get to that in a minute. I wound up in Tübingen. I figured it'd be a safe enough place to find medical attention and maybe to call home. It's not far from Stuttgart, but it has a huge student community that I figured I could blend into, and the university there has a decent magic department. My ride dropped me off at the university hospital, and they patched me up pretty good. Had some questions for me about how I got so beaten up, but I lied and told them I'd been mugged. Played nicely into my complete lack of cash, credit, and identification. And Glory pauses for a moment and looks down at the floor, then fixes her eyes on you. She's visibly tense. We're gonna fast forward through the next few years. I was a kid on the street, I got by as best I could, doing whatever I had to. The rest we can leave up to your imagination. Good? You know you had to, I'm no stranger to that myself. I don't think that anyone working in the shadows is. Nods. I figured you'll understand. So, anyway, I lived on the street for a few years, got used to being hungry all the time, got used to being rained on. Got by. I was painfully aware that I had magical talents, but without any kind of training or guidance, I didn't really know how to use or develop them. Truth be told, they scared me, so I more or less ignored them. So I just sort of went like that until a few days after my 17th birthday. Then I met Marta and everything changed. Marta was a sweet girl. At first I took her for a street kid, like me. Clothes were a little ratty and she seemed comfortable being near me, but she also looked well fed and happy. And those were two things that I hadn't been in years. We started hanging out, and before I knew what was happening, I was in love. There was a genuine attraction between Marta and me, I think, but I also think that a lot of my affection for her came from the fact that she was the first person in years to give a damn about me. She cared, and I loved her for that. And Glory pauses. She looks flustered, her composure cracked. Get going. She stares at you for a beat, then nods. A few ragged breaths later, she continues. Marta told me about a place where she'd been hanging out. She invited me to join her there. It was called the Feuerstel, the fireplace. It was sort of a commune for dispossessed youth. Turns out that a lot of the street kids I've known over the years have moved there. The way that they disappeared, I assumed that they'd been kidnapped or killed or gone back to their parents, but there they were. I remember being kind of angry about, like, how did everyone get the memo about this but me? Marta calmed me down. She was good at helping me work through my feelings, and I wound up following her to Feuerstel. To a street kid, it was basically paradise. The owner, a guy named Harrow, had set up his little farm just outside Tübingen in the Schönbuck forest. The Schönbuck is officially a nature park, but not many people go there nowadays. Too much fear of paranormal animals, I guess. Anyway, park or not, it was plenty big enough for us to hide in. It was also safe and pretty. And the farm was well stocked with food. Most importantly, Feuerstel gave us a sense of community and stability that we never had on the street, and we loved Harrow for that. He became like a surrogate father to us. Gloria pauses again, and you recognize the distinctive flush in her cheeks. She seems to come out of her reverie once again. That's enough for now. I need to process all of this, and I don't want to continue forward until I've had the chance to do that. I know that this all happened years ago, but I guess it's still pretty raw to me, so I'm gonna ask you to give me some space for a while. She turns away, and the frost begins to creep back into her voice. We can pick it back up later. Fair enough. Not bad. Well, payback is sweet. The screen flickers to life and Maxim's face appears. He's wearing a broad grin, and you can hear the sounds of celebration in the background. Hey there, Muscle. Not sure if Tuck gave me the right address, but I figured it was worth a shot. I don't know if you heard, but our favorite Paula Club got hit from all sides by the F-State today. It was glorious. Anyway, just thought I'd want to share in the good news, and thanks for your help back there. I don't think we would have made it out alive, made it out there without you. Here's his hand salute. Take care. Message ends and the image fades. Hey, Uncle Dietrich told me that I could message you here, so I figured that I should. Paula told me that I'm living at Samuel's, huh? Well, that's where I am. It's different, I'll give it that much. Like that I don't get pressure to hurt people here, so that's good, and nobody smacks around, even though I can tell that a lot of the Trog, the orcs and trolls want to. I do get yelled at a lot and called a lot of names, so I guess that making me feel bad about that kind of thing is all a part of the plan. That kind of sucks right now. But at least nobody is going to make me kill anyone. But he says that's going to get better, and maybe it will. I don't know. Anyway, what I mostly wanted to say was thanks for not killing me back at the Humanist compound. I had a gun on you, so you totally could have, but you didn't. And I'm really really glad about that. Really thanks about it. That's nice. Well, we got some information from the Lodge, I guess. That's interesting. Are we about to see that the Lodge is connected with Fierschwing or something? I wouldn't be terribly shocked, honestly. Ray Nujier. What do you got for us, Samuel? How's Alexander doing? He is adjusting, with difficulty. Samuel shakes his head. Your friend Dietrich took a chance in sending his nephew to us. I'll do my best to justify his faith in me. Alright. There's a few more spots that we can do. Meet with Gunari about the missing shipment. Not a lot of money in this one, I gotta admit. It's only like, what, 500? The Romani Patriarch is an impressive figure. An enormous man in his late 60s, burly and broad-chested despite his age. His voice is deep and resonant, his breath is heavy with the stench of pipe tobacco. Davenback Stale Elf, you're here to conduct some business? If so, I welcome you to met back arms and ammunition. If not, keep her right on walking. Got your message? He nods. Aye. A gang from a nearby Kias has been hijacking shipments bound for the Kreutz Bazaar, taking money out of our pockets. I could use your help to stop this from happening. Your dear departed Monica used to provide encryption and information control for the Kreutz Bazaar. Now that she's gone, we merchants have been having no end of trouble. The obvious answer is that a gang has been intercepting our communications. What kind? Shipping manifests, payment orders, that kind of thing. A group on an agenda could use that information to set an ambush, and that's just what this gang has been doing. Several cargo trucks full of goods have already been hijacked en route to the Kreutz Bazaar. I had a tracking device placed on the last shipment that I sent out, containers full of weapons and medical supplies. Fair enough, it got taken. I've tracked it to Gesundbrunnen. If you've never been there, it's a kiosk built out of an old U-Bahn station and some old bunkers. Rumor has it, a new gang called the Rabengeisters hold up there. I suspect that the two things are related. I need to go to Gesundbrunnen and find the Rabengeister and get our goods back. I can offer you 500 Nuyen for the task, and if you can recover our missing weapons shipment, I'll be able to sell you some better hardware too. Can you tell me about it? He frowns. Not much, I'm afraid. From what I've heard, Rabengeister are tricky. They have a reputation for stirring up trouble and disappearing without a trace. I would tread carefully in Gesundbrunnen if I were you. I get there. Just take the U-Bahn. Line still runs, though not many folks stop at Gesundbrunnen anymore. The market there used to be something of a tourist attraction, but I think they've fallen on hard times recently. Good, it's about time I had some new inventory come in. One more thing, I'm gonna need you to go light on this one. Take a friend along if you'd like, but no more than one. If you spook them, they could trash the merchandise. Best to go quiet. Let's go soon too, before the trail goes cold. I think Iger could help with that. I have cash, I need weapons. Technically, it's the opposite. We don't need two Ares Predators. The sawed-off Benelli is just a worse Mossberg. We have a Fuchi, don't we? Yeah, so we can sell our CTY. There we go. We need to replace our CTY with a Virtua X, though. So, here we go, to the safe house. Shouldn't take us long to deal with it, so there's that. Let's see what we got here. So we got the Strato Dex, the Fuchi Virtua X. Fuchi created the Virtua X for employees. Now deckers love to use it against them. We got more action points, we got a little bit more IP, we got plenty to work with here. We're not exactly using the Sony CTX. I think we're doing pretty well. Let's hit up that gang, shall we? Obliterate them. We need some muscle, and I'm thinking the best way to do that is to use Iger. Magically enhanced sword-wielding Ronin who has a good 3-piece suit. There we go. It is a short train ride to Gesundbrunnen. You exit the subway car, stepping into the old, grungy platform. The place is deserted, though. Signs of life are everywhere. A gaping hole in the ceiling filters cool, hazy light from above. To your right, a small plot of crops struggles to endure in the cold, in the limited light of the station. Trash and junk litters the platform. It's clear this place hasn't had anything resembling a janitorial staff in quite some time. Somewhere in this old, run-down U-bound station lies the entrance to Gesundbrunnen Kies. A little more, yeah. And hopefully some leads on the whereabouts of the Rabengeister and Gennari's missing shipment. And we're unlikely to have to deal with some sort of a massive boom. A colossal explosion, you know. Very unlikely. Let's put that Bumona in there. We are kitted. Oh yeah, we will. Oh, it's only 2, never mind. Well, we can't really use that, can we? Let's see what we got here. We got plenty of stuff. Stairwell down is completely collapsed. The old fluorescent grow lights are barely keeping the plants alive. Almost no light from the surface makes it this far underground. Let's see what we got here. Hello there, guard. That's far enough, friend. The older man raises his hand, squinting as you approach. To his left, a young orc shifts his weight, resting one hand casually on a pistol at his hip. Both are dressed in what might be considered uniforms, but it is hard to tell for sure. I don't get many visitors down here these days, and forgive me for saying, but... well, you don't really look like the type that usually comes through here. You look fed, for one thing. The man snorts. Indeed, so it brings you to Gesundbrunnen, stranger. I'll check out the market here. Two guards exchange glances. Of course, of course. Customers are always welcome. Head on in. Watch your step on the ladder there. Some of the steps get slippery when it's cold. Thanks. Ah, he's part of the gang. We're not gonna tip him. Man, I am parched. Hello there. The man before you is of average build and in nondescript dress. He's leaning against the old wooden cabinet, reading a book. As you approach, he looks up and casts a warm smile in your direction. Guten Tag! Name's Corin, friend. Can't say I've seen you around these parts before, just passing through, or... what can you tell me about this place? Gesundbrunnen? Well, that's my home for one, and we got a small bar set up over there. But of course, you'll want to know about the market. His eyes light up. It used to be something to behold, my friend. One of the grandest markets in the city. You can find nearly anything in these stalls for the right price. Real shame, but little by little, things slow down. Folks stop taking the subway line so much. Guess that's the way of the flux. Well, we can talk with the bar, Goldfish. Got any alcohol? The woman starts a little at your approach, but she recovers quickly and beams brightly at you. The fox face on her headdress seems to grin as well. Her classically nasal American accent voice is obvious. Hey, kiddo! Share a drink with me? Sure, if you're buying. Awesome! Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of options here. They got beer, a homebrew gin, and schnapps. Pick your poison. Drinking gin and tonics. The tonic cuts out some of the gas flavor. I think they've been instilling in old propane tanks. Yuck. A beer, thanks. Good thing, guy. Pours a tall glass of beer from a tap. Handle of which has long since broken off its advertising sign. It's warm, but has a good head. What's a girl like you doing in a place like this? Just traveling through. I heard there was a market, but... well, just look at this place. She waves her arm around in a wide circle, taking everything in from the sadly shimmying woman to the near empty corridors outside. So, just having a drink with this fine gentleman here, and then moving on. Where are you from? California Free States, doing the whole Europe tour thing, you know. Besides, getting me out of the hellhole, it's been a real good learning experience. Had some good fun, made some good friends. Flowers the ice around in her drink. You can smell the cheap gin from where you stand. But it's a hellhole everywhere these days. Can't drink enough to forget some things I've seen. I'm all for communism and anarchy and free love, but... Sometimes the F-state goes a little far. How do you mean? It's just the things like the turf wars and the racists and junk, you know, like those humanist assholes. Unpleasant. That shit aside, I like the idea of a state without the man. Listen, my name is Goldfish. What's yours? Meme machine. I said my bet. What are you doing in a place like this? Came here for the market, like you. At least there's alcohol. Synthahol, man. Whatever it is, I'll drink more to it. She downs her glass and slams it on the bar with a loud exhalation. So what were you hoping to find down here? Robin Hood? Some stolen goods. Oh man, that bites. I can see why you might come here looking here though. Seems like a place where Robin Hood might bring stuff to the poor. Stops a little and takes a swig. Not to say you're rich, but if that's who's got your stuff, this is as far away from medieval England as you're gonna get. Though, if you're looking for ghosts, this seems like a fine place for it. Seems like everyone and everything down here is a ghost. Ghost of the past, ghost trains, ghostly thin folks pale for lack of sunlight. I need sunlight too. I like to joke I photosynthesize, but it just gives you so much energy. These people don't have anymore. Her expression grows stern for a moment as she stares into her empty gin and tonic. Maybe I've been down here long enough. Maybe I'm a ghost too. Alright, that's it, Fraulein. You're officially cut off. Your total is 36 Nuyen. Can I at least buy something for my friend here? He's been talking to me for a bit and hasn't had anything. No, you're cut off. I don't want you even sipping out of it. Dude, chill. I forget I asked. He turns to you with a shrug. Sorry I can't get you anything else, but thanks for being a pal. We can talk with the young orc and give him a drink. It's a pretty good price for some gin and tonic, I guess. Okay, I can't give him any alcohol. Tragic. You'd think we'd be able to, but apparently not. Let's see what we got here. Anything good? Drawers look to be handmade out of rusty sheet metal. Nothing of value catches your eye within. Anything useful around here? That's clearly not a path. That ladder might be interesting. Soy calf ist Menschen. I don't know what that is. Odd merchant, shopkeeper, Geschäft. Hello there. How are you doing? Hello there, newcomer. I have many exciting and rare weapons ready to peruse. Instruments of death of the soil you'll not find anywhere else in Berlin. Care to take a look around? Despite the shopkeeper's claims, her inventory looks decidedly poor. Most of these weapons appear rusty and in ill repair. A particularly cobbled together pistol stands up from the bunch. A slapdash pistol. Huh. Not bad. What's up with that shy-looking pistol? Exquisite, is it not? The work of a master craftsman who used to live here. Forged some of the finest slug throws you'll find this side of the Atlantic. At that price, what a steal! Looks like some of those parts are hot glued together. As I said, the work of a master craftsman. A weapon made by any other would simply break after being fired. Okay, buddy. He clearly doesn't have anything. This crate appears to have been hastily pried open. Word Kreutz Bazaar is still clearly visible. Hi there, stranger. I got a sale on today. You're interested in some rations, salvage, some home remedies. Let's see what you got for sale. Nothing major. You seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? The troll's eyes flicker back and forth. I don't know anything about weapons. I just sell scraps of salvage and home remedies. Home remedies, eh? Those are some pretty fancy home remedies. Went to some mil-spec medikits and drugs in the corner of the man's shop. Paul looks around nervously. Well, sometimes I get lucky salvage. Just us here, friend. Okay, look. Yeah, the Rabbengeister came by yesterday. Asked me to move the rest of these medical supplies, then they disappeared. I don't know where they went. I mean, hey, I gotta make a living, right? Look around here. They leave me this kind of score, I'm grateful. I already sold most of it in less than a day. Plenty of folks around here are in need of real medical supplies. I've told you what I need to know. So we're cool, right? I don't know anything else. Max, I believe you. Times are tough. I'm sure these people needed that stuff. You're not going to hurt me? Thank you, stranger. Not everyone's so understanding around here. Look, if you're looking for the Rabengeister, try the old information kiosk on the other side of the market. I've seen some people coming and going through there. Alright, well, that's mighty nice of them. I might have a few supplies passing through, but... The militia captain stands at alert, her eyes tracking slowly across the market before coming to rest on you. Guten Tag? Seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently. No, I would have noticed that. Alright, buddy. Sure. He's noticed a set of scuff marks on the ground. Is there something heavy was dragged across here? Marks vanished into the wall. Found a small seam in the wall that suggests there might be a passageway hidden in the wall here. We can spot no clear mechanism for opening it. Maybe we should ask around. This looks like the place. I'm sure someone might spill the beans. Not bad. The bathroom, of course. Water's flowing out of the walls and stagnating pools on the tile floor. You can smell the mildew from here. Ugh. As you approach, the machine makes a series of sputtering sounds as the dust-covered screen flickers dimly to light. Time since last update. 52:07:11:5:22. Error. Primary database not found. Restarting in offline mode. Restarting. The screen goes dark as the machine begins to emit a bizarre variety of clicking and chirping sounds. After an indeterminable amount of time, the screen finally shudders back to life. Welcome to Gesundbrunnen Station. Please select an option from the route menu. Data corrupted. Data corrupted. Station history. Route information. Data corrupted. Custom query. Station history. Gesundbrunnen Station opened on April 18th, 1930 as the final stop along the U-Bahn's U8 line. It was designed by prominent U-Bahn architect Alfred Grenander. Construction on the U8 line began in 1914 under Allgemeine Electrizitätsgesellschaft. But labor shortages in the First World War put the project on hold for over a decade. The eventual completion and opening of this home line between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen in 1930 represented a major step forward in connecting Berlin's working-class districts to the city center. During World War II, many unfinished tunnels and stations along the U8 line were converted into air raid shelters, including parts of the Gesundbrunnen station. In the decades following the war, the station also served as an emergency fallout shelter in the event of a nuclear attack. During the Cold War, the U8 line continued to run between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen, taking it under the wall and through parts of East Berlin. The train would skip all East Berlin stations until it emerged on the far side, near Gesundbrunnen. Today, the U8 line continues to operate, carrying thousands of passengers through Gesundbrunnen station on a daily basis. In addition, the former bunker at this location has been transformed into a popular museum exhibit showcasing the history and development of Berlin's underworld. Please inquire at the information kiosk for current museum rates and hours of admittance. You start to press the forward key, only to realize that the key is missing from the keyboard. A thick layer of grime and dust rests in its place. God damn it. Please enter your custom query string. This system will attempt to match your query against a database of frequently asked questions for our valued station guests. I'm taking a few guesses. You know, sometimes you just don't get the chance to. Sometimes somebody removes it before you get the chance. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So, what's up with the scuff marks on the ground over there by the information kiosk? I won't know. I'm not in charge of cleaning crew around here. Besides, well, nobody is these days. The things have been going. Hopefully our luck will turn sooner or later. It'd be nice to take some pride in this place again. Well, good luck with that. I'll be going now. Maybe somebody else has a way in. How about you, shopkeep? What about you, odd merchant? You look like you'd be interested in telling us something. Been lean pickings lately around this parts, and on top of that, there's the militia. They need most of the best pieces to help us keep us safe. Okay, not much of interest there. Maybe the bar? That's my best guess, honestly. It's just moldy soy cakes. I see. What do we got around here? Hey, Quarren. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? Wish that I had, friend. It's too bad. This place used to be soaring with commerce. But now hardly anything passes through here, I'm afraid. Times, I suppose. Be going now. How about you, foxy friend? Never know what goldfish has got for us. Nothing. Alright, let's talk with them. Let's talk with them. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Hopefully they got some information for us, you know. Hey, militia captain. So what's up with the scuff marks? Changing the subject, are we? She stiffens, then immediately her rifle is leveled at your chest. Fine. I don't know who you are, or what you're doing snooping around down here. But you better come with me now, or they're just gonna want to speak with you. Her free hand reaches down to produce a thick leather blindfold. Who's leader? Come on. I'm the Rabengeister. Sure you know that much by now. What makes you think I'll come along? Or if I remain steady? Look, I don't want to do this any more than you do, but we're not going to let you keep sniffing around here. If you come with me, I guarantee nobody's going to stab you in the back. I'll bring you safely to see the Rabengeister. Very well. That's a smart decision. She reaches out to blindfold you and the world goes dark. This is the same man you met in the market, but the friendliness is gone from his face. His place is a cold and wavering gaze. It is stuck to the market, stranger. If the Rabengeister wished to be found, we'd open a fucking cafe. And what do you want of us? Say your piece. The weapon of supplies bound for Archaeas, and we want it back. Wait, I just saw it upstairs, and I didn't see you on the way down. He stares you down for a long moment, then breaks into a chuckle. Guess we were a little careless on that one. I figured with Monica Schaefer gone, the Kreutz Bazaar would be an easy score. That's why you're here. You stole your supplies and now you want them back? That's about right, yeah. Which I completely understand, stranger. Believe me, but... Fortunately, we need those supplies more than you do, so I'll have to graciously decline your offer to relieve us of your property. I can see things are hard around here, Quarren, but I have to look out for my own kias, and that shipment belongs to us. Not from where I'm standing. Look, there's no need for bloodshed. I'll tell you what. It seems like you know what it's like to look out for a kias like this. It's not easy, right? We provide for these people. A haul like that shipment keeps Gessenbrunnen from going hungry just a little while longer. It's our home. These are our people. I suspect you feel the same about the Kreutz Bazaar. I'm prepared to let you leave. Just like that, knowing our little secret here and everything. In return, all you need to do is walk away. Just walk away and forget this ever happened. Quarren smiles. What do you think, stranger? I think in the Flux, folks like us need to stick together. Why stay strangers? Maybe you can come to an arrangement that can benefit both of our kias. Quarren raises an eyebrow. I'm listening. In the Kreutz Bazaar, my friend Altug has a series of data taps established to... monitor nearby communications. You return our shipment? Really listen in. I see, that's... an interesting offer, friend. I'd certainly let us scope out some more lucrative heists around here, assuming the taps are reliable. They are, I just checked them the other day. Pauses for a long moment, then cracks a smile. Very well, I suppose that's worth the price of a crate of guns. Your medical supplies are already mostly gone, I'm afraid, but this weapons shipment is still being held in a locker at Frankfurter Tor. I'm been sent back to the Kreutz Bazaar immediately. And you'll let us in on those data taps? Take the tunnel to the Kreutz Bazaar and talk to Altug. He runs a small cafe not far from the U-Bahn station. Tell him I sent you and he'll set you up. Oh well. Maybe things are looking up around here. I suppose friends and enemies both can be found in strange ways here in the Flux. But we could have this talk, Warren. I'll be going now. Nice to have a calm chat, rather than having to murder everyone, you know? Better to just, you know, chat it out a bit. Not have so much bloodshed. After all, bloodshed is for the megacorps. Screw them. Hopefully we can get our way back out to the Kias easily enough. Climb up. suppose I could give the orc guy a... No, I can't give him any booze. Tragic. Very tragic. But hey, this was a really easy run. Didn't take us too long to deal with this. You emerge from the U-Bahn station and out onto the familiar streets of the Kreutz Bazaar. The energy here is a stark contrast to the weary, slowly drowning mood of Gesundbrunnen. The Kreuzberg is an island of hope. Afloat, still amidst the dangerous currents of the flux state, but it wouldn't take much time much for it to capsize. It's time to find Gennari and tell him the news. Good news! We got your guns back. Bad news! We didn't get the stuff to actually fix the gun holes. But, yeah. Turn to Gennari. We're gonna have to spend some money on some useful stuff. Something to kick us up a bit. I'm thinking... yeah, we'll take intelligence. Max that out if we can. We got a decent amount of funds sitting in our pocket. So there's that. Welcome back! You need some weapons, some ammunition, perhaps? I took care of that business with the Ravengeister. They won't be hijacking your shipments anymore. A faint smile plays across the normally taciturn merchant's face. Yes, that's not I know already. Missing shipment arrived just before you did, though I barely caught a glimpse of those who delivered it. How are you able to manage that? Arrangement with their leader, and they agreed to return the weapons. And you've accomplished all this through... diplomacy. It is... well, it's not what I would have done, but perhaps that's for the best. Here's your payment as promised, and should you need any weapons, thanks to you, I have some new merchandise available. Would you like to take a look? We can't use it. A Super Warhawk, huh? That looks like a fancy gun, gotta admit. Oh shit, it's a Defiant Super Shock, hell yeah! This darts trail a wire allowing a powerful shock to be delivered. Hell yeah! A Defiant Super Shock. I love that thing. It's such a dumb weapon. Yippee indeed. They've got a taser in there. That's all we needed. The Defiant Super Shock. You have no idea how excited I am to use that thing. Just give it to somebody and, you know, send them. Give a taser to Glory. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Alright, let's talk with Iger. She might have something to say about that. Okay, no she doesn't. That's unfortunate. I was hoping we could get some info out of it. So we need to do some extra jobs, right? Just a few. The MK6 prototype extraction. You'll find the complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Schmidt, a potential client. As you'll see, the details of the job are a bit more vague than I would like, but the payout is quite substantial. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. One other thing, Herr Schmidt provided me with a device to assist you on the run. He calls it a little black box. Apparently, it can be used to compromise the power and security systems on the run site. If you opt to take the job, be sure to take it with you. Greetings, Herr Emsel. I trust that this connection is secure. Naturally. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Call me Herr Schmidt. Very well, Herr Schmidt. You have some business for me? Indeed, I have a job for your team. A simple matter. Judging by what I've heard of your team, I imagine they will be well suited to the task. Go on. The interests that I represent have learned that AG Chemi Europa is working on a company-wide project. Something very secret. Very new. Reliable sources inform me that they're keeping a working prototype of this new venture at their Berlin facility. I see. And your employers wish us to acquire this prototype for them. Naturally. What is this project? If you want my team to grab the prototype for you, they'll need to know what they're looking for. Not at liberty to say, I can tell you that the prototype has been branded Mark 6. I can also tell you that your team will find it on the 25th floor of the Berlin facility, in the office of one Albrecht Oschifer. Further, I can assist your team in disabling building security and gaining access to the 24th floor. From there, however, they'll be on their own. Such vagueness can be dangerous, Herr Schmidt. I will not commit my team to a run without a better understanding of what the job entails. Facing such dangers is the purpose of a Shadowrunner, Herr Ansel. Your team will be rewarded handsomely for their services. My employers have set aside 20,000 Nuyen for the job. Consider it hazard pay if you wish. Make it 25,000 or look somewhere else. 22,500. Final offer. Very well, I'll pass your offer on to my team. Are there any further details they can provide. Our chauffeur's office will be locked behind a vault door. The lock is old-fashioned, of the mechanical variety. I'll provide your team with a copy of the key. I'll also supply you with a little black box, a solid-state device that your team can use to override a variety of building systems. Your team will enter through the facility's underground garage. When your team has acquired the Mark 6, have them exit through the same garage. I'll have a van there waiting to extract them. Pass on this offer, okay. Accept. Well, let's go for it. This could only end terribly. Only end terribly, really. Hopefully this little black box works perfectly, and if not, we'll have to do it ourselves. At the very least, we got a really good deck now, so there's that. Let's do this. We're obviously going to need Iger, and Glory, and Dietrich. Mellow. Blind Eagle, Shaman, and Mistress of the Spiked Fist. Huh. Spooky. We should be able to handle this pretty easily. I forgot to load our team with the taser, god damn it. Monolithic, plastic, sterile. The Berlin office of AG Chemi Europa is all of these things and more. The worst qualities of modern corporate culture all mixed into a toxic stew and sluiced into a single prefab office building. Thankfully, you shouldn't have to stay long. According to the intel that your client provided, this should be a simple smash and grab operation, and you've been given the tools to carry it out with a minimum of fuss. The Mark 6 prototype, whatever it is waiting for you on the 25th floor. It's time to go and get it. Iger, Glory. Glory is the best option for using this thing. She'll be able to make the best use of this taser. Satellite Administrative Complex after hours. Let's pop this door open, shall we? After a few moments of sifting through cables, you find a diagnostic connector with the right input to fit the little black box that Herr Schmidt gave you. The connector slips into the box with a satisfying click. A tiny red light sets into the box's lid, begins flashing. After a few seconds, it turns solid yellow and then flashes to green. At that instant, all the lights in the garage turn off. A few seconds later, the emergency lighting kicks in. If what Schmidt just told you was true, you've just killed the main power for most of the building. In theory, it's also circumvented the security cameras on the building's upper floors. You should be able to intercept the camera feeds by tapping into an elevator console on the 24th floor. Hey, little thing. Alright, team, let's go. Let's see what's in the shipping crate, shall we? Project Atlas. There we go. We got an advanced medikit. Why does the stop sign... That is a weird stop. I gotta admit. Without warning, your comm link screen bursts into static. You hear a telltale series of clicks. Someone has established an audio connection to your comms link. A moment later, a deep, sonorous voice speaks into your ear. You recognize it instantly. You're a lodge contact, Luca Dwyer. Do not speak, just listen. I have a proposition for you. I understand that your team is currently en route to retrieve a package, the Mark 6 prototype, if I'm not mistaken. They're interested in acquiring the Mark 6 for our own studies. We would like you to deliver the device to us. Once you've acquired the Mark 6, you will proceed back to the garage as planned. They'll find a transport parked beside your client's van. Load the Mark 6 into the transport and you will be rewarded. Herr Schmidt will also be dealt with to protect you from reprisal. What the hell? Okay. Hold up a second. What's going on? I just wanted to say how proud I am of this team. Let's get this job done. This guy coming from a contact of mine. His organization wants the Mark 6 for themselves, and they're offering us a lot of money to make that happen. Contact of yours, boss. You're talking about who I think we're talking about? Depends on who you think we're talking about. The organization that we discussed a little while back. The big, scary one. The one I told you not to take money from. In all fairness, by the time you told me that, it was already too late. Yeah, I was afraid you'd say that. And now they've got you on their leash with us alongside you. What is he talking about? His brow furrows. I don't know, boss. I don't like letting anyone tell me what to do. I want to say to hell with them and leave it at that, but this is the Black Lodge we're talking about. If they want something from us, it might be best to just give it to them. He turns to stare at you. What have you gone us into, fearless leader? With luck, enough money, resources, and influence to handle Fiercewing on our own terms. I don't like anything about this, but at the end of the day, I guess it's your call. Make the right one for all of our sakes. Do we side with the Black Lodge? Not too keen on them having it. This looks like the elevator console. The camera feeds should have been routed here. Tiger indicates a console built into the wall beside the elevator. Oh, it takes a moment to connect your PDA and immediately visual feeds from all over the building begin to flood in. No, don't work for the Black Lodge? Sounds like a plan. We're gonna screw them there. We're gonna screw them over. My voice is having some issues. Well, it takes a moment to connect your PDA and immediately visual feeds come from all over the building begin to flood in. Definitely a handy little toy. Now I really want one. I don't see any guards. Fair enough. Then we will not go with it. We will screw over the Black Lodge as fast as we can. Ooh, that's actually a lot of personnel in there. Looks like this guy's dead. Might be of use. Let's pop this thing open. See what we can find. Data store and records. We can pop into that. We can maybe find something of use. What was his name? Looking for the Mark IV. Or sorry, Mark VI. I don't remember the guy's name, though. I don't know what this is useful for. Well, we could possibly pop ourselves into somewhere. There's a maintenance room here. Might be able to make some use out of it. Never know what you can find in maintenance. Let's see. Security camera 9. What's this one? The bar has something in it. All of the bar are a number of bottles of alcohol. Most of them look expensive. Yoink. Mine now. Cheap booze. At first glance, this terminal appears unremarkable. Its password locked and a cheerful screensaver marches across its display. On closer inspection, you notice something. Interspersed among the colorful bouncing sprites of the screensaver, there is a symbol that you recognize. The dead drop marker of the Shock Writer. As you study the display, a green light winks on above the terminal's display, the recording light of a pinhole camera. The screensaver disappears and the screen floods with glowing green text. Shock Writer contributor, number 1432. Recognized. This is an open request for information about the projects and the material prototypes being developed at the facility. It is known that a synthetic drug is being developed here in support of a project called Atlas. In addition, a functional prototype called Mark VI has been developed, so we're looking at a drug. The first contributor to provide us with the project data for Atlas, the chemical formula for this new drug, and visual records of the Mark VI in operation will be handsomely rewarded. All 3 pieces of information are required for a payout. Chemi Europa is known to be a heartless corporation with little regard for metahuman safety or morality. They guard their secrets jealously and seek to hoard all information gained for themselves. This behavior cannot be allowed to go unpunished. What they know, all shall know. No longer will they hide their secrets in the shadows. The timely delivery of this information will be well rewarded. Not bad. We need to hack into their matrix. Leonard Stromberg. Alright, we can do that. Hopefully we can get some information out of it. Leonard Stromberg. Okay. Hired as a laboratory technician with a specialty in metahuman pharmaceuticals. Holds several advanced degrees, PhDs in metahuman biology and chemistry. The second doctorate immediately just reassigned to Project Redacted. Upon the successful completion of Project Redacted, promoted to laboratory supervisor, transferred to the Berlin office. Led the development of several Class A projects, receiving prestigious promotions. Currently holds an executive position in the Berlin office, overseeing Project Blah. He has been labeled a moderate high risk by AGC security due to the sensitive nature of his knowledge. Non-expendable employee, holds a top secret security clearance. Okay. That's super useful. Maybe we can check this out. I'd like to hack into their matrix somehow. I don't know how to do it, but... Toxic gas detected, laboratory lockdown engaged. I see. Can we send anything through? It doesn't look like it. But we could pop this open and do something. Maybe. Comes up in the console at your approach. Large white letters shriek out against a red background. Toxic contaminant detected. Carbon monoxide dichloride. Carbon monoxide dichloride. Phosgene gas. Search your memory for any information about carbon monoxide dichloride. Or phosgene is a valuable pharmaceutical component. In its gaseous form, it is both colorless and odorless and is extremely toxic. It can be neutralized with the introduction of gaseous ammonia. Introduce gaseous agent. Ammonia. There we go. Disengage the lockdown. There we go. We got in real easy. Science. That works. That works well. Anything else we need? Not really, so we're just gonna make our way in. Let's pop this door open. Is that really a thing that you can do with phosgene gas? I gotta look this up. I'm curious. I won't be shocked, but... Let me just look this up real quick if my phone would. Okay. It is being slow as hell. Phosgene gas. Apparently it was used in World War I. Major industrial chemical used to make plastics and pesticides. Okay. Room temperature, phosgene is a poisonous gas. With cooling and pressure, it can be converted into liquid so that it can be shipped and stored. It has a musty odor. It resembles that of freshly cut hay or grass. It's an important industrial building block, especially for production of precursors of polyurethanes and polycarbonate plastics. How do you deal with it? Toxicology and safety, that's probably what it would be. Yeah, mitigate it with ammonia gas. In the case of liquid, you can use an absorbent on it. Poor dude. Probably died due to the phosgene. He is dead beside a small pile of smashed glass and a number of beakers that have been knocked over on the nearby table. Well, I know we didn't do it, so there's that. Some jazz, of course. On the counter is a note, carefully transcribed in neat handwriting. The paper bears the letterhead of Senior Executive Leonard Stromberg. I'm still waiting for that report. When I said ASAP, I meant I needed it yesterday. Stay until you've completed the test, then leave the report on my desk. The door code is 54139. Do this tonight. I'll expect to see it waiting from you when I arrive tomorrow. Well, poor Body is dead, so that's not likely. Unfortunate, but such is how it is. The computer is powered on but in sleep mode. When the screen comes to life, you find a half-written text file on the screen. The timestamp on the most recent edit tells you that it was written just a few minutes ago. Didn't sleep last night. Doesn't look like you're gonna sleep tonight either. Last test batch failed. My fault. I got the mixture wrong. Sloppy work, Jensen. I can barely keep my eyes open. Got to try again, though. No excuses in this office. I despise relying on stimulants, but I got no choice. Gotta keep going. Progress marches on. Starting a new batch if Hoshifer's pet isn't ready to be tested tomorrow. Well, best not to think about that. Gotta concentrate. Remember life safety. Keep alert, keep awake. One wrong move could spell disaster. Yeah, he died. Because of the Phos gene. New formula arrived today, Formula 17. I swear, whoever names these things must have no imagination at all. Formula 17? Honestly. Still, I can't wait to start working with it. From what I've read, early clinical trials were promising in the extreme. Amazingly potent, this stuff. And increased potency means less frequent injections at a lower dosage. There's nothing not to like. By my enthusiasm, there's still much to be done. Speeding up absorption rates is first on the list. And I have some concerns regarding the subject's immune reactions. Perhaps the formula could be tailored on a patient-by-patient basis. Entry dated last week. Tailoring doses to individual patients has worked wonders. The key was taking a gene therapy-based approach. They've been using it in medicine for ages, so why not apply the same logic here? So in a nutshell, I've used this subject's own DNA to delude their immune systems into believing that Formula 17 belongs in their bodies. Simple and effective. This approach has helped to increase the formula's absorption rate, as well as significantly reducing incidences of rejection. Unfortunately, it also rules out an easily mass-produced product, but I'm convinced that the results will justify the additional costs. Yesterday's entry. A week! He waits an entire week before telling me that tailoring the mixture is an unacceptable solution. And then he tells me that the trials are to begin tomorrow. I have no time, and Gisbrecht's applying so much pressure that I can barely think. Bastard! Hoshifer is probably threatening him. All of them can rot. Maybe not Hoshifer's playing Heat the Sheets with Gisbrecht's secretary. He'll learn to lighten up. We can only hope. Anyway, I have some new ideas to move forward with the formula. Admittedly far-fetched, possibly even dangerous, but if I don't start producing some results, I get the feeling that it won't be my problem for much longer. Wish me luck, journal. It's science time. And then he died of Phos gene. Poor bastard. He doesn't deserve that. So our password is 54139. Yeah, this is an actual problem with, like, with security when it comes to IT. Generally speaking, it's not that your password is the most difficult part to, or the easiest part to crack. Generally speaking, it's like just getting somebody to accidentally say it or tell you it. It's a lot easier to fish for it than to actually go ahead and hack into a system or anything. There we go. Door doesn't know I'm not the person. Let's see what we got here. A stack of business cards on this desk reveals that it belongs to one Annika Schroeder. A cursory search reveals that the desk drawers are stuffed full of lewd love notes, all hastily written on scraps of office stationery. Exploring Annika's desk is like embarking on an odyssey of filth. 30 seconds in, you've already learned 3 new euphemisms for sex in a storage closet, as well as exciting new definitions for a variety of common office terms. Thankfully, your search also turns up something more immediate value. A scrap of paper with a name and a 5-digit code scribbled on it. 84792. Well, that's lovely. Project Atlas folder. Moved to Digital Archive and locked under Executive Authorization. So we got a code that we don't know where it goes to. Question is, where do we go for that? I've been to a lot of it. I'd be willing to bet we have to tap into here. There's a lot of people already in there. Maybe... What floor are we on? We're to... There we go. We got the path. We got a path ahead. Let's go. We're gonna have to pop into it. It's gonna take us too long to grab everything we need. So far, I've even caused a ruckus. The elevator whisks you upward toward the executive level 25th floor. As expected, the run has been relatively smooth sailing so far. A chime breaks the silence as the elevator glides to a stop. The MK6 is somewhere on this floor. All you have to do is find it. Not hard. The emergency lights wink out, leaving you in darkness. A moment later, the building lights flip on, cranked all the way up to full illumination. The light is uncomfortably bright. Ow. A quick check of your comlink shows that your security feed has been terminated. Instead of a command view of the 24th floor, you find yourself staring at a blank screen. Oh, that can't be good. Great. I found about what the hell happened. That ain't good. Yeah, this run is going sideways. Oh, hi! The door slides open with a pneumatic hiss. An enormous figure fills your vision. It stands, motionless, by a console in the corner of the room. Almost every inch of the thing is covered in dull steel and gleaming chrome. Its mechanical arms end in articulated hands that wouldn't look out of place on an industrial machine. Bulky, cumbersome things, designed for crushing power rather than finesse. Clutched in one of those crushing hands, a chain gun glints with sinister purpose. That shouldn't be possible. Nothing can be implanted with that much chrome and live. Yeah, this isn't right. Well, whatever it isn't moving. I think that it's on standby. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The figure stands completely still, but its eyeless head fidgets in agitation. Something about it reminds you of a snake tasting the air. Off to one side, the screen of a control console glows cheerfully in the gloom. Hi, buddy! Cyber Zombie Prototype Control Console. The MK6 prototype is the exclusive property of AG Chemi Europa. Unauthorized access is prohibited. Put the prototype into demonstration mode, you may activate systems from the following menu. Alternatively, the system can be directly piloted by a remote control rig. Intense pain, convulsions, brain damage. They want a what? Visual records, project data, drug formula. Cyber Zombie's muscles lock solid. The meat of its body begins to convulse, straining against the metal that permeates it. Blood wells up in the corner of its eyes and runs down in rivulets down its cheeks. A moment later, its body goes slack. The cheerful pinging sound trips up from the command console speakers. Jesus Christ. Have Gloria examine its augments. Gloria nods and steps forward. As she stands next to the Cyber Zombie, you can't help but notice how much chrome riddles her own body. Cyberware is high grade, quality stuff, but not mil-spec. Your arms look industrial in design. Interesting choice, but there's nothing wrong with it. Control system looks interesting. Like a drone control interface, but it's wired into the base of the skull. For the positioning, I'd say that's connected directly to the thing's brainstem. Gloria takes a closer look at the zombie's control module. A moment later, she takes a sudden half-step back. She turns to look at you, disgusted look on her face. Listen to me. We have to kill this thing. Explain yourself. This troll is still conscious. He's still conscious. They've outfitted him with an inhibitor chip. He's trapped in his own body, screaming to get out. This isn't just a prototype. It's a person. You can't just cash him in for a payday. Can you help him in some way? Takes another look at the control module, scowling. No promises, but I can try. We don't need it for the shock one rider, and we've already decided we're not helping the Black Lodge. Do it. Not here. Let's get him down to the garage first. I want to have the van close by in case anything goes wrong. In the meantime, we're gonna have to activate him. Falls back to a regular position in the group. Just remember, that's a man you're giving orders to, not a machine. The Mark 6 prototype incorporates top-of-the-line cyberware from all AG Chemi Europa subsidiaries, including the Zeiss Dreadsight Laser Designator, BUT Heavy Industries Powerlift Industrial Cyberarms, and the brand new Zeiss Sense Shell Cyberskull. Where necessary, competitors' products have been incorporated into the platform. Ares dermal plating, universal omnitech moved by wire, etc. These systems should be considered placeholders for this proof-of-concept prototype. Thanks for the lurk inbound whisper. This biological component of the MK6 was selected for size and durability by General Genetics Worldwide. All autonomous functions necessary to maintain the biological component are original to the component itself and should self-regulate within operational limits. As a proof-of-concept demonstration model, the MK6 was designed for remote operation. As eye-in-the-sky drone control system has been incorporated into the Mark 6's Cyberskull. Comlink control is also possible for casual control, but for product demonstration purposes, use of the drone control system is advised. Armaments. The Mark 6 prototype comes equipped with an Ares Vanquisher vehicular rotary cannon to demonstrate the Mark 6's actuated strength and recoil suppression capabilities. The model is also equipped with a global polymers monofilament axe for demonstration purposes. This weapon has been designed with a heft well beyond the lifting capacity for an unaugmented metahuman. The Mark 6, of course, can swing it with ease. In demonstrating the Mark 6's combat abilities, it is this office's hope that AG Chemi Europa's newly developed Formula 17 cybermantic reagent will prove its value to the board of directors, both as an astonishing technical achievement and as a lucrative new revenue stream for the company. Very similar to a standard, albeit high-end, drone rigging interface. It's as though it should be a fairly simple task to rig into. It'll drive itself, however, a drone control rig which would allow it to react to your commands much faster. Your consciousness slips into the Mark 6 as easily as it would any other drone, but the sensation is strange. You flex your fingers and the cyber zombie responds, but responds too quickly, too eagerly. It almost seems to intuit your commands before you finish giving them. You feel a strange tickling sensation in your spine, coupled with a gnawing sense of unease. Mark 6 stands at the ready, its crushing hands flexing in anticipation, slave to your command. The mental command, you activate the Mark 6. It takes a step forward, and you can hear the whir of actuators calibrating to adjust to its weight. A few seconds later, the whirring sound dies down, and it relaxes into a slight crouch. We just need to get out of here with it. Hopefully we can make sure it stays, you know, operational. Oh, hi! Night, Aaron. Captain takes a half step toward you, magnified by the masked speakers. His voice comes out like the roar of some great beast. Drop your weapons and step away from the prototype. Do it now! I got a better idea. You drop your weapons, and I won't order Tin Man here to tear you in half. Night, Aaron pauses a moment before responding. When he speaks, his voice is stripping of scorn. Try it and see what happens. I like the sound of that. You honestly think that they didn't install a safeguard on that thing? They couldn't take it back from you at a moment's notice. Now drop your weapons or I'll have that abomination tear you in half. Are we talking about this like civilized people? The hell with this. We need to take care of that thing. Now. Get behind cover. Activate the Strato. This shouldn't take long, we just need to take out this rigger here. He is the main problem. If we can get rid of him before he gets a chance to do anything, then we can make sure that he doesn't get a chance to do, you know, his thing. Glory, you know what to do. She doesn't really have much she can do, can she? She can rush forward, do some damage, hopefully. Eviscerate the mage so that he doesn't have much of a chance. Hemorrhaging, that works. Die trick. I want to go all out on this. Summon an elemental. He'll be able to help us. Obliterate the rigger. Miss, damn it. I was hoping. Activate the idol so that reduces incoming damage. He's got 4 actions. Jesus Christ. Almost strike, cleave, thrust, slash. 17 is pretty good. That's a lot of damage. We need to try to get rid of him immediately. There's no other option. That rigger is going to be a problem. We're pretty well situated, I gotta admit, but... we gotta get rid of him first. Control broken escaped. That was quick. Override attempt in progress. Destroy. Override signal lost. Reverting to previous control structure. There we go. That'll help out a lot. Let's delete this guy. And then go for him with his axe. Alright, let's see if we can keep this thing in check. Heal up. And let's go to town, shall we? It shouldn't take too long to deal with these guys. They're a pain, but that's about it. Send more bolts their way, hopefully kill them off. I don't want this mage being a problem. Or this conjurer, so there's that. He shouldn't be able to survive too long, honestly. Let's mark the conjurer so we can take care of him really quickly. Iger, you're gonna be taking a long shot on this grenadier. I want to make sure our boy is relatively well off. While he's strong, he's not immortal. And that's a dude in there, so I don't want to, you know, risk his existence. Ow. That hurt like hell, I gotta admit. How did he miss that gigantic muscle man? I don't get it. Gotta admit, I'm a bit confused there. But you know, whatever. We use an advanced medkit on ourselves so we can heal. Heal this guy by just taking a shot at him. And the Wind Dancer is hostile, great. Just what we needed. Reload the Ruger. I think we got this in the bag, for the most part. Prevent the captain from doing anything. And then proceed to break him. He should bleed out soon enough. Alright. It's a monofilament axe, huh? Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, that works. Rather rude of it. Let's get rid of that Wind Dancer before it has a chance to do anything. Alright. Slash this guy, but that's that. And, you reload your Vanquisher and then go ham. Not a bad amount of damage, although the sound could really use some work. Are you okay there, big guy? Yeah? I hope he's doing alright. Okay. This ain't good. Iger, get behind this plant pot. Maybe that'll help protect you a bit. These guys are all very much, within her preferred range. That being long. I need you to get behind cover. Naturally. Die trick you as well. Let's summon forth an elemental. That should help us out with our problem. That's not a bad earth elemental, honestly. It looks a lot better than the one in the last game. I gotta admit, this is pretty solid. Let's go deal with that rigor as soon as possible. You, I need to stay back. We got our muscly boy up front to take all the hits for now. We'll see if we can also pick up that data that we needed as well. Big whiff, okay. We need to deal with that rigger right there. That guy is the main problem. Mark him. Iger, take him out. This guy's a problem. Dietrich, maintain control over your boy. Earthquake is ready to go. Earthquake is ready. Go forth and beat up that rigger. Big chunky boy. There we go, that's what we needed. And now I can bring this guy to bear. This beast of a creature. And miss horribly. Okay. Get behind cover, big guy. Alright, Glory. I need her to go deal with these guys. Hopefully, reduce their abilities enough to actually make it, easy enough to hit everything. You know... yeah, let's just toughen ourselves up. That seems like a good idea here. They're gonna be focused on our, Earthquake for a bit. There we go. It took their attention quite a bit. So that's the important part. Okay, fully blocked. Not bad. Nicely done, Dietrich. Nicely done. Let's haste up Iger so that she can take a nice shot. I think we're gonna come out of this pretty well. Yeah, that's right. Take your lumps, lady. No cover, huh? The 100S is a pretty nice weapon, I gotta admit. I do like it a lot. Alright, Strato, it's your turn. We got 2 drones to work with. You know? Quite a bit. And then go here. God, it is disgusting that they would actually reduce somebody down to a drone. But it makes sense for a Megacorp, I gotta admit. Certainly seems like the type of thing they do. There we go. Okay, his minigun does a lot of damage, and in a big line, too. Good to know. That is excellent news, honestly. Let's go deal with this mage. Prevented from doing much of anything. Let's mark you, because you got nothing else to do. He's just standing. Reload the Vanquisher and go ham, buddy. Go ham, big boy. I'll do it. Effective. Lethal as hell, but very much effective. There we go. Getting some good long shots in. That's what's important. I don't think we got too many rounds left. Once this guy falls over, that's kinda it. Yeah, come on! There we go. Unbalanced by Nerf Bolt. But he did use his healing, so there's that. Mark him and let's go. Yeah, that'll do it. Close combat defense bonus, eh? Everyone move up. We need to get the hell out of here. Or rather to the pay data. That pay data will come in incredibly handy. I gotta admit. Plenty of dragon lines around here, huh? Huh. Oh yeah, there's some more guys over there. We'll send Iger forth to deal with that. Should be able to cause some damage at least. Access denied, security lockdown engage. Oh! Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard to do. We can go do that. Glory, you get ready for combat. You're gonna need it. As for you, Dietrich, you go over here. And our warbot can go... Well, our war friend can go little ham. If they got any over whatever the hell the name is, they'll take it on the Strato before taking out our big guy. Is there a rigger here? I don't see one. He's got a lot of armor, goddamn. If nothing else, I'm sure he'll appreciate the destruction and mayhem that he can do with this. Inferno. God, these guys are bad shots. Oh well. More damage for us. Reload. I do really like the big guy. He's pretty terrifying, you gotta admit. Okay, there goes that. There goes that idea. Yeah, let's deal with that one. Glory, get behind cover. You're gonna have to get into close combat again. Dietrich, you mind healing that guy? He could use it. There we go. I think it will be fine. For the most part. This minigun is certainly a hell of an attack, I gotta admit. That's nice. The acid is one thing. Let's go for it. We're gonna try to hack into there. Maybe we can get something useful out of it. Reload. Take the shot. Big guy. Obliterate. Destroy them as much as possible. There we go. Apparently there's an achievement called Don't Conserve Ammo. Use as many shots as possible, it's fine. Destroy. Here's to you. Which will give you another shot to wipe out this grenadier. Or not, apparently. God damn. These guys are annoying to kill, aren't they? Glory is busy causing problems for them. Behind the front lines. Wow, only 1 damage. That's kind of impressively weak. Let's pop this door. Yeah, it's a decent shot, I guess. Would you mind dealing with this mage just real quick? And then going after this guy. Yeah, he's not gonna survive long. There we go. And you need to go ham on this guy. And the Vanquisher minigun is very much worth it. I do appreciate this thing. It's nice to have a weapon like this, you know? There we go. Yeah, he's not doing anything. And this guy's gonna have a bit of trouble. Let's pop this door open. And this bad boy. You know. Dietrich, you know what to do. And then go for a pinning hit to hold him in place. There we go. There we go. Easy peasy. Get behind cover, big guy. Ah, I see. So we're probably going to want to get ready to deal with this whole can of worms. Because we're going to have to pop that door open to get access to all the good, juicy stuff. Alright. Let's take a defensive posture first. We need to get ready for this, you know. It shouldn't take long to do it, it's just gonna, you know, require us to actually do it. Alright, Glory is almost in position. Find some cover. You, big guy, can get behind this cover. This shouldn't end well for them. Let's override it. Oh, hey, look at that! The door's open. Hello, good sir. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. And your turn to go ham. Break that mage. Break him as hard as you can. There we go, that's some damage. No mage for you. No mage allowed. Deal with the captain by removing his action points, period. Basically breach and clear. Drop him as quick as we can. Wow, these guys are terrible shots, you gotta admit. That's just embarrassing. Alright, you get behind this cover. I'll give you something to work with. I need you to go on a dual slash strike there. And then brutalize this one. Or not. Okay. Glory should be fine. If I were to pin him, he wouldn't be able to run away from Glory. Which is really good, I gotta admit. I'm sure Big Guy's enjoying himself somewhat. He gets to go around and slaughter a bunch of things. Alright, we're gonna go in and we're gonna grab everything we can. Ideally, it won't take too long. But if it does, then we can always send our people out to go take an aggressive spreading stance, I guess. You know? Clear the place out before it becomes a problem. I don't know how better to put it. We need to claim as much of this level as we can. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do that pretty easily. With our big guy brought to bear. It should be fine. Oh, there's the IC. I see where they are. Summon forth some friend. Delete this white IC. Do as much damage as possible. You. No, okay. That's fine. The ESP is definitely going to help out quite a bit, though. Let's move forward up here. This will allow us to place a tar bomb down here. There we go. Can't move. What are they going to do, right? Oh, what a shame. They can't move. What? I feel so bad for them. Pair of Sparky ICs, eh? Pair of Sparkies. That's what we needed. Find cover. Use the attacker to cover us in our approach. You have your tar bomb back? Yes, you do. Good. Now hold them in place. As well as give us a little bit more free reign to move ahead. Let's go. Of course. Let's deal with this one as well. That'll help reduce their health quicker. charging. I don't like the fact that they're charging. I gotta admit. Let's see what we got here. Right there, yep. Target spotted, engaging. This is Glory, so she's gonna want to be coming up ahead. They have a rigger amongst them. Yeah, right there, that's our target. If we can hit them as hard as possible, then we should be able to be fine. You wait. Until either somebody gets within a spot that you can hit properly, or until the rigger is dead. Once the rigger is destroyed, then we can go a little ham. This cyber zombie project is going to be able to delete everything. Gotta admit. As long as we're patient, calm, quiet, collected, in our lane, all that, we should be fine. Okay, that's a big ol' whiff on our part. We'll deal with one of them. I don't know what a Sparky is capable of doing, and I don't want to. Charged. Not ideal. Do you mind bombing these two? That'd be great. Thank you. They don't want to move anyways, but I mean, might as well go for it, right? Heal ourselves so that we don't get immediately booted out if we get hit. Destroy one of them. And do significant... No, okay. Break it. Or not! That's cool too, I guess. There we go. We're in. Where's that rigger? I want to make sure that he's destroyed first. And there you are. Not great damage, I gotta admit. Aced her. She needs it. I'll help her get a little more damage out of her shots, generally speaking. Go for it. You got this, Glory. Break him. Yeah, I know. Mark. Obliterate. I don't want that command going through. That's gonna be a major problem if it does. It takes him a couple of turns to try to break through it, though, so there's that. At the very least, it's going to take them a few seconds to do anything of note. Accessing prototype override. Hell no, fuck you. Be gone, thought! This is my domain. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. Let's hack this node, shall we? Our cameras now. Their cameras. Do you mean our cameras? Monitor. Monitor. I don't know if he's gonna try it again, is the thing. I want to make sure that he doesn't. You know what I mean? Where's the rigger? Captain, Grenadier, Guard, Mage, Sniper. Where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Did we kill him with that? With a dump shock? That'd be surprising. That'd actually be really surprising. No Grenadier, thank you. They're a bit too close for my liking. There we go. Deal with that. Eviscerate. And then give him a cut. I'll put him down. We can blast all of them, theoretically. Yeah, there we go. That'll do some serious damage. And prevent them from doing much of anything. God, they're not good shots, are they? Alright, we'll jack out. I think we killed him with the dump shock. Did we get everything? Project data, visual records, drug formula. I don't think we got everything, annoyingly. Find cover. Glory, you're going after the Knight Errant Mage. That'll prevent him from doing much of anything. Alright. I don't really have much to say about this combat. I mean, it's basically just running through a bunch of enemies with our boy. You know what I mean? That's basically all it is. On the plus side, it means that we get to see the full extent of its power. Which is, apparently pretty extensive. Maybe even excessive. Mark them for ease of targeting, and then continue on our way. You are out of cover. You will regret that. Fall back and regroup. That's hilarious. That's a funny idea, you know? I don't know, it seems a little silly to go for that now, right? I mean, why not commit to it? What could go wrong? Pin him to the ground. And then hit him with a distracting one. Hit him right in the knee with it. Oh, great, more of them. Just what we needed. You got this, right, Glory? Right? They don't have a Decker with them, so that's something at least. Find cover. Detrick, you know what to do. There's not a whole lot you can do, but you can throw knives. I mean, there's that. Reload, and then go ahead and destroy this guy. I do appreciate the big boy's axe. It is a very nasty axe, you gotta admit. You aren't in cover now, are you? That's a mage right there. Let's make them regret it. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. The ley lines are ours. And get behind cover. There we go. Bleed for me. Everything seems fine at the moment. Let's mark you. You seem like a good target. And let's prevent you from summoning anything. Ideally by slaughtering him with a long-range shot from across the room. I do really like having Iger with us. She is ridiculously powerful, honestly. The sheer ridiculous range of her shots are pretty great, I gotta admit. Gotta admit. Find cover. Go for the kill, Glory. And go for a 10. There we go. Yeah, they're not going to survive long, are they? Let's go for the Grenadier. Right into combat. There we go. Some nice shanking, you know. That prototype axe is a little ridiculous. Gotta admit. It's nice to have something so ridiculously overpowered for once. Mark you. You're not in cover, are ya? No, I didn't think you were. There we go. Tiger is a great freaking character. I love her abilities. They're a little ridiculous. Basically locked down the field for a bit. There we go. Find some cover. And then you get to go to town on these guys. Break them apart like they're nothing but, you know, spare meat. Knight Errant is gonna have a rough time on this one. And that sniper's kind of having a rough show of it, too. And let's go punch this guy in the back. Why not? We can always give it a go at giving them a punch to the back, you know? Good work softening him up, Iger. And then we can go for a nice swipe. And I'll put them out of their misery. There we go. That's locked off now. Is there anything we can use here? I don't think there is. The formula. What mission is this called again? The prototype, probably? Mark 6. Mark 6. Ba-ba. Anything of use? Huh. Yep. Nothing useful. Formula. Oh, okay, I see. So if we go like this, we need to. Okay, we can't access maintenance, but can we access? Yeah, we can still access this spot. Okay. So if we go this way, access this. Search the archive. So I need to look up Atlas. Bypass the authorization code. Welcome here, Stromberg. Project Atlas. Download the project data. Yeah, you had to look up the frickin' code words. Annoyingly. Appears to be a drug designed to suppress higher brain functions. Okay. Apparently Project Atlas has something to do with cybernetic augmentation. Accompanied by a fairly extensive record of testing performed on many human subjects, along with death records over the course of the project. Here's the formula. Is that all of it? Yes, okay. And then we're gonna go screw over our, boys, the Lodge. Atlas and Formula 17. That's a little annoying that you can just miss them by not looking up the names in the frickin' archives. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to find it in a different way. Let's go! Job done! Ugh. Finlays! Pest control. You step in the garage, prototype in tow. Before you are two vehicles that you knew would be waiting. Your client's van and the Lodge's. This isn't time, boss. We've got two different clients and they both want the same thing. He shakes his head. Can't say I like the idea of giving this thing to either of them. Dietrich's right. We're not talking about a piece of merchandise. There's a living troll buried under all that chrome. It's our call, boss. Can't say I envy your decision. As you approach the Mark 6, its head turns to track you. Its body is held at rigid attention. God, that's eerie. It's almost like it's waiting for something. Have Glory disable the control circuits. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Glory takes a moment to examine the protrusion at the base of the Mark 6's spine. Then she pops the case on the Cyber Zombie's control unit. Her sculpted fingers flicker and dance in the Mark 6's circuitry. A moment later, a strange shiver runs through its body. It stumbles forward, lurching awkwardly on its feet. A few seconds later, it seems to recover. It stares at its hands for a moment, then turns to face you. Mark 6 speaks 2 words. Its voice is as brittle as broken glass. Thank you. Slowly, mechanically, the Cyber Zombie reaches up to grip its head in both hands. And it squeezes. Caught in the vise-like grip of those heavy industrial cyber arms, the Mark 6's cyber skull might as well be made of tinfoil. The air fills with the tortured sounds of tearing plastic and buckling steel. The Mark 6 gives a final heave, and its armored skull crumples like a paper cup. Its body goes slack, and it topples to the ground dead. Yeah, no. Laura looks into your eyes, and you can see a flicker of warmth. That was the right choice. Clearly wanted to die. Let's load the body into the van, Glory Love. Herr Schmidt won't be happy, but the hell with him. He never said the Mark 6 had to be returned alive. Fact. Send the Mark 6's body back to your client. Well, you know, accidents happen. He accidentally got caught inside of a garage door. It broke. It's a shame, but, you know, it just sort of happens. And your subway car is empty on the return trip to the Kreutz Bazaar. This stretch of the sprawling U-Bahn tunnel system doesn't see much use, it seems. At least not at this hour. As the train rattles on, you find yourself lost in thought. Old memories creep unbidden to the forefront of your mind. Memories of Monica in the old days and the crew that you used to run with. Memories of success and failure, of wealth and poverty, of good times and bad. Halfway back to the Kreutz Bazaar, you're jolted out of your reverie by a buzzing sound. Your comlink, you're receiving call. A Black Lodge can go fuck itself. Your comlink buzzes. A quick glance at the screen tells you that Amsel's on the line. You pick up and his voice fills your ear. First I'm catching you at a good time. On the train back to the Kreutz Bazaar. Good, I have news. In your absence, I've made contact with another prospective client, a rather elusive woman of Aslaner descent. She calls herself Frau Müller. She will not discuss the specifics of the job with me, but she did tell me that she was offering for the work. It's 36,000 new yen, an impressive enough sum to justify a consultation. Where does she want to meet? In half an hour. If you're on the train back to the Kreutz Bazaar, you should make it your time to spare. I insisted that if the meeting were to take place, it would have to be at a location of your choosing. Frau Müller has agreed to this. Statue in the park. It's public, but secluded enough to discuss business in. Meet her at the U-Bahn. I think we'll meet her at the U-Bahn. Noted. I'll set up the meet. There's one other thing. You should... The comlink cuts to static. A moment later, the lights in the U-Bahn car flicker out and wink out. You hear the screeching sound of steel on steel and the train grinds to a halt. Ah, for God's sake. Black Lodge mad. Bridge controls. No power. Yeah, okay. Hi, Black Lodge. Not bad, a fuse. Spotters are living in this station. Not getting out this way. Yeah, that's nice, buddy. We'll destroy the Black Lodge if we need to. Or at least their, you know, people. That's in BTHRM to track. Bathroom. Oh no, we need to get we need to get the track power and then we can do that. A track. So we can drop the bridge and then we can deal with that. Bridge controls. There's the bathroom, right? Alright, that should work. Hopefully the bridge controls lights up now. There it is. Alright, let's go. What the hell do you want? Black Lodge. It's so dark in this maintenance area you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Force the door, please. Crack as splintering plastic fills your ears. The door pops open. Just about. Area's high explosive. We'll take it. Well, Iger can help us out, I guess. They're right behind us, aren't they? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's them, open fire. Solid hit. Target acquired. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Talk about cowardly. Mercenary enforcers, eh? They're not about to, you know, survive for very long. Let's see how she does with her shotgun, shall we? Yeah, that'll do some damage. Deal with the captain. He's not gonna get much of a chance to do much. Alright, go for a pinning hit. Actually, no, an aimed hit. If they run away, that's fine. That's nice, buddy. You've only gotten closer to us, so... Let's go for a kneecap on this one. Hopefully reduce their accuracy a bit more. Or not their accuracy, their attacks a bit more. Slaughter them. If we can, I'd prefer to deal with the captain real quick, you know? Ideally, we can obliterate them quick. Electric core this one. And still hit. That's what matters. Got one. That's cute, buddy. They think they can escape us. That's adorable. Yeah, no, shotgun. Shotgun is the best option here. Street sweep them. Deal with the enforcer. Die trick, I need to throw some knives at this guy. He's not getting out of this. No way in hell. And I'll deal with him. An encrypted PDA, huh? Well, you know, that's fine. Let's see what we got. Oh, hi! How you doing, buddy? Get behind here. That should help out. Strato! Get out there. Glory is going to be a bit open at the start, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. Or deal with. Gotta love a flashbang. Ugh. Putter out our Strato so they can take a hit for us pretty easily. Glory, you're gonna have to go ham on these guys. Put him down. He may need a little help realizing he's about to die. Dragon Slayer, incoming damage reduced. There we go. Iger, you got a clean shot in this guy's face. Let's just obliterate. It shouldn't take too long. And slaughter this guy. She's not exactly the quickest, but she is pretty brutal. There we go. Strato's a good boy. The bestest of boys. What? No action points? That's a shame. We can deal with this guy pretty easily, you know? Yeah, there's not much I can really say during these fights. It's kind of just like a Duke Fest, and that's about it. Break them all as fast as you can, kind of deal. That, and with our effective use of all of our teammates, we should be fine. Right? Let's put this one down. Alright, we're out of fights. There we go. At least we're out of combat for now. Let's lift the bridge again. There we go. What a prick. Let's head back to the Kreutz Bazaar. That's not great. The rest of the trip home is uneventful, but one thing is clear, someone is hunting you. This ambush was no chance gang warfare, but an organized attempt on your life. If Green Winters was right, then whoever killed him is now after you. The PDA that you retrieved from your attackers may hold some answers. It's time to return to your safe house and consult Paul Amsel. That's good to know. Not bad, not bad. We got a bunch of karma off of that. Okay, we might as well make full use of it, right? I do want to get to the point where we can equip a Fairlight Excalibur, but I also want to grab Class A drones. Those will be incredibly useful. Because a Class A drone can do a lot of damage really quickly. Right, we need to return the data to our boys. The Shock Welland Rider. Fires the scarring shotgun ammo mode, which sets targets on fire. Scarring Sabo HTI round that ignores armor completely. Oh hell yeah, we're taking that. Interdiction, it sounds amazing. Gain armor, nerve spear. Flush enemies from cover when they're hit. Ray armor. 2 hits and each hit strips 2 armor. Ooh, that's pretty good. Hell yeah, we'll take it. Blitz's decking is boosted. ESP control is boosted. Hell yeah. Poor dude. Who the hell is Simi? Warming herself in the dim light of a dying street lamp is a waif of a girl who looks far too born for her years. The Mother Superior, she says there will be 7 for me to care for. I need to see to them. 7 what? What do you have to care for? The captain's children. The Mother Superior says there are 7. She says them to be governess's children. Notice a chipjack poking up beneath the young woman's unruly hair. The vacant look in her eyes marks her as a likely BTL junkie. Lost between reality and any number of better-than-life virtual constructs. I need money to get back to them. You know Monica? Is she one of the sisters at the Abbey? No. Wait. Monica. Flicker of recognition bites through the haze in the young woman's eyes. Yes, Monica. She's good to me. Brings me food to eat and tea to drink. Afraid I have some bad news. So despite the woman's persistent delirium, she seems to glean meaning from your tone. She died? I'm sorry, she did. The girl grips her head with claw-like hands, tugging at their hair as if she might pull her brain out through her skull. I don't like this, but I can't switch it off. The girl's frail body shudders and her eyes grow large, but she does not sob. Instead, she smiles a sad smile, which looks to have been worn all too often. You'll go to heaven. Tell me, is it a place for good people? Stillborn babies and childhood pets, and she was a good person. The girl then begins to mumble to herself while fingering the hair that covers the jack in her head. This story sounds familiar. Captain Von Trapp is very well known and respected. Poor dear lost his wife and the children their mother. A child should not be without a mother, and a mother should not be without a child. Have you seen the captain? Yeah. Poor lady. Let's dump that money. Let's dump that pay data, shall we? There we go. 1,000 Nuyen's not bad, honestly. That's a pretty solid payday, honestly. Not amazing, but it's something. It's a little extra cash, you know? Alright. We need to get to a little bit further in. Maybe, Let's talk with our boy, shall we? The duder needs to be discussed with, as well as the rest of our crew. Oh, Blitz. Look at Blitz's face is enough to tell you that something is gnawing at him. He stands beside his table, playing with a coffee spoon. Oi! What you need? What's going on, Blitz? Well, Chief, I hate to admit it, but I might be in a little bit of trouble here. Go on. Well, you remember those creditors I told you about? The ones who loaned me all that money? There's an awkward pause, then Blitz paused on ahead. Yes? Yeah, well, as it turns out, some of them more or less the less forgetting than I thought they were. Keep talking. Well, one in particular seems to have taken things kind of personally. Okay. I got a package in the mail. Somebody's thumbs in it. Thumbs? Yeah, thumbs. Came in a cigar box, packed in salt, and I have no idea who they belong to. I'm pretty sure they were meant to convey some sort of message. That's a pretty safe bet. Oh, well, these are my thumbs, Chief. I like my thumbs. I think I need to pay this guy back. Luckily, I've got a plan. I know how to get myself out of hot water with Meat Grinder. I've got it all spec'd out. You took a loan from somebody named Meat Grinder? Hey, Chief, come on. I feel bad enough about this already. There's no need to rub it in. Anyways, like I was saying, I can make it all right again, but I need your help to do it. Well, there's this group out in Dragonfall. They call themselves the Landenberg Ring. They're a financial crime organization. There's a lot of bad blood between them and Meat Grinder's operation. Anyway, back when I was running with the Schwarzers, I laid out the groundwork for a hit on the Landenberg Ring. I was never able to make good on it, though. For some reason, none of the other gangers ever volunteered to help out. With your help, I could steal enough money from them to cover my debt and get myself back into Meat Grinder's good graces in the process. So, what do you think? Quick run, just you and me. With me in the Matrix and you as my man on the ground. We hit them, satisfy my debt, and laugh about it on our way back home. Sound like a plan? Alright, but in the future. No problem, Chief. Not a problem at all. You can count on me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some last-minute stuff to take care of before we get started. Oh, and, thanks. You got the U-Bahn? Oh, no, not such, Chief. I won't be physically going to Dragonfall. I've seen enough of that place for one time. I'll be jacking it from Eternal Ice up here in the Quartz Bazaar. Okay. Sounds good, Chief. Thanks again. That's great. Alright. Well, we need to talk with Paul. But, first the rest of our team. How you doing, Dietrich? Dietrich raises the ball at your approach. Hey again, boss. Do you need something? Any updates on Alexander? Nothing new, boss. He's adjusting. It's gonna take some time. Any thoughts about that last run? There was nothing about that run that didn't disgust me. What they did to that troll. He shudders. It wasn't right, boss, on any level. I don't care what anyone else tells you. You listen to me. What you did, killing that thing, it was the right call. Yeah, it cost us some Nuyen, but letting that thing live would have been a travesty. Think about what you told me earlier. You said that your idol was going to make you pick a fight that you couldn't win. He shrugs. It's bound to happen eventually, probably sooner rather than later. Isn't there something that you can do to stop that from happening? Well, I suppose that I could refuse, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea, especially not right now. Remember, boss, the Dragon Slayer is where my magic comes from. If I turn away from him, you better believe that he'll turn away from me. Besides which, I don't even know if I can refuse him anymore. He's been with me for so long, I don't know where he stops and I begin. He grins at you. Don't you worry about me, boss. I've known that this is coming for my entire life. When it happens, I'll go down in a blaze of glory, the likes of which you can't even imagine. That's a promise. Maybe a gang or a corporation. He pauses for a moment. That's an interesting idea. If it were big enough and heinous enough, he might be satisfied. I never tried to bargain or negotiate with the Dragon Slayer before. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't know about how he'd take it either. The Dragon Slayer doesn't like to be questioned, and his temper's even shorter than mine. I'll tell you what, boss. I'll think about it. Of course not. The Dragon Slayer doesn't want me to die, but he does want me to kill dragons. That ain't supposed to be safe or easy. Isn't my idol's fault that I'm getting too old to keep up with his wishes. Dragon Slayer literally going after a dragon. Augur offers you a shallow nod. Any thoughts about that last run? I'm not gonna lie, this one's gonna stick with me for a while. What they did to that troll was sick. This is probably gonna surprise you, but I'm happy that the Mark 6 is dead. Yeah, I heard Schmidt was pissed, and sure, our reputation got dinged. Neither of those are good things, but I'll take them over being a part of what they were doing to that troll any day. Walking out of a run with a clean conscience is a rare pleasure. Savor it while I can. Do you trust me, Augur? She pauses for a moment, considering. Finally, she nods. Yeah, I do. You've earned that much. I haven't always agreed with your decisions, but you've proven your competence. It's only fair for me to acknowledge it. Tell me what happened to your team. This again? Why do you even care? Because it's pretty clear that if you had your way, you'd still be with them, and a good leader places a priority on knowing his team. But you know it, slowly nods. Alright, I'll tell you. I suppose that you deserve to know. What happened to us was Hoffman. He was a rookie. The kid of some big money corporate exec. He looked good on paper, and he made it through KSK training, so he's technically qualified to join a team. But he was way too green to fit in with ours. Still, he wanted to be a hero, and his family had enough clout to get him an assignment of his choosing. I don't know how many strings Hoffman's daddy had to pull to get him assigned to our team, but he pulled them. Hoffman became our 9th squad mate despite Metzger's objections. Anyway, flash forward a few weeks, we were closing in on one of the Russian mob's major trafficking operations. They've been using a series of warehouses 50 miles from the border as a staging area for the convoys. Women and girls from Eastern Europe were being housed there. When the convoys came, they'd be crammed into cargo containers and hauled across the border into Germany. Go to any brothel along the border and have a look around. Chances are you'll find at least a few girls who have spent their time in those warehouses. Slovakians, Hungarians, Poles, you name it. The mob has been smuggling them over for decades. They were in a position to derail their operation, and we're gonna let our new addition slow us down. We hit them by surprise and we hit them hard. Fisher and Braun managed to take down the Banshee that they had patrolling the site. Wolf had reconnaissance drones overhead providing battle attack feeds to the rest of us. We picked off the gunmen one by one. They had numbers on us, but they didn't know where to hit us. We had eyes in the sky, and we had cover and concealment. Every time they thought they had a fix on us, we'd shift positions and hit them again. They might as well have been fighting ghosts. Okay. What went wrong? Then Hoffman broke cover and gave away our position, and after that all hell broke loose. Wolf went down. The sound of it will haunt me for the rest of my days. An explosion, a choked scream, and then this long, drawn-out gurgling sound. When he died, his drones went down with him, and there were too many hostiles to track without them. I'll spare you the gory details, suffice to say that my team was wiped out. Iger's face clouds again. You can see the tears beginning to well in her eyes. I watched Metzger die. With a visible effort, she clamps down her emotions and calms herself. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. I took 3 rounds myself. I had to drag myself back across the Alderness line into Germany. I almost died. That's the story. My KSK crew died with the rest of the team. Our mission was illegal after all, off the books. There was no going back for me, so I wound up here. Looks you in the eye. Her tone is impassive. Did that tell you everything you wanted to know if you were the leader? Are you satisfied now? Yes, thank you, Iger. So tell me, what's your takeaway from my tale of woe? I feel that you've got to have one. When Monica died, you blame me because I was new to the team. But I'm not Hoffman, Iger. Yeah, she nods. I know that. And you're alright, to a point. I might have judged you too harshly because of Hoffman. But everything else that I said was justified. Giving you command of this team was a hasty decision, made for the wrong reasons. I stand by that assessment. But between then and now, I've been watching like a hawk, and you've grown. You had the right choice to lead before. I still believe that. But you are now. Thank you, Iger. Good talk. Until next time. Well, she's chill. Gloria's pallid face lights up at your approach. A genuine smile spreads across her lips. Good to see you. You too, Glory. How are things with you? He pauses for a moment, considering. You know what? I'm happy, actually. For the first time in a long time. I have you to thank for that. Are you to tell me about that chrome you're sporting? Any thoughts about that last run? A tinge of red crawls up Glory's neck. Look at me. She extends her sculpted metal arms. Chrome glints in the flickering light. I'm not far from being what that poor troll was. When I think of what they did to him, she looks you in the eye. Her expression remains neutral. That slight blush has spread from her neck to her cheeks. It wasn't right. It was the only thing that you could to make it better. You knew that it would cost you, and you did it anyway because it was right. I won't forget that. Not ever. Are you ready to tell me more about the chrome you're sporting? Be patient. Explanation for that is coming. Not sure you're going to like it, though. Look of unease slits across her face. Are you ready to talk about fear, Stell? Yeah. Gloria looks troubled, more so than you've ever seen her before. Whatever memory she's dredging up must be exceedingly painful. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been looking forward to this, but yeah. It's time. Look, I'm about to tell you some things about myself that might change your opinion of me. It's entirely possible that you're going to hate me based on what's coming up next. I've accepted that, and if that's what happens, I sincerely believe that I deserve it. She looks in the eye, her expression grim. So tell me, are you sure that you want to keep pushing forward with this? This is important for you. After everything we've been through, I think that we both know that. Whatever you have to tell me, I'm ready to listen. Well, thanks. Thanks for being a friend. So when we left off last time, I had just moved from the streets of Tübingen to the warm, inviting confines of Fjörstel. Marta and I were happy there for a little while, and Harrow embraced me as a long-lost daughter. We'll probably take a moment to talk more about Harrow. He's going to be an important figure in this story. I don't know what his age was. He seemed old enough to be paternal, but young enough to hang with the kids on something like a peer level. Best guess, I'd say he was in his mid-20s. He was handsome and well-built, with a neatly trimmed beard and a thick brown hair. There's something else about him, something uncanny. Harrow had this charisma, this raw magnetic attraction that just made people latch onto him. I saw it over and over. All it took was a few words and a pound on the shoulder, and Harrow would have a new convert. The other kids of the farm followed around like lost puppies. Much as I loved Marta, and as much as I thought she loved me, we forgot all about one another when Harrow was around. All we wanted was to be close to him, to be part of his inner circle, and soon enough, we were. For a girl of 17, it was all terribly exciting. Harrow had these rules of living that he would teach us, rules about self-determination and the importance of disobedience. He claimed to have taught classes at the University of Berlin, which he painted as a mix between an earthly paradise and an anarchist playground. We all saw Fjörstel would be the focal point of a new movement for the children of the fatherland. He proposed that we were special. We ate it up, of course. We were kids. For those of us in the inner sanctum, Harrow would share even more. He had power the likes of which I had never seen, not my father's drunken fists or my own childish experience, but genuine, incredible power. He said that it came from the Horn God, an ancient deity that he venerated. That would be, I know which god they're talking about, the god of the hunt. He's probably a werewolf of some sort, isn't he? He knew about my latent abilities right away, and he offered to teach me. Naturally, I accepted. I heard of the Horn God. His followers have a poor reputation, especially among women. Any bad reputation that they might have gained is well deserved, but there was more to it than that, as you'll see. Hang with me. Rough waters ahead. So I became Harrow's apprentice. He taught me to channel magic and summon spirits. He taught me rituals and pagan traditions, Machiavellian philosophy and Nietzschean ethics. Above all, he taught me to connect with his Horn God, and through it, I learned power and arrogance. It was all downhill from there. The next few years, I lived at Fjörstel as Harrow's enforcer and right-hand girl. I was also his sometimes wife and concubine. But that was a distinction that I shared with all of the girls in the commune, including my beloved Marta. Okay. I came to learn that she'd been his long before she met me, but by that point, I didn't care. I embraced the rules of living. I was Harrow's creature through and through. Didn't ask questions, and I walked the path that was in front of me. Other fun facts about those years, I learned cruelty. I had power now, and my new idol encouraged me to use it. Harrow did the same. Any children who didn't pull their weight were subjected to my tender mercies, and I was anything but tender. I took what I wanted rather than asking for it. I liked it. It's fun. Let's see. Shadowrun, Horned God Totem. What has he got here? What is the Horned God? Ern, or Cernunnos. There's a few of them. Ah, there we go. The Horn Manor Wild Huntsman. It doesn't say. Unfortunate. I also came to learn that Harrow's Horn God was not the Eichenfürst worshipped by throwback cults across Germany. It was certainly God with horns, but it came from an altogether different tradition. Get a hazard a guess? The devil? In the magically active community, we refer to it as the adversary. But yeah, same being, more or less. So my idol, the ancient deity that was feeding me my power, was the antithesis of everything that is right and good. You know what? Didn't care. Our time together, Harrow and I committed more atrocities than I could count. At this point, I was onto all of his tricks. I knew that Fjörstel was nothing more than a honey trap, carefully designed to lure local children into my master's clutches. I knew that the kids who seemed resistant to Harrow's brainwashing techniques wound up fertilizing the garden, and that Harrow's entire manifesto was bullshit. I knew that through it all, Harrow and the adversary were laughing, because I was laughing right there beside him. I didn't want to pin the blame for my decisions on anyone but me. That said, I would like to posit that my father's connection to the Kreuzritters might have helped play into my willingness to serve the adversary. In my warped and doctrinal brain, I equated the church with evil. So, the opposite of that, I figured, had to be, well, if not good, then at least not totally bad. I was kidding myself, of course. My new deity was the very definition of bad. Serving it made me bad. End of story. Harrow's the one who deserves the blame. And what if he was indoctrinated into the service of the adversary when he was my age? Will he not be at fault anymore either? She shakes her head. No. Harrow certainly deserves some of the blame for what I became, maybe even most of it, but personal responsibility has to come into the equation somewhere. I made my own choices and they were horrible ones. I've accepted that, you should too. Gloria pauses for a moment to collect herself. She looks haggard and her pale cheeks are flushed blood red. She swallows hard, then presses forward. Anyway, one day Harrow invited me on a field trip. To Stuttgart. Over the years that I was at Fierstel, the commune has easily doubled in size. It was thriving all thanks to the efforts of Marta and the girls like her. Harrow would send the girls out to neighboring cities to lure in the street kids that nobody would miss. He targeted children because they were easy to indoctrinate, because nothing makes the adversary happier than the corruption of the innocent. As you drove out to pick up the new recruits, I was already planning ahead. It was a foregone conclusion that I would pay my daughter a visit. The irony of a group of Kreuzritters getting immolated by a genuine servant of the actual devil tickled me to no end. So when Harrow stopped to fill up on diesel, I hopped out of the van and headed out on foot to my parents' place. Harrow wasn't overly concerned about my absence. I had long since reached a point where I could assert my autonomy, and he knew that I'd be back. I went up at my folks' house sometime around noon. I could hear the adversary whispering in my ear, telling me what to do. I'd long since learned to listen to its voice. It always rewarded me with extra power when I did its bidding. I made a knock, so I did. As the door opened, I could feel a torrent of flames welling up in the astral plane all around me. It told me to channel them into the doorway, into my father. So I did. But of course, the person who opened the door wasn't my father. It was my mother. As I watched her flash blacken and melt, as I heard her scream and I broke into hysterics, I heard the adversary laugh. At the moment, I realized that I was laughing at me. Gloria nods, a grim expression on her delicate face. Thanks, we're almost to the end now. Thanks for sticking with me. It was like a lever that had been pulled. All at once the bubble popped. I wasn't a powerful servant of the adversary. I was not Harrow's #1 girl. I was a ridiculous little fool who had willingly tied her soul to the worst thing in existence. Realizing all of this was one thing. Actually fixing it was something else entirely. I knew that I had to get away from Harrow. That was the first thing to do. So I bit my lip and did my best to ignore the happy babble of the new recruits on the trip back to Fierstel. I managed to get through the ride without screaming. Once we were back at the commune, I broke into Harrow's safe, stole the commune's resources, and ran. I don't know when Harrow realized what I'd done, or whether he even cared. All that I know is that nobody came after me, so I kept running and running until I got to Berlin. Getting past the wall is fairly simple. You know how easy it is to obtain falsified papers. The biggest obstacle that I faced during my fight was the adversary itself. I could run from Harrow, but how do you run from something that's tied to your own soul? Oh, God, Glory. On to look in Gloria's eyes is heartbreaking. She gives you another curt, grim nod. That's why she's got so many cybers in her. Walked into the office of the first street doc I could find, pointed all the biggest, bulkiest pieces of cyberware that he had on display and told him to put them on me. He tried to upsell me on better merchandise, arguing that what I was asking for was old and inefficient, better suited to be installed in a museum than in a body. He told me that I'd be shredding my essence and that once I was gone, I'd never be able to get it back. I stuck to my guns. After all, shredding my essence was the whole point. Glory looks up at you. Her eyes are sunken and hollow, and the aura of loss about her is palpable. She looks like a woman who's been through hell. That's all for now. You've heard the tale. You know why I am the way I am. You know the things I've done and how much I have to atone for. If you still want my company, fine, but if I've lost your friendship, I understand that too. But for now, I need to be left alone. Well, I mean, fair enough. It makes sense. If you want to break a tie to some sort of demon, I guess if you shred your essence, that's one way to do it. A little fucked, but understandable. To call your work unsatisfactory would be an understatement. When I said that we wanted the prototype, it should have gone without saying that we wanted it intact and operational. Technically fulfilled the terms of our arrangement, so you will get paid, but don't ever expect to work for us again. We got the money, that's what matters. Farm a cleanup job. Here you'll find the complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Fuchs. I assume it's Fuchs or something like that. A potential client. The job seems to be relatively straightforward and the payout is reasonable. One word of caution before you proceed. There are aspects of this run that you might find morally troubling. Be sure to read and understand the specifics of the job before accepting. If you do accept, you'll be expected to carry out the requirements of the job in full. After reading this transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified and I'll make all necessary preparations for the run. Herr Amsel? Yes, I'm here. To whom am I speaking? You may call me Herr Fuchs. Very well. Please describe the work that you would like to have done. Straight to the point. I like that. Very well. I would like to retain your team's services to clean up a mess. Go on. My employers dispatched a team of operatives to conduct a quiet operation at a local Sharing Pharma AG lab. Unfortunately, they botched the job. The team was eliminated, but we have reliable information that one of the operatives has been taken captive. If this rogue agent were to spill information leading back to my employers, it could lead to a corporate war. A great many lives could be lost. My employers would like nothing more than to prevent such a tragic turn of events. Ah, I see, and you wish to retain my team's services to tie up loose ends. Exactly. The captive operative is a rigger by the name of Thorvald Enstad. We need him neutralized before he can inform on us to his captors. As Ernstad and his team have already gone and put the facility on high alert, stealth will not be an option. Your team will need to shoot its way in, eliminate Ernstad, and exit the facility. You're core enough task and well within my team's capabilities. What are you offering? 15,000. Offer is non-negotiable. Not bad. We post any pay data? Got a little bit more. Not bad. We don't really have any more pay data to send its way, so there's that. Alright, Herr Amsel, what do you want? What's up? Amsel calls over his shoulder at the sound of your approach. His eyes are glued to the computer's display. Graham Mueller should be on her way, but before we go to the meeting site, I have news. He glances at you and his words trail off. Upon seeing the expression on your face, Amsel's voice becomes grave. It can wait. Tell me what has happened. Bad news. Somebody is hunting us. They set up an ambush at the U-Bahn. Amsel pauses, then gives a curt nod. Truth be told, I've been expecting that something like this might happen. I'm just glad that he made it out alive. One of the attackers dropped this. Amsel takes the PDA from you and examines it. Yeah, I should be able to extract some information from this. Give me a moment. Plugs the PDA into his computer and goes to work. A few minutes later, he lets out a grunt of dismay. Well, I was able to recover a file, but unfortunately, that's all I'll ever be able to pull off of this thing. All that anyone will, truth be told. It's been running some kind of counter-intrusion software. The instant I gain access, it bricked itself. Amsel disconnects the useless PDA and drops on the ground. It clatters to a rest on the middle floor. What do you manage to pull off of it? A comm file! The audio's all there, but it looks like we've only got video from one side of the conversation. Let's see what we have. He opens the file and a nightmarishly familiar face appears on the screen. Bachmeyer! The voice bleats out from Amsel's speakers, filling the room. Audrey here, what's your status? Bachmeyer's image is gobbled, but his voice sounds young and eager. Target acquired, sir. You were right. We have spotted him on the U-Bahn, just like you said. Probably on his way to a job. As per your instructions, we're going to try to take him out on his way back. We'll be more vulnerable that way. Hopefully injured and low on ammo too, but only time will tell. Good man. Proceed as instructed. Will do. Kosman is rigging up an ambush spot now. We'll try to make it quick. Dark with a nightmare face or nods. Some of your comment the job is done. Audrey out. The image on the computer screen dies. Amsel turns to face you. Well, a scarred friend makes an appearance. I suspect that Green Winter's predictions are coming true. I believe that Fierschwing is behind this. Under Amsel's patient exterior, you can feel the worry that's eating at him. Be on your guard, you and the rest of your team. You made it through this attack relatively unscathed, but next time you might not be so lucky. At least now we have a name to put to the face, Audrin. That's not all we have. As I was saying when you first walked in, I've been productive as well. I was able to uncover some new evidence in your absence, and coincidentally enough, that evidence pertains to a scarred friend. I recall that I said I'd dig into Audrin's skin grafts. Well, I did, and that search has finally borne fruit. One of my contacts outside of Berlin handles the paperwork for private hospitals all across Germany. It's a dull, boring job, but it does have its perks. Amsel pulls open a file on his computer, and a medical chart opens up on the screen. As it turns out, our scarred friend's skin grafts were performed at a legitimate hospital after all. What do they say? Well, they're rather light on identifying information. Our friend's name is listed as Max Musterman, the local equivalent of John Doe, but they do cover his injuries in great detail. Audrin's injuries were extensive. He had 2 broken ribs, a shattered pelvis, and he sustained third-degree burns over 60% of his body. Most damningly of all, he was suffering from acute radiation poisoning. His body had absorbed over 5,000 millisieverts of ionizing radiation, a lethal dose without treatment, so using the SOX. Information dries up at this point. We know that he was treated and discharged, but what happened afterward remains a mystery. Pauses for a moment, studying your reaction. Your thoughts? Hold nothing back. I'd like to hear everything that comes to your mind. I spent some time in the SOX. That radiation poisoning doesn't happen on its own. 5,000 millisieverts is a lot of exposure. Short basking in the glow of an unshielded reactor. I don't know how he'd have absorbed that much ionizing radiation without spending time in the SOX. Alright, so he spent some time in the SOX. What else does this tell you? His burns sound like Dragonfire, but if the Firewing burned Audrin, why would he be working for her now? I don't think Audrin is working for the Firewing. I believe that he's serving her. On Green Winter's second DVD, he mentions that there is a cult within the SOX that worships the Firewing, the Disciples of the Cleansing Fire. I believe that Audrin belongs to this cult. And he is nothing more dangerous than a zealot. That's exactly. A hireling can sometimes be bribed or reasoned with. A pawn can be liberated, but if the firing soldiers look upon her as a goddess figure, nothing short of killing her will deter them. Even that might not stop them. So it is possible that Audrin is a dragon cultist. This seems to fit with much of the other information that we uncovered. Any other red flags jump out at you? Possible it couldn't ID Audrin, or that somebody covered his tracks for him where he was living completely off the grid. Indeed. If Audrin were a denizen of the SOX, a glowpunk, his lack of identifying information would make sense. Amsel adjusts his glasses. It's a working theory at any rate. So to sum up, probably spent time in the SOX. Possible that he even lived there as a member of Fiercewing's dragon cult. And he's after you. Amsel pauses for a moment before continuing. In my mind, all of this reinforces one fact. We need to find Beauclair. We need to do it fast. Agreed. Good. That's all the more reason to gather Alice's fee as quickly as possible. There's a buzzing sound from Paul's wrist. He lifts his hand to look at his PDA. And, as luck would have it, Frau Mueller has arrived. Best of luck at the meeting. Remember, this is urgent. We need that money. We'll be good. We can throw that money directly into the fund. I think we should be pretty well equipped to handle it already. At this point. Have you done any more, Malie Holier? I don't know, it's possible. Just browsing, don't mind me. We have a little bit of funds. Not a lot. We could go for a new drone, though. That would help out our runs immensely. Because we can do a Class A drone now. We're not quite up at Class S, but... a Steel Lynx or a Sundowner would be pretty useful. Yeah, that'll do. Let's throw in a Sundowner. Alright. So this thing should be able to send some explosives into the fray pretty easily. And now that we have that, we can sell that off. Nothing else of particular use. I think we should be good. Probably another attacker ESP. Well, we should be fine. We've already kitted ourselves out as much as possible. And our teammates are kitting themselves up. So we'll donate a little bit of money to the fund. I don't know. I'll boost it a bit, you know? There we go. That'll help increase our quantity. And make sure that we get there a little quicker, you know? Any excesses can be tossed into our bank pretty well. Anything else? Not off the top of my head. We kind of have to keep to our own right now. Hello, Frau Mueller. Who the hell are you? A solitary woman stands at the edge of the U-Bahn platform. She suppresses a shiver and hugs herself for warmth. Frau Mueller. She appears as Amsel described her, an impressive-looking woman of Aslaner descent, with coffee-colored skin and dark, wavy hair. Everything about her screams corporate executive, from her expensive-looking suit to her tastefully understated makeup. She's obviously nervous, but she's hiding it well. She locks eyes with you and hesitates only slightly before speaking. E-machine, I presume? Herr Amsel told me I could meet you here. He wasn't lying. He said that you had a job for me. She holds her silence for a moment, then nods. Yes? Yes, I do. In truth, I'm in desperate need of your help. Tell me what you need, Frau Muller. She offers you a small smile. An assumed name, obviously. But I've been told that this is how you people do business. She straightens in her seat and tries on a smile. It hangs there for a second, then fades away. She sighs. From my accent, you no doubt inferred that I am Aslaner. Further, you may have guessed who I work for. I'm afraid that I haven't. Care to fill me in? As Technology, the only Aslan-based corporation operating in Germany. I've been with the company for over a decade. Over the course of my employment, I've worked on a great many projects, from the innocuous to the obscene. My hands have touched it all. Never once did I question the wisdom of our research. Never once did I consider blowing the whistle on my employers. I kept my nose down, worked hard, and excelled at the tasks set before me. They must love you there. More than any other employee, my commitment and work ethic were recognized, and I ascended the corporate ladder fairly quickly. Brings me to where I am today. Last month, I was transferred there from my home in Tenochtitlan. They told me that an employee of my caliber was needed in Berlin, and that I would be working on a project with wide-reaching applications. The only other detail that I was given was the name of the project, Bloodline. Catchy. She looks you in the eye, and for the first time you can see the cracks in your composure. She's doing a good job of hiding it, but deep down this woman is terrified. I've seen many terrible things in my life, but in Tenochtitlan, blood magic is commonplace. Take a moment to imagine what that means. In the underground markets, people are bought and sold as chattel. Street children are rounded up and bled like lambs. When I saw all these things by the age of 12, takes a deep breath and lets out slowly. Seeing such things, it changes you. What I found when I arrived here was worse. This project, it horrifies me, and it must be stopped. Tell me what you know about Bloodline. She shakes her head. The less you know, the better. For both of us. You'll just have to trust me on that. The only thing, you need only know that it is evil, and it is not a word that I use lightly. You have to understand, Frau Muller, I can't accept a job without knowing what it entails. Of course not. Your job will be relatively simple. I want you to bring the building down. The computers, the research data, the mages and scientists that are working to bring about this abomination, I want them, all of them burned to ash and buried to rubble. No compromises, no exceptions. Her tone softens. I'm sure that you haven't answered questions. I'm not in the habit of dealing with Shadowrunners. In truth, I've spent the majority of my career living in fear of you people. But I knew that you're the only ones who can get this done. So tell me, is there anything more that you need to hear from me? Why can't you tell all this to him? I had to meet you in person, to look into your eyes and see the man behind the name. Now that I've done so, I'm sure you're the one that I need. Naturally, I'll send any further information about the job to Herr Amsel, provided of course they accept. About any innocent people in the building. None of us are innocent. But if you need to solve your conscience, rest assured that at the hour of your approach, the only personnel authorized to be on site will be security and senior members of the research team. And I assure you, neither are innocent in this matter. If the Bloodline project reaches completion, nobody will be safe ever again. This sounds like hyperbole, I know, but it isn't. The Bloodline project will lead to countless deaths. I'm certain enough of this to hire you, despite the fact that doing so will probably cost my own life. They expect me to level a building. You don't need to be. You just need to be a competent decker, which I'm told you are. The facility is powered by a number of on-site generators. There are safeguards in place to prevent them from overloading in the event of a power spike. The system is designed to shut itself down. But I know how you can disable those safeguards. Once the generators begin to overload, you'll have a limited time to reach a safe distance. The explosion will be quite catastrophic. Can you tell me about the building security? Expected to be tight. In addition to their standard security team, S Technology has taken out a knight-errant high-threat response team contract to protect the building. Corporate doesn't seem to mind contracting a competitor for emergency response services. That should give you some indication as to the uniqueness of this project. At any rate, I believe that I come up with a solution to the knight-errant problem. Discuss the matter with your Herr Amsel if you decide to take the job. What about the compensation? 36,000 million, as I told your Herr Amsel. That's what I've allocated for the job. That's fair. That's fair. It's fair than fair. I've done my homework. Alright, I've made a decision. I'll take the job. Her face visibly brightens. In that case, it's a deal. I can't tell you how relieved I am. Thank you for helping me to bring this nightmare to an end. I will iron out the remaining details with your Herr Amsel. He'll want to talk this over with you anyway, I'm sure. Good man. You're saving more lives than you know. Alright. What the hell does Herr Amsel think about her? We need the money. Alright, here we go. Let's talk with Herr Amsel. I want to make sure that we got this, fun down. You know what I mean? Any ideas on how to tackle this? Yes, a few. Frau Mueller has provided us with detailed information on the facility. I've vetted the information that seems to hold up. Based on the intel, I have formulated what I believe will be an effective strategy to bring down the building. According to Mueller's intel, the facility is extraordinarily well guarded. Whatever this bloodline project is, the Azis have spared no expense to defend it. The facility is patrolled by the Az Technology's internal security personnel. On their own, they would pose a challenge, but I don't doubt that you could brute force your way through them. Unfortunately, they won't be on their own. Az Technology has purchased one of Knight Errant's more expensive security contracts as an additional line of defense. So kicking in the front door is out then. Amsel nods, I should say so. I pulled some strings with an old contact of mine. He's providing me with the address of a small software developer, OTK International. I write the firmware updates for Knight Errant's comm systems, and their defenses should be considerably weaker than Az Technologies. My contact has informed me that OTK stores an off-site hard copy of every firmware update it develops for data security purposes. My suggestion is this. You hit the offices of OTK International and reduce their computers to slag. In the interim, I will have the hard copy of their next update replaced with a compromised version. When OTK's next update goes live, our compromised version will be pushed out to Knight Errant. When you hit the Az Technology facility, I'll be able to track Knight Errant via their comm links. This should make the run much more manageable. He fishes in his pocket for something. A moment later, he produces a corporate ID with your face on it. This will get you through the front door of the office park that contains OTK International. My contact was only able to provide me with one card, so you'll need to let the rest of your team through a side door. Sounds like a plan. OTK's offices aren't far from here. You should take the U-Bahn there when you're ready. Hell yeah, we should. Let's deal with this. Hopefully we can get all the money we need. Hopefully, Bloodlines is actually something horrific. You know? Hopefully. Let's see what we got here. OTK International Offices tap Knight Errant Communications in preparation for a run against Aztec. Glory, Dietrich, Iger. Shouldn't take long. This should be pretty simple, I suppose. Theoretically. We won't die horribly. OTK International is a small-time software developer, and it shows. The company's main office is crammed up against the back wall of a massive shared office park, surrounded by competing businesses and larger corporations. A steady trickle of dead-eyed wage slaves flows in and out of the complex. The office park's main entrance is overflowing with hired security, but your forged keycard gets you past them easily enough. A few minutes later, you're walking the winding corridors towards OTK International. You're only a few smashed computers away from putting Amsel's plan into motion. Okay. We got our sundowner in place. That'll help out. Hopefully the sundowner works well. Only 3 karma, we might as well put it into dodge. Passing through the main doors of OTK International, you find yourself in a stretch of industrial hallway. Apparently the company is too small to warrant such amenities as a lobby or greeting area. The rest of your team is waiting for your OTK's side entrance, outside the office park, and beyond the reach of building security. Letting them in should be as easy as opening a service door. We got a bit of work to do before we can actually do that. As you pass by the open door, you see a middle-aged wage slave working at a console. His back is facing the door, and he doesn't seem to have noticed you. We'll approach him. Who are you? How the hell did you get in here? Look of confusion on his face disappears, replaced by suspicion. I was expecting to see anyone else here this late. Scowl crosses his face. I've never seen you before. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to call security. Attempt to wrestle him to the ground. Come with a mana bolt, knock him out with a stun bolt. No common experience, but he fights like a cornered animal. Seeing an opening, you knock him off balance and propel him face first into the corner of his desk. With a wet crunch, his body goes limp and he falls to the floor. Will immediately begins to pull beneath him from a large gash on his forehead. You freeze, holding your breath and waiting for the scream of the alarm. After a count of 10, you exhale slowly. It looks like you got away with it. Huh. What's this? What's this? Calendar, covered in notes and appointments. June the 29th has been circled about a half dozen times. The desk before you is well kept. The papers are stacked neatly, the drawers are closed, and the terminal is shut off. Conscious of the drawers make it clear that this desk belongs to a supervisor of some sort. Mr. Stephen Williams, according to the nameplate. What about the locked drawer? The drawer appears to be secured by some sort of electronic lock. The desk itself, however, is relatively flimsy. You might be able to force the drawer open. No visible keyhole, no input pad, no card reader. Must be controlled through the computer terminal. Boots up quickly. Crack the password. Logged in as Williams. Unlock the drawer. What do we got here? Supervisor's ID badge. Not bad. Filing cabinets have all been labeled in neat block printing by hand. They're all locked. Orders arranged in a grid of names and tasks, most of which seem to be in the completed category. In the corner is a note, Lucy V. Day Tuesday, do not forget. The shelf is neatly organized and alphabetized. On the upper shelf is a framed picture of a young blonde girl with braces and a huge smile stretching across her face. Okay then, Williams. I already checked that painting, so we know that there's nothing behind it. Probably. Hello! Lead the way. Alright. Who the hell are you? Standing in the hallway is a janitor, a tired-looking woman in her mid-30s. She's staring at you, her eyes wide with surprise. You can't help but notice the alarm panel set into the wall just behind her. With the flick of a wrist, she could make your job infinitely more complicated. Oh, excuse me, you saw me there. A look of confusion crosses the janitor's face as her eyes flip from you to her teammates to the door they just let them through. You're suddenly aware of how very out of place you look in this building, and the furrow in the janitor's brow tells you that she's made the same observation. Who are you exactly? And how did you get into this building? Share a dorm together at the University of Berlin. Uh-huh. Can't really pay, actually. I could just get back to see him. You'll be able to clear this up in a second. Yeah, look. If you wouldn't mind hanging out right here, I think the security might like to have a word with you. Get that alarm and you're a dead woman. The janitor freezes in her tracks, her eyes wide with panic. She raises her arms at her sides. Look, just don't hurt me, okay? I have kids at home. You can go wherever you want. She looks like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. Through the glare of the room's halogen lighting, you can see their eyes are brimming with tears. Please? Not getting paid to kill you, so unless you do something stupid, you'll be just fine. Shut up and sit in the corner, okay? She nods, tears streaming down her cheeks. From her body language alone, you can tell that she's petrified. You've seen this look before. She's not going to cause you any more trouble. Okay. We don't want to cause problems for us, you know. There's a couple of drones there that I don't want to mess with. We'll just pop this door open. We've been here. Alright, there's a matrix here. We can pop into that. Yeah, it's definitely me. I'm the only decker here. Gotta make sure we can do this, you know? There we go. Pop this open. Let's see what we got here. Quite a few ESPs. You know, for a security firm, this is kind of a crappy place, isn't it? It's not exactly very good at what they do. Let's just delete these things as soon as possible. That's fine. As long as he's taking the brunt of it, I don't care. Summon another ESP. We can just force our way through this as hard as possible. There we go. Nice killer program should do nicely on that. A bit of erosion on that one. That'll prevent it from doing anything. Let's continue holding these two in place. And then just keep attacking the Sparky. It seems like the best bet. That way it won't get a chance to actually deal with us. It doesn't get a chance to charge. Or at least not fully. I'm gonna move over here. That'll give us plenty of access. Blast this, I see. Because why not? Break that one, break that one. Or miss horribly, that's also an option. There we go. Yeah, that'll deal with that. And then break this IC. Sooner we do it, the better. Alright, let's pop this executive door. That should do nicely. And get the hell out of here. That'll do nicely. Yeah. Oh, this is a restricted area. The guard raises a weapon, his voice brimming with excitement. Show your ID, now! Yeah, it's right here. He squints at the badge, scowling. After a few seconds, he lowers his weapon. Sorry to bother you, sir. You're cleared to be here, but stay where I can see you. And don't leave this room. Don't worry, I won't. Drone Control Center. Can we check into this terminal? I hope this doesn't alert the guards immediately. That would suck. I want to just get in there, do my thing. You know? Oh, great. There's the IC. Move here. Place an attacker. This will allow us to basically just deny those two for a bit. Long enough to make sure that they don't do anything. There we go. Yeah, you ain't moving. It's a real tragedy, I know. I'm gonna go for this one, just because it's a, it's able to attack us. Unlike the other two. Obliterate. Break this one too, ideally. No luck. Yeah, now they can move again. They're gonna start moving to attack us. Let's see if we can break this one. There we go. That's a break. And deal with this one too. Oh, what a shame. Can't reach me, can you? I feel so bad. Okay, that's new. We can still deal with it. Yeah, right here should be fine. That'll give our attacker ESP plenty of work. Without much threat to us. Medic up. And break this one. Because it's the easiest to target, you know. Then we use our tar bomb, which will hold it in place. Hopefully break... Yeah, there we go. There's the IC down. This should do nicely. And break that one. There we go. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Secure data server node. Good to know. Decent node. Summon up another friend so that he can start causing some problems. We're gonna send this... Oh, okay. He's gonna be a little focused. We can hit a few different places at once here. It shouldn't be too hard to do either. Yeah, this is the better target. For now, at least. That's nice, buddy. That'll work nicely. Cause some erosion on it, hopefully. There we go. And we'll erode this IC as well. Apply erosion as much as possible. Yeah, that IC is going to be a much bigger problem for me than the ranged one, being at melee range, honestly. I'd say we're making some good progress here. At least so far. Alright, take a shot. There we go. And we're gonna need to take him out. There we go. Move back and then tar them both. Not prevent them from doing anything. Break this IC. Because we can. Yeah, those tech, those guys don't really know what the hell's going on here. All they know is that we're just chilling out by the, computer. We'll be fine. Oh, for God's sake. Let's move him up behind us so that we can do some damage. There we go. It's a guaranteed hit, so why not go for it, right? Break it. Do as much damage as possible to it. In one flurry of strikes, basically. Okay, nothing else is popping up. That's fine. And we finally grab the secure data. Okay. Cool. We've probably broken their servers pretty badly by now. I doubt there's much left of them. Because if you run those things hot enough, then they'll just slag themselves pretty easily. It's part of the reason why these servers have such dedicated rooms for them. Unfortunately. Computers run pretty hot sometimes. Especially if they're some sort of clunky server designed to hold software and then push it out. Can't imagine it's very pleasant for the ears, but oh well. Alright, that's our target. There we go. Good boy. And now this one can go follow us into the next section. Oh, that spot's been cleared out. Just gotta make sure, you know. Alright, let's deal with this one real quick. And an erosion to make it even more susceptible. Yeah, there's not much that we really need to worry about here. Most is just popping these ICs and that's it. That's all there really is to it. Scoot over here. Financial data server, huh? Not a bad find. Not bad at all. Could be effective. Yeah, you're not moving anymore. You are staying right there. And that'll give us access to the financial data. Literal pay data. I don't think there's anything else we really need to worry about. We're pretty well situated right now. Okay. Through here. And out we go. Didn't even trigger an alarm. We got our job done. All there is to it. Let's get the hell out of here before things go south. Thank you, friend, for not calling the guards. That was very cool of you. Our job is done here. That wasn't too bad, right? Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Not a bad one. Could have definitely gone a lot worse. The abandoned ride home is smooth and uneventful. The high-ups at OTK International must be scrambling to try to recover their losses. It's only a matter of time before they make the call and Amsel's compromised data is uploaded to Knight Errant's comlinks. You're going to be rolling into Az technology with one hell of an advantage. Not bad for a night's work. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. I just need to go tell Amsel that's been done. Until then, everything is on hold. I do appreciate the little shenanigans that you can pull off, though. It is a good idea to do a run before a run to make sure that we get this done, you know? Oh, job well done, as usual, and the plan has worked swimmingly, I might add. I'm already patched into the Knight Errant comm system, and if and when they summon their high-threat response team, I will know it. As soon as you're finished resupplying, I'd recommend heading directly to the Jirul district. I think that's where the Azzy facility is. Amsel nods. That's correct. The Azzies control the majority of the district, and you'll find their research facility at the heart of it. Considering the level of security that Az technology is running, I wouldn't count on medical evac being available on this run. In fact, I'd bet against it. That means that if anyone falls unconscious in there, they'll be buried when the building collapses. Obviously, you can't let that happen. This is just stocking up on medical supplies before leaving the Kreuz Bazaar. One last thing. Frau Mueller sent me a message while you were on the OTK run. She says that when you reach the sub-basement of the facility, you'll find a security door. This door's maglocks can be opened by a voice recognition system. Apparently, Frau Mueller surreptitiously recorded a meeting. She claims that she has added your voice print to the Az technology database. Go on. If our client is to be believed, you'll have the necessary access to open the door. The rest of your team, however, will not. When you reach that door, I'd recommend grouping up. Only you can open it, and there's no saying what you'll find on the other side. Agreed, our Frau Mueller is cleared out of her depth. That said, we find ourselves between a rock and a hard place. We desperately need the money she's paying for this job, and we've already committed ourselves to attacking OTK. Despite Frau Mueller's lack of professionalism, we need to press forward, and that means you're going to need to get past that door. Go now. We need to strike while the iron is hot. There we go. Didn't take too long. Buy up the various med kits. I'm thinking we're gonna go with a 2 on each person. I'm gonna make absolute sure. 1000% sure that we get as much second chances as possible for our boys. Okay, nothing too useful. There was that medical place, wasn't there? There was the Talismonger. Where are we going? I remember seeing a clinic around here somewhere. It's a question of where, though. That's a talismonger, so that's not going to be useful. There's the Cafe Sezva. Tech cellar. Nothing there. Maybe up here? You know, Brazil. There it is. The Triage Cyber Clinic. Never know, could be useful. What do we got here? Oh, hello. Dr. Xavier Escabil. As you approach the elf, you notice he's in mid-conversation. His lips move rapidly, and his voice comes out in a low, quiet tone. The glossy plastic shell of a high-grade comlink glints on his wrist. Doing your best to look uninterested, you lean in slightly and strain your ears. You find that you can make out the doctor's end of the conversation. No, the price I'm quoting you is more than fair. Well below market value, in fact. If you can't pay it, that's your problem. Yes, I know that the price has gone up. This is a seller's market. Well then, you'll just have to find the money or go without. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I have a patient. He presses a button on his comlink and looks up at you, $1 million smile on his face. Sorry about the wait, my friend. Welcome to the Triage Cyber Clinic. He extends his hand to you. I am Dr. Xavier Esgibel, and your name is? A pleasure. Pleased to meet you. What can I do for you today? I need medical supplies. Give me your Bamonas. You don't have a lot of money. Okay, not a lot of money. That's great. How many kits do we have? We got a lot of medical kits. We'll just have to save and hope that it goes well. We're running this. Hopefully it ends well. No promises, but we do have a little bit of a stockpile of resources that we've been holding on to. I think now is the time. This technology's Berlin compound. Lori, Dietrich, and Eiger. Okay. We're gonna have to do a little bit of futzing to make this work. Oh god. As technology, a giant in the worlds of technological and magical research. One of the most powerful and feared corporations on the planet, there are very few places in this world that the tendrils of Az technology cannot reach. Germany is no exception. The black glass edifice of an Nazi pyramid dominates the courtyard of the Zitadel Spandau, and countless other, more innocuous facilities can be found all over Berlin. The lab that they maintain in the Jewel district is one of these. According to your client, the project that the Yazis are working on here is dangerous. So dangerous that she's paying you to bring the entire building down. You got a trauma kit. You do as well, yep. Okay. Don't have any spare med kits, unfortunately, but he can heal. You don't have a trauma kit. You are taking a trauma kit. I don't care. You're taking it. You're also taking a flashbang. We're using everything we got. And these grenades will come in incredibly handy. She's kitted, as are we. Makes sense that she'd be a combat medic now. Trying to make up for her sins, literally. You are leaving controlled sector Berlin. The Jewel district is everything they claim it out to be. Corporate complexes of all description crowd into one another, competing for the district's limited space. Lights burn in all of the windows, but the streets stand empty. No shoppers, no pedestrians, nothing but silence. Quiet out here. A friend of mine did a job here once. Told me that the local wage slaves are all issued efficiency apartments deep inside the compound. Apparently the buildings are all linked up on an underground tram system. Bed to cubicle in less than 5 minutes. Most days the poor bastards don't even get to see the sun shine. He shakes his head. That ain't living, love. It's a slow death. Makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. Searching the dead drop, you find a package with the telltale markings of the Schockwellen Rider. This is another request for the research data from Az Technology, Jewel District Branch. As is conducted research in secrecy, they use their money and power to obscure the truth. We will uncover their secrets, we will share them with the world. We will level the playing field between Az technology and its competition. Time of delivery of this information will be well rewarded. Freedom, equality, information, shock, Wellenreiter. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Whew. The calmly crackles a stack. A moment later, the sonorous voice of Luca Dwyer begins speaking to you. Hello again. I have an opportunity for you. You're in an Az technology facility, yes? Well, that facility is also home to an executive, a small man who foolishly believes that he's beyond our reach. In this, he's mistaken. We would like you to deliver a message to this effect. What kind of message are we talking about here? The Volkerkind. It's really quite simple. All we want you to do is whisper a phrase into his ear. We are pleased that Project Vincent is going so well. If you want to embellish the fact that he's receiving this message is in the one place where he feels the most secure, we wouldn't stop you. That's all there is to it. A simple job, but an important one. I've already marked your target's current location on PDA. We have great faith in you. Please don't disappoint us. Huh. I mean, why? He's going to die anyway. There's a series of clicks as the connection is established. A moment later, Paul Ansel begins to speak. Alright, that's the Az Technology Complex in front of you. You'll note that the heavy security posted at the front door, those are Az Technology employees. They're dangerous to be sure, but you can probably take them out without too much difficulty. Unfortunately, Yazis have also contracted Knight Errant to protect this facility. They're the ones we need to worry about. Just to reiterate, you'll want to keep a low profile on this run, get in and out as quickly and quietly as possible. Knight Errant keeps a high threat response team on site, and you don't want to tangle with them. Trust me on that. If you do need to go loud, give it everything you've got. You're going to be reducing the building to a smoldering crater anyways, but I'd highly recommend stealth over frontal assault. I won't start shooting until we run out of words. Good man. I'd begin by trying to find an alternative path into the building, something on site. Once the facility calls for help, you're going to be on a tight timetable. Just passing by, lady, don't worry. Jeep Corporate Arp. Looks like marble from a distance, but up close it's clearly made of injection molded plasticry. Yeah, that's about right. LTG worker. What the hell is an LTG worker? The LTG's tax coveralls are smeared with sweat and grime. A scowl is plastered across her face. She takes a quick glance at you, then turns back to her work. Unless you're here to help me fix this panel, you'd better stay the hell out of my hair. Otherwise I'll call security and have them drag you out. Actually, I think I could help you. It looks like your problem is coming from somewhere upstream. See those connectors there? Hey. Yeah, you're right. She looks up at you. The scowl has disappeared from her face, but she doesn't look happy either. Look, I really appreciate the help, but I have to do this myself. I'm already way behind, and corporate's gonna have my ass if I don't get it done before lunch. We should really level up our charisma. Chatting would help out a lot. I should have taken that over biotechnology, huh? Ah, well. What are you gonna do, right? Playbook soy cap shop looks like it's closed. A hatch. A human and a dwarf, both in their early 20s, and huddle in the courtyard. They don't seem to notice your approach. Been gone a long time, Mira. Getting worried, aren't you? She's my girlfriend, Heinrich. Of course I'm worried, but she can handle herself. On the streets, yeah, but against the Azzies? I just don't know. She'll be okay. Brave words, but her tone tells a different story. It's plain as day that she's worried sick. Oh man, I don't know what to do, Mira. I still say that messing with the Azzies was a bad idea. What else are we supposed to do? That compound of theirs is lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree. They got more power than they know what to do with. We need that juice, Heimer. Our solar collectors are garbage. We can't keep the lights on after a few days of cloud cover. How do you think we're going to survive the winter? I know, Mira, I know, but couldn't you just bought some secondhand panels? They can't be that expensive. Besides, we could have, sure, before Danny spent our last handful of Nuyen on those forged key cards. Straightens up, puts on a brave face. She'll be fine. She'll be back any second now. Just you wait. Hey, Mira. She looks up at you, her expression guarded. Yeah? What do you want? And up overhearing you two, going up against Aztec, huh? Not going up against anything. Gestures broadly at her own body. Do we look like Shadowrunners to you? We're just, improvising. Trying to stay in business. He gives me a significant glance. The only way we can. Need to use some help? It sounds like your friend has gotten herself in trouble. Her tone is sharp. We'll be fine. What we don't need is a stranger butting into our business. So just go away, alright? Have a nice day. Mira, look at him. That's a professional. He can help us. Takes a step towards you. Arms wide. Please, man. We do need your help. She just doesn't want to admit it. It's bad for the Yazzies. It's good for me. I'll help you out. Oh, thank God. And thank you, too. Turns to Mira. Give him the spare keycard that Danny bought. He's gonna fix this for us. You can see the mistrust in her eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, she begins to fish around in her bag. Finally, she produces a thick plastic keycard. She hands it to you. This will get you into the utility tunnel. Danny went down there about an hour ago. She said she'd be back in 10 minutes. Find her for us, okay? Please bring her back safe. Get away. Somebody spent a fair amount of money on this utility hatch and is plastered with the anti-tampering warnings to prove it. Cursory inspection shows that the hatch hasn't been mag-locked, a fairly sophisticated model from the looks of it. So, short of using an authorized keycard, there's no way you're getting past this thing. Let's go. The indicator light on the mag-lock changes from red to green. There's an audible thunk, and the hatch pops open, revealing a ladder leading down to the utility tunnel below. We got our ticket in. Shouldn't take us too long to deal with it. The lock appears to be short-circuited. Not bad, not bad. Good start. Pair of drones. In an instant, you size up the scene playing out in front of you. A young elf dressed in the same shabby chic clothes that the cafe kids were. Danny, cornered with no place to run. A pair of Az Technology security drones closing in for the kill. The drones are low grade, but they're armed, and Danny's hands are empty. She's in trouble and she knows it. The futility of her situation is written all over her face. Instant later, the drone's sensors alert them to your presence. They spin in unison to face you. Intruders detected, weapons detected, lethal force authorized. Danny's eyes widen and she hits the deck. The panic spills out of her in a scream. Look out! Alright, here we go. Activate the Sundowner. Blast these things. It's wielding some hefty tech. You gotta admit. Obliterated. It shouldn't take us too long. After all, these things are pretty weak. They're not exactly the strongest of drones. Not enough AP, huh? Compound attack it then. There we go. And die trick, I need to throw a knife at it. Pop it. There we go. Hey, Danny. Danny looks you up and down. When she's finished sizing you up, she puts her hands on her hips and smiles. Thanks for the rescue. It takes a pair to bring a weapon into Azzy territory. Everybody knows that they shoot first if you're packing. I don't want to risk it. Those drones were second-rate at best. Well, they took care of them quick enough. Nice shooting, by the way. You saved me some real trouble there. The drones wouldn't have shot me, but I wasn't looking forward to spending the next week in an Azzy interrogation cell. I've heard stories. They're true, love. He shakes his head at her. Word to the wise. If you're fool enough to try something like this again, carry a gun. Better to be shot than to let them take you. I'll take your word for it. I'm not planning on making a habit of this. She slaps aside the power conduit with a smile. And I shouldn't need to. The tap's all hooked up and ready. Impressive. Imeric wasn't convinced that you could pull it off. Yeah, well, it's amazing what you can teach yourself to do when your livelihood depends on it. Hager leads into inspector work. It's like a pretty solid connection. Nothing's jumping out at me as being obviously wrong. I'd say you're probably good to go. Straightens, casts a glance back at you. You know, we could use this setup to our advantage. In theory, we could manufacture a power spike from over here. Overload the Azzy's entire power grid without disabling the generator's safety overrides. It wouldn't cause any permanent damage, but the confusion might give us an opening to get us into the building. He shrugs. Could be the opening we've been looking for. Danny's eyes go wide. Well, hold up. If you do that, they'll trace it. As technology will find the power tap and they'll come down on us. We just saved your life. You owe us. Yeah, you saved my life, alright, but now you're talking about doing something that'll get all of us killed. Me, Mira, Heinrich. He's got a little sister to look after. What happens to her if the Azzies take us away? Fine. Fine. But some people say that Shadowrunners are ruthless criminals, guns for hire, just after the money. It's good to see that this isn't always the case. I'm gonna bail on out of here. I've been stuck in this tunnel for too long, and like you said, the others are worried. But if there's anything that we can do for you, come by the shop. You'll be welcome at our place for life. Fine. If we have to, we'll overload it, though. If we have to. I don't doubt that there's another way in. Dan looks up at you with a smile. There they are, our heroes. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for bringing her back to us. Yeah, thanks, and thank you for helping to keep the Azzies off of our tails. If Danny had been captured, it would have been bad. He reaches up, grabs Danny's hand, clutches it tight. Worse than bad, babe. A lot worse. Looks down at Mira and smiles, squeezes her hand tight. Thanks again for the rescue. We all owe you a lot. If there's ever anything that any of us can do for you, you just let us know. Okay. So we've earned some goodwill, at least. Not great. Not great at all. We could use some, sneaky wiles. Not sure how we get in there, but, you know. Hey, friend. Okay. So where do we have to go, then? We clearly have to go somewhere. What do we have for mission items? We have, OTK... Oh, we didn't actually use that. Huh. Alternate routes in. Not seeing one. As technology captain. How about we talk with the captain? A stern-looking young woman in the uniform of an NASA technology security captain steps forward. An assault rifle slung over her shoulder, and she half raises it at your approach. This is a secure facility, sir. Show your ID or move along. Just stop for a walk. Walk the other way. She shoulders her rifle, but keeps the barrel pointed at the ground. A warning, but not a death threat. Now. We don't really have many options, do we? Is there any other way to do this? Looks like the only real option we have is to blast the power grid or try to break in the side. Or punch our way in. If we overload the grid, that's probably going to draw the Azzi's attention. Yeah, okay, let's go interact with the thing. See what we can find. I don't know, maybe. Step forward to inspect Danny's power tap, the same tap that he promised he wouldn't interfere with. Beating a power spike would be as easy as crossing a couple of wires. Alright. Sorry, Danny. We kinda have to. Can't save? Okay, here we go. We're gonna overload this thing. They're gonna have bigger problems anyways. Blast it. We didn't have another option. It's unfortunate, but we had to do it. Danny wheels on you, her cheeks streaked with tears. She points a delicate finger at you. There he is! Goddamn heartless bastard. While Danny and Mira are clearly furious, Heinrich just looks tired. He shakes his head. Why'd you do it? Now that we can't fight the Azzies, you know what they're going to do to us. time that the Aussies come looking for you, you could be out of here. Typical runner bullshit. Yeah, there we go. It's unfortunate, but look, we needed it. Badly. And we saved their life, so there's that. Giving them a power blast is probably gonna give them a bit of a problem. Aztec Guard. This facility's under high alert. Okay. That should cause some problems. As Technology Security Guard and LTG Tech are locked in a heated exchange, they don't seem to notice your approach. What you're telling me is this. You're working on our LTG books, and then all of a sudden everything magically overloaded and went to hell, taking our communications line for the ride. And you had nothing to do with it. Look, pal, you are a security guard, I am a technician, and for the last time I'm telling you this is not my fault. Yeah, but you were poking around in there. She waves her arms in exasperation. I wasn't even working on the power system, you dolt! How could I have done anything to the power grid? It doesn't work like that! I don't like your attitude, lady. I don't like your face, idiot! The argument increases in volume and ferocity. Within a few seconds, they're screaming at one another. Eh. Well, there we go. We got a way in. It's unfortunate, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. The glittering halls of the S Technology facility stands sharp contrast to the Megacorp's unsavory reputation. Everything in here screams money, from the mirror polish on the floors to the obsidian inlays in the walls. The generators and the Bloodline project lie somewhere beneath your feet. I don't like that it's called Bloodline, I can admit. Impressive work! You made it into the facility completely undetected. I'm not seeing any comm chatter about a security breach. In addition, your sabotage of the Azzy's power grid has thrown the entire facility into disarray. If you are discovered, I would expect any response to be disorganized at best. I have marked an elevator on your PDA, and start making my way there if I were you. It's the most efficient path to reach your objective. Best of luck. We're in. God, this place is spooky. Let's see if we can jack into something and pop open. Oh yeah, we'll go in and... Why not? Grab all of our programs. Hopefully this won't take long. I don't like that it's so open here. Yeah. That's about what I expected. Let's bring up our boys. Our boys in blue. Oh, I should have summoned this one back here, but you know, whatever. We'll be fine. And drop a tar bomb. And another tar bomb, just to hold the other one in place. And that'll work wonders. And we can also hit at this guy. A white Sparky, eh? Well, I mean, it's right out in the open for us. We might as well go for it. It's the only one that can actually attack us at the moment. Reduces alarm state by 1. There we go, there's one. Delete this one. Hopefully we can break it before it gets a chance to do anything. And then erode this one pretty hard. There we go, we're in. We are relatively safe. This is probably going to pop open as well, isn't it? Pop this node. That's one down. Alright, one dealt with. Secure door controls. Let's pop this thing. And we can be halfway back to the outside world by the time they're done hacking. I need you to hack this node. Alright, that should be all the nodes. We got access. And they are none the wiser. There we go. We got access to the doors. And the cameras. There's somebody in there, an Aztec exec. Let's see what we got here. There are guards around here. As technology inventory services, press any key to begin. The terminal springs to life. A quick scan of its contents reveals little value, but you do find a message that catches your attention. From Meyer Fatima J. to Lang Katja. Gotcha, I've got some pretty grave concerns about this new project. I don't know what they're doing downstairs, not exactly anyway. But I'm pretty thoroughly creeped out by some of the inventory requests that have been coming up to my desk recently. When we decided to sign on with As Technology, we talked this over. We knew the company's reputation, and I said that I could handle whatever came my way, but this... I don't know, Katja. This last order crossed the line. What would the research team need with a bulk order of gags, restraints, and 500 liters of hydrochloric acid? Oh, I've got to run. Just got a message over the comm. Looks like Central wants to see me about something. I'll catch you back at your apartment later tonight. Let's talk about this over a bottle of wine. I know that I could use it. Something tells me that you never got to enjoy that glass of wine. Huh. He was asking questions. In a company like this, bad idea. Let's see what we can find here. The screen to this terminal comes alive at your approach. The As Technology login screen awaits your password. Active terminal and scan its contents. E&A donor list. That's something. Yeah, that guard's gonna be interesting. Let's see what we can do about this. The moment she gets over here. Go for it. Intruders. Yeah, well, you know. I did my best. Pop this As Technology guard. Shouldn't take us too long to break him. Hopefully quick enough that it doesn't matter much. Look, I tried to get in there. No luck. We might as well do this job at the very least. It doesn't take us any effort. There we go, and cause a little bit of a hemorrhage. I'll prevent her from doing much. Let's pop open this door. Hello, Executive. Iger, I need you to take up a defensive position. Whatever you just did, it got their attention. Night Air entire threat response team is on its way. Thankfully, with the power grid overloaded, I don't think they know where you are. No choice but to press on ahead then. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, Exec. A weird-looking man in an expensive suit is pacing back and forth in his room. He locks eyes with you, and you can feel the fear radiating out of him. What? Who are you? How did you get in here? You have mutual friends. They have a message for you. Friends? What friends? I'm pleased that Project Vincent is going so well. The executive jerks back as though you slapped him. His face has gone as white as a sheet. Our friends wanted me to deliver this message to you in person. Here, in your office. I'm sure that you understand. Yes, of course. The expression on his face is one of pure horror. Please tell our friends that I hear them, loud and clear, and tell them I'm making that call. Oh, what call? He shakes his head. You poor fool. You don't even realize what pawn you are. No, of course. Dietrich, I need to take up a position here. You need to take up a position with your interdiction shot. And we need to get the hell out of here. Yep, let's get going. Our Sundowner can take a defensive posture here. He's gonna open the door. Yep, there it is. Let's just, you know, jack out of this one. There we go. And get out of here. Not enough AP? That's fine. Let's move over here. Iger, I need you to take a interdiction shot on this guy. Delete him. Not bad. Not bad at all. And an electric core will deal with this guy. Not many actions in his arsenal anymore. Yeah, there they go. They're gonna bail. As are we. No reason to stick around, you know. Might as well take some pot shots, but that's about all we have to do here. Take an aimed shot and that's it. No evidence. Or at least no eyewitnesses. There's no reason to let them be. Your stomach lurches slightly as the elevator plummets downward into the bowels of the S-Technology facility. A faint but omnipresent thrumming sound raises the hair on the back of your neck. The deeper you go, the more certain you become. This place is vibrating with power, both from generators and from something else. Concerning. So doing some sort of magic experiment. So far so good. The manufactured power outage is causing ongoing problems for both Knight Errant and S-Technology. Unfortunately, your presence has been detected. At this point, they've been too disorganized to do anything about it, but make no mistake, they will be coming for you. They'll never make it back to the elevator in time, but I've found another exit point for you. There's a security door near the generators. I'll mark it on your PDA. When you're ready to make your egress, this will be your best call. Expect heavy resistance. Good luck. I do appreciate a good support. Oh, hi, dude. Hostiles engage. Yep. There it is. Go forth, Sundowner. Obliterate. My precious bean. Obliterate. Missed. He tried. Hello there! Glory! I need to cause some damage. And that means clawing at this one. Dietrich! Take a defensive posture. Iger! Just be Iger. Really. That's all there is to it. Yeah, there we go. Interdiction, eh? Ow. High threat response team is incoming. Annoyingly. We don't have a lot of time, but it's possible to make a decent impression on their security forces before they get a chance to do anything about it. Let's strip some armor from this S-Technology cabin. Or not. Okay. I'm gonna give Glory the zoomies, if you will. Hopefully that'll help a little bit. What the hell is that sound? That's an interesting sound. I can't say I was expecting to hear chanting. Why are they targeting my drone so much? That's rather rude of them, don't you think? Seems kind of crude to target a guy's drone rather than anything else. I'm just saying. And hemorrhage this captain. Or miss horribly, that's also an option. There we go. You can do a little bit of damage there. And give them a pinning hit so that they don't move. There we go. And accuracy, okay. There we go, that's some damage. Hopefully we can... Really? Okay then. This drone isn't doing too hot, is it? I don't want to risk any security coming up behind us, annoyingly. Come on, let me hit. This god-awful run of luck is really screwing me here. Glory, I need to go ham on this guy. Break the cap'n. There we go, that's some damage. That's something, at least. Approach and slaughter. There we go. Alright, Sundowner, I need to go scout the place ahead. Let's see what we got here. Keep moving, you're almost there. When you reach the control panel for the generators, the password Zolotl should allow you to disengage their safety overrides. Get the job done and get out, my friend. It's only a matter of time before more security personnel arrive. We're waiting for you back at the Kreutz Bazaar. I am so loud. Alright, we'll transition. This blast door looks important. I'm thinking we're gonna have to check that out. Plenty of barrels, though. That's really good news, because barrels means that we can cover our escape a little bit. These barrels are explosive, so they're going to be able to do some damage. Transition. Oh! Alright. It's not a bad thing to know about, I gotta admit. I get the feeling we're gonna have to raid this place's blast door. Hey, Trick. You know what to do. You two, Iger. Iger's probably gonna take up this position. Dietrich's gonna be here. Sundowner, I need you to take up a open door stance here. There we go. Good boy. And then we'll disconnect from you. That way we can get over there quick. Iger, you're here. I need you to boost one of us. And boost the drone, but you can heal Iger at the very least. And prepare a thrown... And prepare a thrown knife. There we go. Be ready for anything. Reload. I need to get in there now and start decking into there. Hopefully we can get that done. Alright. Interdiction shot will help out a lot. Deck in. Grab all our stuff and let's go. As technology will never know what hit him. There we go. Alright, let's see what we got here. I don't trust this in the least. We're going to prepare a few friends. Just to make sure. These ESPs will help out immensely. Because they'll let us sweep the area for targets. There's one. These guys are probably designed to cause troubles for us. Yeah, they'll do some damage. Ah, we got some boxes. And a ranged one. Alright. That's fine. Surprised I didn't put one there. I would have absolutely put one there. There we go. That'll get rid of this one quicker. Scoot forward. Start doing damage. There we go. This should do nicely. And we can tar these guys so that they are not a threat. That's nice. Of course it's shielding. Of course it's doing that. Why wouldn't it? Right? Alright, let's deal with that one. Send forth a lance of pain to it. Hopefully we can break these things before they become a major problem. Yeah, that's right. Be gone, thought. I'm hoping that they'll approach us and get out in the open so that we can more efficiently do our damage. Because they're not really able to do much as they are. Alright, ready up. Remain steady. Cause as much damage as we can, all at once. There we go. Hopefully we can break these things apart with our tars. There's one. What does it have? Hold on, how much health does it have? 30. If I land both hits, that means it's gone. Okay, good. Now we can pop open the blast door. It's not a perfect solution. After all, we are going to remain very much open. But, we don't have a lot of time. Unfortunately. Where the hell are we? Okay, you go this way. And you go this way. We're gonna have our attackers help us out on this one. I don't really know what's going on over there. Oh, it's just a dude. Okay. This ain't a threat. Unless I miss horribly, then it might be a threat. And repair ourselves a bit. Alright. What kind of control is this? There's clearly some sort of control, I just don't know what it is. I guess we'll hit it with some guaranteed damage. It's better than nothing, right? Alright, Glory, get in there. Ah. There's some damage. Diatric buff Glory. I need you to go a little ham with her claws. Prevent this guy from doing anything. What the hell are these? Interdiction shot. That'll do some serious damage. God damn. That one's not going to survive the next round of damage that's going to take. This will get that corrosion effect on them, and we can start making our way. Data control. Facility operations records. Ah. I see. So we can figure out what the hell Bloodlines is. That thing's just gonna die of erosion, so it's not even really a threat anymore. Yeah, just like that. Pop open the operations records. The data store. This data store contains records of all data pertaining to the facility's day-to-day operations. A cursory exploration of the data store turns up nothing of value. There are hundreds of log files, the majority of which contain spending and logistics reports. God damn it. Well, you know, it's fine. We'll deal. Let's get in there. At the very least, we'll be able to see what the hell's going on. Oh, another one. Really? Okay. Well, I was hoping to get some more pay data, but... You know, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but... We only have 9 turns left before the response team takes a crack at us, so to speak. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Let's go fray this guy's armor. Or miss horribly, that is also an option. Hemorrhage? Or not. We'll just move over there, you know, carefully. Is that a... Okay, yeah, that's a flashbang. That ain't good. Less than ideal, I must admit. Pop them with an erosion. I need these brutes to come in. Specifically so that they can cause problems for the ICs. We can break that thing early. How much health does that have? 30? If we land this hit, then it's dead. Okay, it's not dead yet. We'll make sure of it, though. And take a crack at this white I see. So it softens it up for our bruisers here. Shouldn't take as long, either. Oh, hey, the security cameras. That should give us a little more info. Yeah, this thing isn't going to survive long. Unless I whiff literally every attack. That is also an option. Well, let's make sure then. I'm going to make damn sure that it gets broken. There we go. We're in. Let's get the hell out of here. We can now assist them in their combat. Let's go deal with this as Technology Grenadier. We don't need a fancy attack, just enough to cause problems. Eee, Dietrich is not doing great. That's a red grenade. That's not good. Let's get the hell out of here. We only have like 15 more minutes before we gotta call it a night, so, you know, we should be able to get pretty deep in, if nothing else. I think we'll be able to make a satisfactory amount of progress in this game. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Back into the fight. We have access to all the cameras. North... cell doors, okay. Alright, I've got an idea of what we're looking at here. Okay, this place is creepy as hell if it's got cell doors in it. That's not exactly kosher, now is it? Break this guy. Yeah, you're not doing anything now, are you? Let's go for this guy. Keep him busy too. This guy's gonna die pretty quick, unfortunately for him. Dietrich and Iger. Gloria's... Oh, we gotta heal Dietrich. We don't really have an option here. Get behind cover. Swap over to your street sweeper and break this thing. There we go. You're not doing much now, are you? Okay. Let's get the hell through here real quick. This place is kind of grody, gotta admit. Let's deal with this guard here. There we go, that's some nice damage. Yeah, that'll put you down. And this will make sure that you stay down. There we go. We don't have long before the security shows up. Here's hoping. Go for it, Glory. Go for the glory. I don't see any guards in here. Yeah, there was no way we're making it back to the elevator. No way in hell. We tried our damnedest, but, you know, it is what it is. Dietrich can heal again, so he's going to heal up Glory real quick. I know that's going to make him fall behind a bit, but that's honestly fine. Glory's kind of our front runner anyway. Oh great, there's a bunch of cultists in there. Just what we needed. Group up, guys. Get ready! Okay, here we go. That's fine. Iger, get here. Alright, let's pop this thing. Bioscanner. A maglock with a voice print recognition system has been affixed to this door. According to Amsel, Frau Mueller has already logged her voice print into the system, but there's only one way to be sure. Okay. Open up. Authorization meme machine. The screen background changes from blue to green. Access granted. You hear the sound of heavy machinery rumbling to life. A moment later, the locks on the door release. It lives. The door slides open, revealing a group of figures wearing green cloaks. The tallest of the figures stands just in front of you, a slight smile on his face. His eyes are full of intelligence and malice. Ah, at last, our intruder arrives. His voice is slow and soft, with a slight Aslanner accent. You're a Shadowrunner, here on a job. This much is obvious, so tell me who has sent you. Ask me again nicely. The Blood Mage pauses for a moment, inspecting you. Such insolence. Such hubris. So very, very foolish. You will answer my questions, pest, whether you want to or not. His mouth twists into a cruel smile. In a single smooth motion, he pulls a knife from his belt and draws along his own forearm. The blade leaves a stripe of bright red blood in his wake. Still smiling, he begins to chant. Reach for a weapon, but too slowly, much too slowly. A horrible twisting sensation racks your guts, and a blinding pain ignites behind your eyes. As you struggle to keep your footing, you hear grunts of pain from all around you, your teammates doubling over in agony. The Blood Mage stands impassively, his lips slightly parted. Whisper chant spills from him, and every syllable is like another dagger in your stomach. Tongue feels strangely thick, and to your horror, it begins moving of its own accord, crawling, probing, straining against the roof of your mouth, struggling for release. Somehow, on some instinctive level, you know that this sensation will only continue to get worse. Yeah, that's all we got. God be client about Amsel and Monica and Green Winter's everything. You reach out your truth, and the pain begins to subside. Well, that was very enlightening. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be sure to tastefully memorialize you in my report. Time for him to die. He has insulted us, and now he's gonna die horribly. I don't care that he's got a ley line. He's gonna get broken. Go for it. Missed? Oh. Get into position, Dietrich. Iger, get into position. Everybody's in. Kinda wish I could drop the doors now, but, you know, it is what it is. Phew. Yeah, that's right. Action points reduced. And let's break this guy's body. Oh, lovely. There's a person over there. Just what we needed. Okay, on fire. Very on fire. Ain't too good. Dietrich. I need you to heal yourself. Secondly, I need you to Dragon Slayer up. Where's those? I don't see the high response yet. Sundowner, I need you to go ahead and just obliterate some fools. If you can. There we go, that's some damage. That's something at least. Yeah, I didn't think I could get a second one out of it. That's a shame, but it is what it is. That Blood Mage is on fire thanks to his Patriot's kind donation of a fireball to the face. I want you to go after this Blood Mage. Shred his armor. Or flub twice. That is also an option, yes. No, not that. Go back in. I really wish I could undo a turn, you know? After an attack, no, obviously not. But, like, if it's just movement, yeah, let me undo that movement. I mean, really. Oh, an apocalypse. That's just what we needed. Lovely. Oh, there's the response team. Good to know. Dietrich. Haste Iger. He's needed. You are a target. Why am I missing? Why am I doing nothing but missing? Heal now. Take out this Blood Mage. Why are you Why is everybody missing? I shouldn't be missing this much. It feels like Chance is kind of screwing me here. Huh. There's some damage, at least. It's something, I guess. Alright, blast this one. Control broken, escaped. Good. Flashbang worked wonders. Frickin' mages, I hate them so much. Here they come. Where are those generators? I need to jack in at some point. You. Go for the eviscerate. That'll certainly help. Yeah, that's about right. Iger! I need you to lob a phosphor grenade. Where is a good question, though? Never mind, we don't need a phosphor grenade. We need a trauma kit on this guy. Bring him back up. And then get back to cover. We don't really have another option here. Mark him. Or not. That is also an option. Fascinated drone mortar will just have to suffice, I guess. Bomb him. That's something at least. Our drone's taking a lot of fire not fire damage, but firepower. Oh my god, stop summoning shit, please. Not happy about this. Yeah, that's great. Fucking mages. And here's Knight Errant. Lovely, just what we needed. You. I need to heal up, Glory. And then take cover. I know that you're on a ley line, but we can't really afford it right now. Do we have a concussive? Yeah, there's a Knight Errant flashbang in her pocket. Pop that and break up a little bit of focus. Not all of it, but some of it. Mark for death. Bomb him. That might work. Another hit like that. Of course, I'm not going to get another hit like that. Oh, great. There. Put him down. And a shot with this. There we go. Finally taking out some goddamn enemies. Frickin' mages. And he's gonna fall over immediately again, cause yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is obnoxious. Kill Dietrich. Who's going to then boost Iger, because Iger is one of the better ones on our team. I guess kneecap this guy? No, no. Look, I need the damage badly. Reload. Ugh. I'm not a fan of some of the frickin' RNG with this game. For whatever reason, it's decided to screw me at the start of this fight. Which is frustrating as hell, you know? Yeah. That's nice. Oh look, more Knight Errants. Just what we fucking needed. Yeah, healed. There goes my other frickin' trauma kit. Can I kill this guy immediately? No? Okay. There we go. That'll help reduce that. Because I'm not gonna accept having some bullshit occur. Heal Dietrich. Can't heal Dietrich. Of course I can't heal Dietrich. Fine, we'll take it. We'll take it, you know? Might have to take another go at this, because I don't think we can succeed here. Not at the moment. I think because of RNG screwing us so hard, we can't really do much about this. I hate that. I really do. But I think that's how it is at the moment. We'll play until the end of this fight, and then we'll call it a night. Yeah, there it is. You have a trauma kit, you can use it. So use it. Dietrich can't really do much at the moment. He can only really help himself, and that's it. There we go. Please tell me this will take out the Blood Mage. There we go. Switch over. Take out your sniper rifle. If I go over here... Not the worst spot. Main threat's been dealt with, I hope. Ugh. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of Knight Errant. That's cool. We don't have an opportunity to do much here. Okay, summon forth an elemental, I guess. That'll keep them under some control. Electrocurrent. Actually, let's just hit that barrel. There we go. That should deal with some of them, at least. And they'll be too focused dealing with the elemental to really focus on us. Glory has some action points, so she can heal herself up. There we go. Heal Dietrich. A lot of frustration with Knight Errant and shit. Mostly. That's mostly what you've been missing. I'm just trying to get to the end of this fight, and then we'll call it a night. Because we got absolutely shafted by RNG. To put it bluntly. Yeah, I was hoping that would hit, but apparently no. Go for a sab. They're not very heavily armored. You could take a shot at this guy. Hopefully break him. We're just kind of finishing up, you know? Yeah, that's nice. Ow. Yeah. Ow. Focus on the air elemental, please. That'd be great. What's with the guy in the goofy suit? Which one? Are you talking about us or somebody else? Get yourself up and jack in. The green one. Ah, Aztec technology. They've got a Aztec thing going on. Activate your adrenal pump, lady. You're gonna need it. Hey, you got any heals ready for us? No? Cool. You're just gonna have to go a little ham. There's an impact. Hemorrhage that. Hopefully break him. If this thing goes insane, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. I gotta admit. We absolutely need the elemental in order to survive this sort of a thing. Electric current will help out immediately. Break him again. Yeah, I've mostly just been trying to survive this, a hellish situation, let's say. Gotta admit, we're not doing amazingly. Please, yeah, there we go. He's been flushed out of his hiding spot. There we go. Pop this guy with a bullet. Pop him again. Hopefully break him. Ow, yeah. That's about right. Knight Errant is a pain in the butt. We're currently... Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, we're gonna have to split up. Send out one of our guys that way, one of our guys that way, figure out which way we want to go. I don't care about anything else here. West cell door. Oh, these are for the cell doors. Okay. That could be pretty handy, honestly. And they're pretty poorly defended so far. I gotta admit. And what's up here? If we can break them out, that might actually help us significantly. Because that could do is it could allow us to go a little easier on this fight. It means we got more friends. It'll distract the soldiers a bit, you know. And you behind here. We're probably going to wind up with two waves, the north and then the south. Or sorry, the north and then the west and east. I'll only go for a little bit longer, just so we can try to get this fight done with, you know? I don't want to start and then immediately go into another fight, you know? Come on, hit! Hey! Pop this door node open. And then go for it. That should release a friend. Or at least a friend by circumstance, you know? Yeah, I haven't had much to say, mostly, because, I mean, most of this is just duking it out and trying to get my tactics down, unfortunately. Wow, these guys are terrible shots. Scared test subject. Yeah, I imagine they're pretty spooked at the moment. Dietrich! You can heal up Glory here? That'd be great, thank you. There we go. Now I'll put that one down. How about you? Thank you! Let's see if we can lightning bolt this guy. Reduce his actions, you know. He's a pretty big threat, but if he's got no actions, he's got no actions. Oh hey, there we go. That's not bad. That'll help significantly. Now that we got our back pretty well covered, we don't have to worry as much. Let's take an opportunity to snipe that barrel and cause some free damage. Hopefully these guys fall pretty easily. I mean, I doubt it, but I can hope. Hit the ICs with as much firepower as we got, or just miss. That's also an option. And take some cover. Because we need it. Break the ICs. There we go. Hopefully this IC breaks soon. If not, we'll have to rely on the... yeah. God, we are getting screwed by RNG right now. Why must RNG just say screw you to me? Why must they do this to me? We're not tolerating that problem. Okay, there we go. Pop this door open. And then we're going to use them to open up the other door. It should help out significantly. There should also be a no... What? Okay. We were behind cover, so I don't know what the hell happened there. Alright, I guess phosphor this guy. Phosphor some problems from him. That should burn him pretty well. I need you to go slash up this errant grenadier. I'll free up some space. And then inspect this. Hey boss, I think that you should check this out. It might be important. Great. Good to know. I appreciate it. When we're not currently in the middle of a all-out brawl, I'll make sure to do that. I don't need you right now. Okay, fine. We'll check it out. On FAP. Okay. Dietrich, would you mind you know, healing me, that'd be great. Or not, that's cool too. I have no idea how long this will hold out for. You. Talk with the confused test subject. Come over and talk to the... Okay. Well, that's great. Apparently only I'm allowed to talk to them. Just what I needed. Let's get back into it. We're not quite at the end yet, but we're pretty close, I think. Alright, Glory, you set up there. I need you to... ideally set up here. I'll grant you a massive leyline boost. Overwatch this. I need you to overwatch this. Yeah, there's a Knight Errant Mage. And another guard. Just what we needed. Send one down that way. That'll allow them to deal with it. And frees me up to go this way. Because I want to free them all, ideally. They're clearly being used for something, and I don't like it. So we're gonna try to free them all. Here we are. Here's the Hell Corridor. Summon an icy attacker. Yeah, that's about right. I guess get the free tar on him. And then go for another attack. Yeah, that's about right. Defense go up when alerted. Good to know. Sacrifices to the Aztec superior gods. Yeah, it seems to be what they go for. A black icy. Of course, I could just miss. That is also an option. Let's pop open this thing. It shouldn't take too long to do it either, right? Alright. I guess you can go after that white icy? Eh. Ow! Okay. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Well, we're not going to be able to succeed this time around. Unfortunately. Because, I mean, we're in death state, so... we're going to have to resort to, you know, working with the autosave. We're going to have to try this entire area again. If we die flat out, then that's just it, unfortunately. And nobody has a trauma kit. Because we used all of them in the first round of combat, after RNG decided to take me down. At the very least, we got an idea of what we're getting into next time. Unfortunately, this is where I'm going to have to call it a night. Thank you so much for stopping by. If you happen to be on, you know, on YouTube, I hope you join us sometime. But, goodbye, YouTube.